Here at Xihai No. 1 High School, Principal Lu Yun is officiating a ceremony of monumental importance. It's the day of the class change ceremony, the very day that will decide the entire future of these students. Before the crowd of anxious teens lies the class change formation, and everyone's feeling a different flavor of nervous. Some are sweating bullets while others are buzzing with excitement. Our protagonist is Lin Moyu, a student who looks about as average as they come, but in reality he's a transmigrator from another world. And ever since he landed in this world, he's been waiting for this very day for a long time. After humanity, or players as they're known, complete their class change, they can level up by challenging dungeons, exploring secret realms, or just straight up hunting demonic monsters to farm experience points. This allows them to raise their level and enhance their skills, basically juicing themselves up with power. Of course, the ones who hit the jackpot in this world are those who awaken a combat class. Following behind them are the support classes, and scraping the bottom of the barrel are the life classes. Among these, the combat and support classes are divided into 5 ranks: low, medium, high, rare, and the holy grail of them all, legendary. A legendary rank student, in this entire city of Xihai, you'd be lucky if one appeared even once every 10 years. Today's class change ceremony has the assistance of Zhang Tian, a level 52 formation grandmaster. Even Principal Lu Yun has to treat this guy with the utmost respect. And can you blame him? The man's profession is a rare grade support class, which is incredibly uncommon. Finally, the moment everyone's been waiting for has begun. The principal starts calling out names one by one, and whoever's name is called steps into the class change formation. First up is a student named Shu Da, but the guy's luck is just rotten. He only managed to change into a life class farmer. Shu Da is understandably freaking out and crushed by despair. The next person up also gets a life class. Turns out his dad's a chef. When it was his turn, he ended up as a chef. Looks like he's following in his old man's footsteps, so he seems pretty pleased with himself. A whole bunch of students have gone through, and still not a single rare profession in sight. So both Zhang Tian and Lu Yun are starting to look a little bummed out. Let's not even talk about a rare profession. It's been years since this academy has seen one of those. If we can just get one high-level combat class, I'd already call that a win. Zhang Tian said. The Grandmaster is right. This entire city of Xihai only sees maybe 1 or 2 rare professions a year anyway. I guess my expectations were a little too high just now, Lu Yun replied. Up next is one of the 2 people everyone's been dying to see, the girl named Xia Xue, the one Gao Yang mentioned earlier. This girl clearly has a competitive streak, because before stepping into the formation, she deliberately shot a look at Lin Moyu and muttered under her breath. Lin Moyu, this lady is about to show you who the real genius is. The reason Xia Xue is so fixated on this is because for years the 2 of them have been hailed as the school's 2 great prodigies. But Lin Moyu has always one-upped her, so she's dead set on winning this battle. Meanwhile, the moment Zhang Tian laid eyes on Xia Xue, he was seriously impressed. Even though she hasn't entered the formation yet, I can sense that her spiritual power is at least twice as strong as a normal person's, making it highly likely she'll become a mage. That's a high-tier combat profession. And if she's lucky enough to get an elemental attribute, it could even be pushed into the rare grade. Hearing that, Lu Yun's anticipation shot through the roof. Amidst the crowd's palpable excitement, Xia Xue strutted confidently into the formation. And just like that, a bizarre phenomenon erupted. Proof that she had awakened a rare grade profession. And just as Zhang Tian had predicted, and just like that, Xia Xue has become a mage. Down below, her classmates were absolutely losing their minds with awe. And can you blame them? After all, Xia Xue was the very first student today to awaken a primary combat class. Not only that, but once a mage gets a few levels under their belt, all it takes is a single god-tier forbidden elemental scroll to wipe this entire city off the map. We're talking serious firepower here. Riding this high, Xia Xue was feeling on top of the world. Absolutely certain that this time she could finally one-up Lin Moyu. And speak of the devil, he was the very next person to step into the formation. But one look at Lin Moyu's cool, confident expression was all it took for Xia Xue's newfound bravado to start cracking. Meanwhile, Principal Lu Yun decided to prod Master Zhang Tian, asking for his thoughts on the boy. Because you see, Lin Moyu is the school's certified genius. But the old master just shrugged, saying that apart from a cold-as-ice demeanor, the kid wasn't anything special. Zhang Tian didn't stop there either. He went on to say that book smarts and one's class awakening are two completely different things. A top student awakening. Some lame commoner class happens all the time. Principal Lu Yun, however, still held out hope for his star student. He thought to himself, if Lin Moyu also awakens a rare class, then Xihai No. High School is going to be the talk of the town this year. The moment Lin Moyu stepped into the class awakening formation, the sky went absolutely bonkers. Hurricane force winds suddenly whipped up. Ominous black clouds swirled in from nowhere, converging directly over his head. Lightning began to crash down, filling the air with a chilling, dreadful aura. Whether it was the principal, Master Zhang Tian, or any of the students, not a single one of them had ever witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. Naturally, they were all on the edge of their seats, dying to know what kind of class Lin Moyu would end up awakening. Would it be a main combat class or some kind of support role? As for Xia Xue, she was practically sitting on pins and needles. The sheer scale of this crazy phenomenon was leagues beyond what she had experienced moments ago. She was terrified that Lin Moyu was about to awaken a class that would blow hers completely out of the water. A few seconds later, something stirred within those dark clouds above him. Thousands upon thousands of ghastly, chilling skulls began to emerge. Then they morphed into a whole squad of spectral soldiers so menacing that even knowing it was an illusion sent a shiver down everyone's spine. In the end, Lin Moyu had successfully awakened his primary combat class, Necromancer. But unlike all the other students, his class was the one and only unique hidden class. This meant that in the entire world, he was the only Necromancer, and unless he kicked the bucket, a second one would never appear. This wasn't just rare compared to your average hidden class. It was even more precious than a legendary one. The crowd below immediately went wild again. Some people were amazed at how awesome he was, actually managing to change into a unique hidden class. Then you had the jealous haters who figured Lin Moyu either got ridiculously lucky or the magic array must have been busted. They even started trashing him, arguing that a hidden class isn't automatically a strong one. I mean, history is full of people who got hidden classes and still ended up as complete nobodies, right? Lin Moyu could clearly hear all the chatter about him, but he couldn't care less. Awakening a unique hidden class was already way better than he'd hoped for. Just as Lin Moyu was heading down, Zhang Tian suddenly called out to him. The man had never seen this hidden class of his before, so he wanted Lin Moyu to show off a skill or two. "Senior, if you'll just give me a moment," Lin Moyu replied, taking the opportunity to finally check his own stats. After awakening, Lin Moyu was at level 1. Most of his attributes were stuck at 10, except for his spirit, which was at 20 points. He possessed 2 skills. The first one was Summon Skeleton Warrior. Since he was only at level 1, he could only summon a single Black Iron tier Skeleton Warrior. After leveling up the skill, he could summon skeletons of much higher tiers like Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Legendary, and at the very peak God tier. His second skill was called Soul Flame. When the skill is activated, it summons a soul that sets the target on fire, causing a burn whose power is based on his own spirit power and skill level. Lin Moyu decides to test out his first skill. He summons forth an absolutely vicious-looking skeleton warrior. But its stats, strength, agility, spirit, and constitution are all a measly 15 points. The appearance of this thing alone is enough to send his classmates into a full-blown panic. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian, who's standing opposite him, immediately fires a dark cloud attack that surrounds the skeleton warrior, trying to get a better look at it. The skeleton warrior detects the incoming attack. A prompt appears: counterattack, yes or no. If no choice is made within 10 seconds, it will automatically retaliate. Lin Moyu gets the notification. But of course, he's not about to let his brand new warrior attack a senior, so he commands it to stand down. Such high awareness, Zhang Tian mutters to himself, I'm a level 52 player and Lin Moyu is only level 1. Yet he can already summon a creature that actually perceives me as a threat. Still, that skeleton warrior has pretty basic stats, and since Lin Moyu is only level 1, it's impossible to tell if his class is any good or not. Zhang Tin can only guess that, as Lin Moyu's level increases, the things he summons will become a whole lot scarier. Thanks, kid. Keep working hard, you might just have a bright future ahead of you. Lin Moyu just nods and heads back to his seat. Most of his classmates are now terrified of Lin Moyu, thanks to the ferocious skeleton warrior trailing right behind him. The only one not scared is Gao Yang, who's actually super excited. He even asks Lin Moyu if he can poke the creature. So is this bag of bones any good? He asks curiously, giving the skeleton a little jab. Probably stronger than you, Lin Moyu deadpans in reply. Gao Yang isn't buying it, because this thing looks like it's been through the ringer and then some. It's just that it's his turn to awaken next. The two of them barely even had a chance to speak. Lin Moyu immediately recalled his skeleton warrior. Just then he received a notification that a slot in his summoning space had just been filled. It suddenly dawned on Lin Moyu that this summoning space could actually store the monsters he summoned. And better yet, he could summon them again, whenever he wanted without draining any more of his mental energy. Right now, the space had 10 slots, but that number would increase as he leveled up. A burning determination filled Lin Moyu's heart. Just a moment ago during his class change, he'd caught a glimpse of what a true necromancer looked like. It was a being who could slay a colossal dragon in the blink of an eye. And so he swore an oath one day he too would reach that legendary level. Gao Yang's class change was lightning fast. Just as expected, he became a high-level and incredibly formidable shield knight. Gao Yang excitedly declared that from now on, the two of them would conquer dungeons together. When we're in a dungeon, I'll be your front line. If an enemy wants to get to me, they'll have to get through you first. You've got that completely backward. Lin Moyu sighed, utterly defeated. Of course, that only made his friend laugh even harder. A few more students went after Gao Yang, but none of them were particularly noteworthy. Once the class change ceremony was over, Principal Lu Yun stepped up to give them a few reminders. Tomorrow, the official leveling dungeon for newbies in West Sea City would open. He hoped that all the students would grind as hard as they could to level up and get the best possible results on the final exams, which were just 1 week away. That was their ticket to getting into the university of their dreams. Just as he was chatting with Gao Yang, the ever-competitive Xia Xue suddenly rushed over, declaring that she wanted to have a match with Lin Moyu. Specifically, we'll compare our final exam scores to see who's really better. Lin Moyu's reply was just a single letter. It's a deal then. I'm not going to lose to you forever, Shagok declared, her voice filled with conviction. Even though it looked like she'd lost to Lin Moyu yet again during today's class change ceremony, that only fueled Xia Xue's determination to never ever give up. She had to beat him at least once. That night, Lin Moyu returned home. He gazed at a family photo for a long time, then thought to himself, Grandma, I did it. I successfully changed my class. It's a super rare hidden profession. And sis, just you wait. I'm going to ace the entrance exam and get into Xiajing Academy with you. As he was lost in these thoughts, a sharp knock-knock echoed from the door. Lin Moyu opened it, and it turned out to be Principal Lu Yun stopping by to give him some daily necessities. Honestly, after the class change, Lin Moyu had pretty much become a VIP student. I mean, in the entire city of Xihai last year. The only person who got into Xiajing Academy was his older sister, Lin Mohan. Back then, she had entrusted her little brother to the principal, so naturally the man had to take extra good care of him. Thank you, sir. Lin Moer took the supplies. Don't mention it, you're heading into the dungeon tomorrow. Make sure you get some rest, Lu Yun replied before leaving. But that night, Lin Moyu stayed up until the stroke of midnight, and then a system window suddenly materialized right in front of him. It read that it had detected Lin Moyu's awakening as a necromancer, which met the requirements for the strongest system's talent. The system was now initiating a bond with him. And then, Lin Moyu received a piece of news that was even more mind-blowing. He had obtained the one and only God-tier talent called Comprehensive Growth, which multiplied the effectiveness of all his skills by 5 times. Along with that came a passive skill called Damage Transfer, which allows any damage the summoner takes to be transferred over to their summoned creature instead. Lin Moyu, who usually has the emotional range of a brick, was actually sporting a look of pure unadulterated shock. The system didn't just give him one new talent and a passive skill. Oh no, their effects were absolutely worthy of the title God tier. Lin Moyu eagerly summoned his skeleton warrior once again. And what do you know? All of its stats had skyrocketed, jumping from 15 to a whopping 75. When you combine that with the passive damage transfer skill, well, compared to others at his level, Lin Moyu was basically immortal. The next day at the newbie leveling dungeon, the students had already gathered bright and early. The moment Gao Yang spotted Lin Moyu, he tried to sweet-talk him into teaming up. But Lin Moyu shot him down, saying partying up slows you down, and going solo is the fastest way to level. That little rejection left Gao Yang absolutely fuming. Just then, Xia Xue appeared behind them, and even though she's his rival, she had to admit that Lin Moyu wasn't wrong. To form a duo, you need to have similar experience levels. According to the wisdom of their upperclassmen, it's best to fly solo until level 10. Only after level 10 is it a good idea to party up. And it seems both Xia Xue and Lin Moyu were on the same page, as neither of them brought along a support class teammate. This was despite the fact that Principal Lu Yun had repeatedly warned all main combat classes to bring support into the dungeons. Oh, they would soon learn just how vital a support class truly is. Right before they stepped into the dungeon portal, Xia Xue once again demanded a competition. This time it was a race to see who could level up faster. Lin Moyu was too done to even bother replying. He honestly couldn't understand why this girl was so petty and dead set on competing with him. Just yesterday, summoning a single skeleton had cost Lin Moyu 10 spirit points. After a full night of meditation, this stat had recovered to a full 40 points, meaning he could summon another 4 skeletons. The moment Lin Moyu entered the dungeon, he unleashed his bony crew, ordering them to fan out and start hunting down monsters for him. His skeletons were incredibly strong and absolutely bloodthirsty, and for every single monster they took down, his own experience bar ticked up by 1%. In other words, taking down 100 monsters meant a whole new level. Now that's what I call efficiency. In just a matter of minutes, Lin Moyu's experience had already jumped by 10%. At this rate, he'd level up in half an hour. And just as he predicted, not even 30 minutes later, he hit level 2. His strength, agility, and constitution stats all shot up to 20, while his spirit power reached 40 points and his summoning space expanded to 20 slots. So what did Lin Moyu do? He immediately summoned 4 more skeletons to kick his leveling speed into overdrive. The grind was incredibly steady, but believe me, this was just the warm-up. A little later, Lin Moyu discovered another cool feature. He could now see the tracks of his skeleton warriors on the map. At the moment, his minions were all spread out pretty far from him, which is exactly when he spotted a monster that his skeleton crew had somehow missed. But was Lin Moyu worried? Not a chance. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his active skill Soul Flame, which had just hit level 2. This particular skill had received a 5-fold power boost, and it took only a few seconds to vaporize a level 2 gray cat, netting him a neat 20 experience points. This spirit-based attack was just too overpowered, blowing past any defensive physical or magical skills. This hidden class was definitely not a dud. He was already this strong with just 2 skills. Even without any extra talents, his Necromancer class could absolutely go toe-to-toe with any legendary grade class out there. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu dinged level 3. He immediately summoned a few more skeleton warriors to help him keep farming mobs. His pace was only getting faster. The time limit for this newbie dungeon was 12 hours, and a good 4 hours had already passed. In that time, he'd already hit level 4. At this rate, he'd probably level up again in less than an hour. If he could shoot straight to level 8, Then as soon as he got out of here, Lin Moyu could head straight to the outskirts of Xihai City, where much higher level monsters were crawling all over the place. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Xia Dongyang, the head of the Xia family and also Xia Xue's father, had just arrived to check on his daughter. He'd been swamped yesterday, so he couldn't witness her job awakening ceremony in person. There was no way he was going to miss her first dungeon run too. Lu Yun mentioned that previously, both Su Tianxing and Lin Mohan had awakened their classes. And after entering the newbie dungeon, both of them came out at level 5. He figured Xia Yo would probably hit that mark as well. Xia Dongyang was certainly hoping for that much. As her father, he knew all too well that Xia Xue had a competitive streak a mile wide, and your leveling speed on the first day was basically a predictor for your future growth rate. If Xia Xue couldn't even hit level 5 in this first dungeon, trying to get into Jiajing Academy later on would be a massive uphill battle. Although, the two of them were talking about Xia Xue, the principal's mind was actually on a completely different person. He had no idea what level Lin Moyu would manage to reach this time. He just hoped the kid wouldn't be outshined by his own sister. Oh right, I heard that during yesterday's job awakening, at Jichang a hidden class actually appeared, is that right? Xia Dongyang asked out of the blue. That's right, Lin Moyu's hidden class is called Necromancer. I've never seen one before, so I have no idea how formidable it is. Moyu's older sister is the famous Lin Mohan, you know. So if Xia Xue makes it into Jiajing Academy later, she could probably ask her for some help. While the two of them were busy gossiping, Lin Moyu was still in the dungeon relentlessly farming monsters like a madman. The skeleton warriors can be at most 500 meters away from him. Within this range, he can totally just go AFK and grind levels with no worries. Right now, his targets are level 7 monsters. But it's already been almost 7 hours and he still hasn't run into a single level 8 monster, so Lin Moyu is getting a little antsy. He also has no clue what level the other players have reached. Lin Moyu was just casually strolling about, when suddenly he got ambushed out of nowhere. If it weren't for his damage transfer skill, that little surprise attack would have definitely rearranged his face. But hey, that ambush led him right to a level 8 monster. It was a 1,000-year whipvine lurking right in front of him. Normally it stays in a dormant state, only launching an attack when some unsuspecting creature wanders by. By now, the stats of the skeleton warriors Lin Moyu was summoning had already hit 275 points. He figured that even a level 8 monster wouldn't be able to handle more than a few whacks from his boys. However, this plant was way tougher than he'd imagined. It took 4 full chops from the skeleton warriors just to take it down. At this rate, his leveling speed was going to slow to a crawl. The good news is Lin Moyu didn't just find one 1,000-year whipvine, he found several hundred of them. This place was practically a custom-made leveling paradise just for him. Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors charged forward like champs. He even made sure to summon a few extra bony buddies so nobody had to work overtime. And then before the 12 hours were even up, someone appeared at the dungeon exit. At first, Lu Yun was terrified that something unexpected had happened. But the person who walked out was none other than Lin Moyu. "Why are you out here already?" he asked, worried. "Ran out of monsters, so I came out." Lin Moyu replied, cool as a cucumber. Lu Yun was absolutely flabbergasted when he found out that this kid had managed to reach level 7 in just about 10 hours. To top it off, he even had the nerve to complain that there were too few monsters in there. Otherwise, he would have already hit level 8. Then Lin Moyu asked Lu Yun for permission to go on a field trip to the West Sea suburbs to hunt for more monsters. But the poor man was still rebooting from the shock. In all his years, this was truly the first time Lu Yun had ever heard of someone wiping out every single monster in the beginner's dungeon, let alone in just 10 hours. Could this really be the power of a Necromancer, the world's one and only hidden class? Seeing Teacher Lu just spacing out, Lin Moyu couldn't help but give him a nudge. Snapping out of it, Lu Yun frantically nodded, saying he'd approve it, and write the pass to leave the city right away. "Go get some rest for a bit," he said. "Once the other students are out, I'll take you all back." Lin Moyu nodded and casually stepped to the side. Lu Yun returned to his seat. At this point, Everyone was staring at him, dying for an explanation. Old Lu, what was all that about? Why did that student come out so early? Is something wrong? He's not injured, is he? He came out alone. Where's the rest of his team? That kid is Lin Moyu, Lu Yun stated. He just completely cleared the beginner's dungeon, took down every single level 8 monster inside. Lu Yun's voice was deceptively calm, but his words hit everyone there like a lightning bolt. Before this, many of them thought a hidden class wasn't necessarily all that special, but now after witnessing Lin Moyu's performance, they were utterly convinced that the Necromancer class had already blown past every known rare class and could very well go toe-to-toe with a legendary tier class. This kid's got some serious potential, one of them mused. Looks like we won't have to worry about his future. If he actually manages to get into Xiajing Academy, well, they're going to have one heck of a headache on their hands. Xie Dongyang nodded in agreement. My Xia Xue has been fiercely competitive since she was a little girl. I'm afraid her pride is about to take a massive hit. Lin Moyu had a pretty good guess that he was the talk of the town, but honestly, he couldn't care less. At the moment, the number of skeleton warriors he could summon had reached 24, but his summoning space had expanded to a whopping 70 slots. It seemed like filling this entire roster was going to take him a hot minute. After Lin Mo, you spent a good while meditating to restore his mana. Xia Xue finally made her grand exit. As the principal predicted, she had successfully leveled up to 5. She had been under the glorious impression that she'd shattered the previous record for the newbie dungeon, which also meant she'd finally beaten Lin Moyu. So you can imagine her surprise when she stepped out of the dungeon gate only to see him chilling there in meditation, having already hit level 7. Just as Xia Dongyang had predicted earlier, her pride took a massive soul-crushing blow. Xia Dongyang waved his daughter over to their private car. Seeing the dark storm cloud hovering over her face, he asked, Xia Xue, are you in a rivalry with that kid with the hidden class? That guy is seriously terrifying. For 3 years straight, he's consistently been a step ahead of you. Do you need your old man here to help you out? I don't need it, Xia Xue said, her voice filled with fiery resolve. This is my battle to fight, and I absolutely refuse to lose to that blockhead for the rest of my life. Dongyang was no stranger to his daughter's fiercely competitive spirit, but he still had to break the news to Xia Xue about Lin Moyu clearing the dungeon in under 10 hours, and what's more, wiping out every single level 8 monster inside. The moment Xia Xue heard that, her expression turned thunderous. She had only just made it to the level 7 monster area, and hadn't even seen a single level 8 monster. On top of that, Lin Moyu had finished 2 hours before her. If there had been just a few more level 8 monsters, wouldn't that mean he would have shot straight up to level 8 right then and there? Right behind the esteemed Miss Xia was Gao Yang. The moment he was out of the dungeon, he literally threw himself at Lin Moyu's leg, clinging on for dear life, and began to shamelessly wail, saying, Moyu, my man, how the heck did you already hit level 7? Moyu, wait, no, I should be calling you Great God Lin. Can you please let me tag along and power level with you? I'm begging you, man. All right, next time for sure, Lin Moyu shot back. Hearing this, Gao Yang's face lit up like a Christmas tree, promising he'd be waiting at the school gate first thing in the morning. But surprise, surprise, the next day, Gao Yang waited, and there wasn't a single trace of Lin Moyu to be found. It wasn't until Principal Lu Yun gave him a little nudge that he found out our boy had already skipped town and was on his way to the outskirts of Xihai City. Gao Yang absolutely lost it. He threw his head back and screamed at the heavens. That scumbag Lin Moyu, you dare to ditch me, I challenge you to a duel. Yeah, good luck with that. You'd never win, Lu Yun advised with brutal honesty. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu was already at the Shengxia Empire's trading post. After a quick and successful identity check, he was granted full access to the facilities. Lin Moyu decided to browse for any quests that might be up his alley. Sifting through a sea of dinky quests with pathetic rewards, his eyes landed on something juicy, a level 14 combat power quest in the Xihai Mining Zone dungeon. The main objective, take out the dungeon boss. The payout was a sweet 10,000 gold, and if the dungeon boss was nightmare difficulty, or higher it would also drop a spirit stone. With a gold prize that high, this quest was probably going to be a real pain in the neck. You see, dungeon difficulties are ranked normal, nightmare, and hell. Nightmare difficulty is already several times tougher than normal. Without a solid party, it's pretty much a suicide mission. And as for hell difficulty, don't even think about it unless you're some kind of god-tier player. As ambitious as he was, even Lin Moyu knew this quest was way out of his league for the time being. With that in mind, Lin Moyu went over to report to the gate guard and state his business. The guard had never even heard of the Necromancer class before, and he had no clue what kind of academy would let a measly level 7 student wander outside the city walls. The guard couldn't help but offer some parting advice. Your city exit pass is officially active. From now on, you can come and go as you please, to any corner of the divine Xia Empire. But be warned, the outside world is crawling with monsters, so you'd better watch your back. Stay sharp, especially after sundown. If you run into trouble, I just turn tail and run. Staying alive is priority number 1. Thanks, I'll be careful, Lin Moyu replied, and with that he officially set foot outside the city for the first time. The world inside the walls and the world outside were like night and day, which just went to show that this city wall was no ordinary structure. He could even hear the roars of distant monsters, and the air was thick with the metallic tang of blood. Before long, Lin Moyu ran into his first monster, a level 10 goblin petrol. Compared to the mobs in the newbie dungeon, this thing was a whole different beast. But against his skeleton warrior, whose attributes had already reached 375, this goblin was a total pushover. With a single slash, his skeleton warrior took down the goblin. So this is all a level 10 monster amounts to, huh? Lin Moyu thought to himself. At this rate, he'd easily reach level 15 before the college entrance exams. And yet his sister Lin Mohan, who only had a regular rare class profession, had somehow managed to hit level 16 before her exams. Lin Moyu genuinely wondered how on earth she managed that. But one thing was for sure. He absolutely had to pass the entrance exam for Xiajing Academy and reunite with her. After the skeleton warrior wiped out an entire horde of goblins, Lin Moyu finally dinged level 10. His other attributes hadn't changed much, getting a standard 10-point increase with each level up. But the real jackpot was that his spirit power had finally reached 300 points. Rumor had it that your attributes get a massive growth spurt after level 10. As a Necromancer, Lin Moyu's biggest change was always going to be his spirit power, but he never expected it to skyrocket this fast. His innate talent skill got stronger too. The skeleton warriors had finally leveled up to bronze rank. Now their power was just completely overwhelming. All of their stats had shot up to 1,500 points. And what's more, they even unlocked their own unique skill, a Berserk Strike, that deals 200% damage to a target. The cooldown, a mere 10 minutes. Lin Moyu was feeling incredibly confident. It seemed that with his new bronze-rank skeleton warriors, he could pretty much strut through this entire area like he owned the place. But that right there was Lin Moyu's biggest problem. Because in just a short amount of time, every single monster in the vicinity had been wiped out by him. Just as he was wondering where to go to find more mobs, Lin Moyu was suddenly attacked. The system automatically transferred the damage to his skeleton warrior, saving his skin yet again. Then Lin Moyu spotted another player. At first, he thought this was the guy who attacked him, but something felt off, because this person was clearly an assassin class, while the one who just shot at him was most likely an archer. Right after, this stranger zipped past him. Lin Moyu saw 2 other players hot on his tail, and wouldn't you know it, one of them was an archer. Bingo, these were the guys. By the looks of it, these 2 were chasing that assassin, but at this rate they were never going to catch him. And Lin Moyu, having been dragged into this mess for absolutely no reason, was a little ticked off. This kid looks kinda shifty, and that assassin already got away. The 2 strangers muttered to each other about him. Then the archer yelled over to Lin Moyu, "Hey kiddo, did you see an assassin in all black run past here?" Seeing that Lin Moyu was younger than them, they figured they could push him around. They never expected him to answer with a stone-cold death glare. "Your arrow hit me, apologize." Yeah, sorry about that." The archer replied without a single shred of sincerity in his voice. It was only then that the guy noticed that his arrow had hit Lin Moyu, but the kid was completely unscathed. Don't do that again, Lin Moyu shot back with the exact same line, completely oblivious to the fact that the other guy was in a terrible mood. Then these two geniuses finally clued in on the fact that Lin Moyu could summon skeleton warriors. In their tiny little minds, only some disgusting potential criminal with a twisted, dark soul could possibly awaken and summon such undead monsters. So, naturally, they immediately decided that Lin Moyu couldn't be a good guy either. But since they were outside the city walls, with dangers lurking everywhere, they weren't stupid enough to pick a fight with him. And with that, they took off. Lin Moyu watched the two of them leave, and just let out a cold snort. He figured they got off lucky. If they had actually dared to make a move, he would have paid them back 100-fold. With that little interruption over, Lin Moyu got right back to his glorious career of leveling up. There was just one problem: the experience points he was getting now were way too low. After level 10, the EXP requirement to level up tripled. By his calculations, he'd need to wipe out 5,000 goblins just to gain a single level. And even with his tireless skeleton warriors blitzing their way through everything, Lin Moyu wasn't even sure if he could hit level 11 by tonight. Since time was of the essence, he decided not to return to the inner city for the night. And yeah, countless people had warned him that staying outside at night was incredibly dangerous. But if he wanted to get into Xiajing Academy, he had no choice but to work many times harder than anyone else. At his current leveling speed, he might hit level 13 tomorrow. But whether he could reach level 15 the day after was still up in the air. And once he hit level 15, the leveling speed would plummet even more. On top of that, Moyu was going to lose a whole day just traveling back for the college entrance exams. When you factored everything in, the absolute highest level he could possibly reach was 16. The more Lin Moyu crunched the numbers, the less any of it made sense. He had absolutely no idea how his sister managed to hit level 16 last year. Sure, she was a legendary class blade dancer, but there was no way her leveling speed could possibly outpace his. The deeper Lin Moyu thought about it, the more he felt like he was missing a huge piece of the puzzle. And that's when it hit him: the dungeon at the Xihai mining area. Could it be that his sister teamed up with some other players last year to farm a massive amount of experience in the nightmare level dungeon? That would explain that one time Lin Mohan came home looking like she'd been put through a meat grinder. At that thought, Lin Moyu's fists clenched unconsciously. He had a gut feeling that his train of thought was on the right track, so he decided he would head to the Xihai mining area tomorrow to check it out. As night fell, only a single skeleton warrior stood guard beside the meditating Lin Moyu. The rest of his bony crew were still out in the forest, diligently grinding away at monsters. Suddenly, the unmistakable crack of a dry twig snapping underfoot echoed through the clearing. Lin Moyu's eyes shot open instantly on high alert. Not many people came out here to grind levels in the dead of night like him. So was this person hopelessly lost, or were they here with a vendetta? However, Lin Moyu quickly realized the newcomer was none other than the female assassin he'd run into that morning. Turns out the girl was just so hungry she'd actively sought him out to beg for some food. Being the kind soul he was, Lin Moyu handed her a sweet potato. She took it with a smile, then proceeded to devour it like she hadn't eaten in days. Seeing her practically choke on it, Lin Moyu offered her a bottle of water too. And what do you know, she chugged it down like a woman who'd just crawled out of a desert. Seriously, who knew how long it had been since she'd had anything to eat or drink? After demolishing that sweet potato, she finally asked for his name. Lin Moyu, who was never much of a talker to begin with, didn't reply. But that didn't seem to discourage the girl in the slightest. You don't like to talk, huh? All right, how about this? We both use our appraisal skills on each other. After thinking it over for a second, Lin Moyu agreed and stuck out a finger. The appraisal skill activated between them. But on Lin Moyu's end, it was a total bust. He couldn't see a single scrap of information about her, while the girl just flashed him a wicked little grin. You got nothing, didn't you? She, on the other hand, had basically downloaded all of Lin Moyu's key stats. The only thing was his Necromancer class was completely bizarre. She'd never even heard of such a thing. But after sneaking a few peeks, the girl had already spotted the skeleton hanging out by his side, and guessed it had to be one of Lin Moyu's summoned creatures. The ability to summon the undead is crazy rare, which means your class is anything but ordinary. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Don't tell me you're actually mute or something. You really don't look the type. The girl just kept chattering away, just like that loudmouthed blonde kid Gao Yang. After a moment, Lin Moyu finally managed to force out a single word. Why? And for some reason that one little word made the girl absolutely ecstatic. Oh, so you can talk after all. Why? Lin Moyu repeated deadpan. You want to know why the appraisal skill failed, right? Well, it's because of this. With that, she pulled out a badge, explaining that it was a shield badge. As long as she had it on her, anyone who was 10 levels or more below her couldn't use appraisal skills on her. Then she deliberately made the badge vanish and told Lin Moyu to try his appraisal skill on her again. This time it actually worked. Her name was Ning Yi, a level 19 knight assassin. But just as the two of them were chatting, the skeleton warrior spotted a few more uninvited guests approaching. It was the very same group of idiots who had mistakenly attacked him that morning. Great, they've multiplied. Now there are 3 of them. Ning Yi frowned, getting to her feet. These guys are seriously persistent. Isn't it just one measly intermediate skill scroll? They've been chasing me for days and still haven't given up. Then she turned to Lin Moyu and said, I've gotta run. I'll catch you later if I get the chance, all right. But before she could even take a step, an arrow came whistling viciously towards them. Instantly, a red glow appeared above both their heads. Ning Yi recognized it immediately, a marking arrow. It was an archer's anti-stealth skill. This skill marks a target, making them easier to spot, and more importantly, preventing them from entering stealth mode. It's specifically designed to counter assassins, with stealth abilities and certain monsters that can go invisible. Looks like they came prepared this time. You're not getting away this time. I knew you two were partners in crime. A sneaky little assassin, shifty as a rat, teaming up with a gloomy evil undead summoner. Truly a match made in heaven. And here Lin Moyu was just this morning thinking he was lucky they hadn't made a move on him yet. Guess he'll have to eat those words. Especially since that damn archer had already shot at him twice for no reason at all. But not wanting to drag an innocent person into his mess. He spoke up, she has nothing to do with this. I'll give you the skill scroll. We can all go our separate ways. Just leave an innocent person out of it. But the archer flat out refused. He sneered that if she had made that offer a day sooner, they might have agreed. But now, they've decided the only truly safe option is to take her life. After all, dead, women tell no tales. That way, no one will ever know they're the ones who got their hands on this intermediate skill scroll. Seeing that negotiations had failed, Ning Yi whispered to Lin Moyu, telling him to run first, while she would stay behind to hold off the enemy. Because in her eyes, Lin Moyu was just a measly level 10 professional, and there was no way she was letting him get dragged down with her. What about you? Lin Moyu shot back. I'm a knight assassin. The night is my playground. I've got my own ways of getting out of here. Ning Yi replied with a cheeky grin. And even though she looked totally carefree, Lin Moyu knew she was full of it, just putting on a brave face for him. I mean, if Ning Yi could actually take these guys on, she wouldn't have been running for her life in broad daylight. The enemy was obviously stronger. Not to mention there were 3 of them, and Ning Yi had already been hit with some kind of tracking skill that made her stealth ability completely useless. The longer we wait, the more can go wrong. Quit wasting time and attack. The enemy archer barked at his teammates. Right on cue, the team's mage raised his staff high. He cast an illumination spell, blasting away the shadows in a wide radius. This move didn't just boost his own spell accuracy, it was also a hard counter to any assassin's stealth skill. Ning Yi gritted her teeth. Things were going from bad to worse for her fast. But with her back against the wall, all she could do was prepare for a desperate fight. Just then, all 3 enemies moved into position, ready to attack from 3 different sides. But Lin Moyu didn't even flinch. Instead, he casually summoned a brand new skeleton warrior. To these goons, His undead summon was just plain disgusting. The group's mage decided to use a fireball, spell a level 20 skill, and blast the kid into smithereens. Without a second thought, Ning Yi grabbed Lin Moyu's arm, trying to yank him out of there. But that's when she realized something awful. Her feet were completely bound by some kind of psychic thread the enemy had cast on her without her noticing. At that exact moment, the archer across from them unleashed a triple shot with 3 times the normal attack power. Ning Yi's eyes flew open in horror. A fireball was racing towards her back, and 3 deadly arrows were flying at her from the front. Trapped in this pincer attack, she knew there was no way out. Acting on pure instinct, Ning Yi immediately shoved Lin Moyu aside. She was going to take the full force of both attacks all by herself. But what she never, ever saw coming was the skeleton warrior he'd summoned effortlessly, blocking the attacks from both directions. Then, they launched a ferocious counterattack. And just like that, the tables turned, leaving those thugs shaking in their boots. How is this even possible? Their appraisal skill clearly showed this kid was just a measly level 10 necromancer. Meanwhile, they were all seasoned professionals, over level 20, and they couldn't even take him down. In fact, his summons just completely shut down their attacks. That's when they finally got the bright idea to appraise those skeleton warriors and were horrified to realize their stats were completely off the charts. Yeah, it was becoming pretty clear who the real predator was here. To really hammer the point home and drive them into a corner, Lin Moyu summoned all of his skeleton warriors, forming an entire army that completely surrounded his foes. Ning Yi could only stare, her mouth hanging wide open in utter disbelief. Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors looked like a bunch of raggedy, falling apart messes, but they were absurdly powerful. There was no way these were the summons of a simple level 10 mage, because even the skills from a level 20 archer and mage couldn't put a single scratch on them, not even one. On top of that, there were just so many of them. It made absolutely no sense considering the kind of mana a normal summoner should have. At that moment, Lin Moyu stood with his eyes shut tight. His silence only made the 3 goons even more nervous. And then as Lin Moyu's eyes snapped open, he commanded all 44 of his skeleton warriors to charge as one. This was it. There was no escape for the 3 of them now. The first target on their list was that level 21 mage, and he scrambled to throw up a protective barrier, but it was completely useless. Because all it took for Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors was a gentle tap of their weapons to shatter that flimsy shield into a million pieces. Even though the guy was still flailing around trying to counterattack, there was no escaping his fate. He was unceremoniously cleaved in 2 by a skeleton warrior's sword. Next on the chopping block was that archer. His agility stat was supposedly a whopping 1,500 points. But as he tried to book it, he was still hunted down by Lin Moyu's summons like it was nothing. The situation got even stickier when he realized there was nowhere left to run. And when he saw his buddy get absolutely deleted in just a few seconds, his brain went into full-on panic mode. In the end, he went to join his friend in the afterlife. The one who actually managed to surprise Lin Moyu was the only knight in the group. Turns out he could activate an ultimate defense skill. This is one of the core must-have skills for any knight worth their salt. For a short period, their defense stat goes through the roof. A level 20 knight using this skill could tank hits from a level 40 mage, believe it or not. A knight who has ultimate defense and a knight who doesn't, well, it's like they're 2 completely different classes. The power gap is just that massive. However, there was a little problem. His fancy skill couldn't last forever, while Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors were sticking to him like a bad rash. Right. About now, the regret was starting to set in. If he'd known it was going to be like this, he never would have shown up. Kicking the bucket for a single mid-tier skill scroll, so not worth it. Now it was Lin Moyu's turn to activate a skill of his own. He wasn't about to let anyone get away. If you're going to take out the trash, you take it all out. One of his skeleton warriors immediately unleashed its personal skill, Raging Fist, dealing 200% damage to the target. At this point, the strength stat of his skeleton soldiers was already at 1,500 points. You add that personal skill on top, and suddenly that's a 3,000 point hit. So that knight's fancy pants ultimate defense skill, it's supposed to last a full minute. But the more of a beating it takes, the faster the timer runs out. And right now, my man is running on fumes. The very instant his protective bubble pops, he gets absolutely swarmed by Lin Moyu's legion of skeleton warriors. You might wonder why our boy is so merciless. Well, he's just following a little piece of advice from his big sister. Either don't start a fight, or if you do, don't even think about holding back. Ning Yi, watching all this, is completely shook. The three so-called professionals who made his life a living hell for days just got utterly dismantled by Lin Moyu in less than 60 seconds. The kid is frozen to the spot, not daring to twitch a single muscle. See, when these guys kick the bucket, everything in their private storage dimension just spills out. Loot drop. Lin Moyu casually strolls over, ready to see if these chumps had anything even remotely useful. The first thing he spots is a bronze tier Kimin staff. It adds 20 points to spirit. Juices up mage skills by 5%, and you can equip it once you hit level 18. Up next is a bronze tier Kimin battle bow, which gives a plus 20 to agility, and can boost the power of your archery skills by 5%, also a level 18 goodie. And what do we have here? A matching Kimin shield, same bronze tier. It adds 20 points to constitution, and can crank up the effectiveness of your defensive skills by 5%. Level requirement, as you guessed it, the same. And last but not least, the Kimin sword. It gives plus 10 to strength and plus 10 to constitution, with a nice little 5% damage buff to physical attack skills. A light bulb goes off in Ning Yi's head. He recognizes this stuff. It's all loot drops from the Kimin Orc Legion dungeon. That's a level 20 instance located just outside Shanghai City. Looks like that trio of bullies spent a lot of time grinding that area. Now, even though these 4 pieces of gear are completely useless to a powerhouse like Lin Moyu, he scoops them all up anyway. Every little bit helps when you're trying to make some coin. After that, he discovered another beginner skill scroll. This little thing was actually quite valuable. Selling it could fetch a cool 10,000 gold coins. So Lin Moyu was a bit torn on whether to sell it or use it. You haven't gotten a beginner scroll yet, have you? In that case, you should totally use it. Sure, there's a chance you'll get a skill you already have. But you could also hit the jackpot and learn something new. Ning Yi chimed in enthusiastically. That skill scroll is just a beginner one, it's not worth that much. You're not actually thinking of selling it, are you? Are you that desperate for cash? Seeing how she didn't bat an eye at 10,000 gold coins, Lin Moyu figured her family background must be something else entirely. He turned back and asked Ning Yi how to use it. She said it was super simple. All you have to do is hold the scroll tight, and then say the word use out loud. Lin Moyu did exactly as she said, but absolutely nothing happened. The atmosphere fell silent for about 5 seconds, before being shattered by Ning Yi's crisp, clear laughter. Oh, silly, that's not how you do it. You didn't say it loud enough, you have to shout it for it to work. Lin Moyu looked at her mischievous grin, and immediately knew she was messing with him. He also pieced together that he probably needed to use his mental energy to activate the scroll. He immediately channeled his mental energy into it. The disappointment on Ning Yi's face was palpable. Aw, how'd you figure it out so fast? My prank was a total flop. And just like that, Lin Moyu indeed learned a new skill called Corpse Explosion. Using it would allow him to detonate a corpse, dealing 10% damage to enemies within a 1-meter radius. Getting a brand new skill. Yeah, this scroll was definitely not a bad deal. After all, in the eyes of a necromancer, even a corpse has its own kind of life. Although the skill seemed pretty weak on its own, once you factored in his unique talent, its enhanced damage could reach a radius of 10 meters. And as long as there's a corpse, can be detonated to continue dealing damage to surrounding enemies. Now that is a useful AoE skill. In anyone else's hands, this would just be a run-of-the-mill skill. But because of Lin Moyu's unique talent, pretty much every skill he gets becomes god tier. So did you learn the new skill yet? Ning Yi chirped from the side. Learned it. Lin Moyu answered curtly. You know, your voice is actually really nice. Why don't you like to talk more, such a waste? She was still giggling away, completely unfazed by Lin Moyu's whole silent and brooding act. He, on the other hand, realized this girl wasn't quite like the other female students at his school, so he broke character and actually complimented her. Your voice is nice too. Heh, thanks, I know my voice is nice. Ning Yi looked absolutely delighted. Then, to thank him for saving her life, Ning Yi offered him a gift. None other than the intermediate skill scroll, the very item that had those thugs chasing her for days on end. This thing could awaken skills from level 40 to level 70. On the auction house, it could fetch up to 1 million gold coins, 100 times the price of a beginner scroll. This thing was insanely valuable. The entire reason Ning Yi was being hunted down for days. And now she was just handing it over to him. Lin Moyu did his best to hide his shock and suspicion. Ning Yi, as if reading his mind, took the initiative to explain. She said that she'd gotten lucky and discovered a treasure chest in the K-Men, Orc Legion's camp in Xihai City. These chests appear at random, so only the truly lucky ever find them. She opened it and found this intermediate skill scroll, but unfortunately those lowlifes saw her do it. Ning Yi immediately booked it, but they chased her down dead set on stealing her prize. And even though it wasn't a priceless artifact to her, there was no way. She was just gonna hand over something she worked so hard to get right. And that's why she was running for her life when those goons were on her tail. Turns out she'd been on the run for days, hoofing it all the way from Xihai City to Xihai City. She griped that those guys were as annoying and persistent as a swarm of gnats. Hearing her recount this whole life-threatening ordeal, with such a nonchalant deadpan tone, Lin Moyu couldn't help but cut in. You almost died back there. He said, to which she replied, oh, don't worry, I can't actually die. If I get hit in a vital spot, I just get automatically teleported away. But still, thanks for the help, she added. Otherwise, even if I didn't bite the dust, I would have gotten seriously messed up. As she said this, Ning Yi suddenly curled up and started shivering. She confessed that the one thing she's truly afraid of isn't death, it's pain. Lin Moyu let out a heavy sigh. Looks like all his worrying was for nothing. From the way she talked, Ning Yi was clearly the young lady of some super rich family, so loaded with life-saving treasures that she was basically unkillable. I just gave you that intermediate skill scroll. You got any food? I think I might actually starve to death, Ning Yi pleaded, and so Lin Moyu handed her another sweet potato. After that, the two of them began to chat more comfortably. When Ning Yi saw he was only level 10 but was already grinding in this high-level area, she guessed that Lin Moyu hadn't taken his university entrance exams yet. So what school are you aiming for? She asked. Xiajing Academy, Lin Moyu answered. Ning Yi nodded, saying that was an excellent choice. Besides, with Lin Moyu's skills, she felt he could get into any school he wanted without breaking a sweat. I mean, since when have you ever seen a level 10 player easily take on level 20 professionals? And it was a 1 versus 3 fight, no less. She figured if a guy like him couldn't get into Xiajing Academy, then it was pretty much impossible for anyone else. Then Ning Yi gave Lin Moyu a little tip. When he gets to Xiajing Academy, he absolutely has to take on their Divine Tower challenge, because your very first attempt dishes out double the rewards. The higher the floor, you can fight your way to the better. That way you'll earn a ton of merit points. And at Xiajing Academy, those points are way more useful than actual money. Besides that, Xiajing Academy also has the Divine Light Academy inside it. If you ever get a chance to get in, you absolutely have to take it. Ning Yixuan chattered on for so long she eventually just dozed off. Lin Moyu draped a jacket over her and then entered a state of meditation to restore his own spirit power. The next morning, the moment Ning Yi woke up, she was already demanding sweet potatoes. Then Moyu gave her a whole bunch, but she still complained it wasn't enough. More, come on, can't you just give me a little more? A real man's gotta be generous, you know. Now hand him over. I'm really all out, Lin Moyu said with a shrug, feeling utterly helpless against someone for the very first time. Ning Yi just flashed a brilliant smile, clutching her pile of sweet potatoes and declaring that she was off to level up too. If fate willed it, the two of them would meet again. You better level up fast too, so you can carry me on my runs later. Ning Yi tossed that line over her shoulder and then bolted. Lin Moyu watched her go, not even getting the chance to say a proper goodbye. What a strange girl. Now that he was finally alone, he could test out the new corpse explosion skill he'd learned yesterday. And his test subjects, of course, were the three unlucky class users who had the genius idea of picking a fight with him. The moment Lin Moyu activated the skill, a massive explosion erupted, just as he'd predicted. After being boosted by his innate talent skill, the explosion's range was significantly larger, and it was a 360-degree blast with no blind spots. It was basically the perfect god-tier skill for destroying all the evidence. With his current arsenal, Lin Moyu was feeling a lot more confident and decided to head to the West Sea Mines dungeon to farm some experience points. To upgrade a skeleton warrior from Black Iron, rank to bronze rank, it took 70 points of spirit power just to summon a single one, but his spirit power currently caps out at a measly 300. Yesterday, Lin Moyu pulled an all-nighter meditating just to recover, and he only managed to summon 4 more skeletons. This brought the grand total of his skeleton warrior army to 48. And this is, while his summoning space has a whopping 100 slots. But Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry. He was confident that sooner or later, he'd fill up every single one of those summoning slots. Lin Moyu marched on, and finally laid eyes on the entrance to the Xihai Mine dungeon. The place was already swarming with other professionals. They were all scrambling to find teammates, and most of them were tackling the normal difficulty except for one gutsy party challenging the nightmare level. Lin Moyu walked up all by his lonesome, and the difficulty board only showed 2 choices, normal and nightmare. Even though there was no hell difficulty, the normal mode already featured elite monsters, which were several times stronger than the riff-raff you'd find outside. In nightmare difficulty, you were dealing with enhanced elites, which cranked the challenge up to a whole new level. Normally, a normal run required a warrior, a mage, and a healer making up a 3-person team. A nightmare run that required at least 5 people rocking a 2 support, 2 offense lineup. Just then, some random professional walked up and tried to use an inspection skill on Lin Moyu. It seemed like he was on the hunt for a summoner. Little did he know Lin Moyu was wearing that shielding badge Ning Yi had given him. So the guy's inspection skill completely failed. On top of that, the seriously intimidating skeleton warrior standing beside him nearly gave the poor guy a heart attack. Because of this, the dude immediately came to the conclusion that Lin Moyu was the real deal. So his party promptly invited our boy to join them on their dungeon run. After all, they were short one main damage dealer. And what's more, this was an elite team taking on nightmare difficulty. They promised that if any gear dropped, everyone would get an equal share. But Lin Moyu shot them down flat. Instead, he decided to take a crack at the nightmare difficulty all by his lonesome. Lin Moyu strolled through the entrance gate, quick as a flash, leaving every other professional there absolutely gobsmacked. No way is that dude seriously trying to run this solo. Talk about arrogant. My buddy just tried to inspect him and got zilch. Couldn't see a thing. I wonder what level he is or what his class is. Whatever. Let's just wait and see if he even makes it out alive. For all we know, he might look all dark and broody, but he's probably as tough as a wet noodle. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu had already stepped inside the dungeon. The overwhelming stench of blood was enough to make him gag. He found himself standing inside a protective circle, figuring out pretty quickly that stepping outside this little bubble meant getting mobbed by monsters. Not too far off, he spotted a Mind Guardian Goblin, a level 14 enhanced elite monster. This bad boy was packing 800 points in strength, 400 in agility, 200 in spirit, and a whopping 1,000 in constitution. It also came with a handy stun attack. No wonder they called it an enhanced elite. Its stats were leagues above your average run-of-the-mill mob. Its strength and constitution were through the roof, which meant both its attack and defense were absolutely insane. For your average professional, trying to clear this nightmare dungeon without a team would be a straight-up suicide mission. But Lin Moyu was a different breed. Sure, the stats on that souped-up goblin were high, but they were still a joke compared to his skeleton warriors. And so, Lin Moyu summoned his entire skeletal entourage ready for a throwdown. The moment he stepped out of that safety circle, all hell broke loose. But the thing that truly blew Lin Moyu's mind was that after taking down the very first Mind Guardian Goblin, he banked a staggering 4,200 experience points. That number was a whopping 10 times higher than a normal monster of the same level. In other words, killing one monster in here was the equivalent of killing 10 on the outside. Lin Moyu immediately kicked things into high gear. It only took him about 2 seconds to take down a single monster, which meant his leveling speed was about to go through the roof. Yeah, coming here was definitely the right call. He immediately ordered his skeleton warriors to spread out into every nook and cranny, making sure every single path was covered so he could rake in as much experience as possible. He only kept a single one by his side to help transfer damage when needed. After 5 minutes, Lin Moyu hit level 11, but he was still complaining that this pace was too slow. The upside was that after leveling up, his spirit would be completely restored, allowing Lin Moyu to summon 4 more skeleton warriors. After breaking past level 10, the stat growths became much larger. Before each level up would increase his constitution, strength and agility by 10 points each. Now that had jumped to 20 points, and his spirit got a massive 100-point boost. Lin Moyu did some quick mental math. As his level continued to rise, the stat bonus from his talent skill would become more and more ridiculous. His skeleton warrior's attribute values had already hit 1,700. But there was one thing that was bugging him. It was the fact that all of his skills were leveling up, all except for the corpse explosion he had just learned, which was stubbornly stuck at level 1. Ugh, if only Ning Yi were here, she'd probably know what was going on. Lin Moyu let out a heavy sigh, suddenly wondering where that strange girl was right now. Just then, he received a notification that the current area had been completely cleared. At the same time, his experience bar for level 11 had jumped to 32.22%. Immediately after the Mind Wolf King, a level 15 elite boss appeared. Its stats were 2,000 for strength and agility, 1,000 spirit, 2,500 constitution, along with its beast's roar skill. Holy cow. Even the stats of a regular area boss were already this high. Looks like the stats on this final dungeon boss are going to be pretty beefy. But even though its stats were higher than Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors, it's a real shame that at the end of the day it was still just one dude. Our boy wasn't even breaking a sweat. His entire army of skeletons charged forward, and the Mind Wolf King immediately used its beast roar skill to send them flying. With their high constitution, the skeleton warriors could just barely tank the damage from the Wolf King. Without missing a beat, Lin Moyu ordered them to retaliate. With their personal skill Violent Strike, it turns out the bigger the enemy, the bigger the advantage for his legion of skeleton warriors. The Mind Wolf King unleashed its beast roar once again, but Lin Moyu sized it up and realized the attack power was pretty mediocre. The knockback effect, however, wasn't half bad. Still, it was crystal clear who had the upper hand here. What he didn't expect, though, was for the Mind Wolf King to suddenly turn tail and run for it. His skeleton warriors were about to chase it right into that cave. But Lin Moyu sensed that something was off. He ordered his entire army to fall back from the very cave the Mind Wolf King had just fled into. A whole pack of level 14 ferocious mind wolves appeared. Their stats were 600 points in strength and agility, 200 in spirit, and a whopping 1,000 in constitution, and they all came with the personal skill Rend. While their individual stats weren't that great, their numbers were insane. There were at least over 100 of them. For any normal professional, even a 5-man party would have absolutely no way of dealing with this many ferocious mind wolves. But Lin Moyu, he's a necromancer. To him, this was just a giant walking pile of experience points. The second Lin Moyu gave the command, his army charged forward once more. And this time Lin Moyu was ready to combo it with his brand new skill Corpse Explosion. After getting a boost from his special talent, the damage from Corpse Explosion was converted into 100% life force damage against the wolves, which basically meant it was a one-shot kill. With just a single explosion, Lin Moyu had wiped out who knows how many wolves. Clearing out this wolf pack happened in the blink of an eye. After all its minions were wiped out, the Wolf King was forced to show its face again. But by this point, the poor thing was already on its last legs. completely unable to take any more of a beating. I think we all know how that ended. But what really ticked Lin Moyu off was that this so-called king was only worth a measly 15,000 experience points, which was the same as just 5 of the regular wolves. What a ripoff. On the bright side, his luck wasn't all bad since the loot it dropped was actually worthwhile. He got a Wolf King's Fang and a low-grade monster crystal. What an... Moyu stared down the deep, dark path ahead of him. He figured if he just kept pushing forward and clearing this path, he'd probably meet the final boss soon enough. In fact, Lin Moyu was already planning to try soloing a Hell Mode dungeon after this. He was positive he could rake in way more experience points that way. As they ventured deeper inside, they stumbled upon level 15 elite goblins, and killing one of them earned him a cool 4,500 EXP. The Skeleton Legion's monster farming speed had slowed down, but just barely. In this dungeon run, Lin Moyu managed to gain a whole level in just over 1 hour. With this kind of efficiency, forget level 16. Hitting level 18 or 19 after a few more runs was totally possible. Sis, we'll be seeing each other again real soon, Lin Moyu thought to himself. After wiping out all the elite goblins, Lin Moyu finally met the Goblin King, a level 16 leader class monster. Its strength was at 3,000. Its agility and spirit were at 1,500 and its constitution was also 3,000. This big guy had 2 personal skills, sweeping fire breath and knockback. Lin Moyu predicted that just by taking this thing down, he'd be on his way to level 12. But hey, this thing wasn't a boss for no reason. Its stats, especially its strength and constitution, were leagues above his skeleton warriors. The Goblin King, having been rudely awakened, was absolutely livid. It immediately launched a ferocious attack straight at Lin Moyu. But thanks to his damage transfer skill, he didn't even get a scratch. However, the poor skeleton warrior that had to take the hit, for him, well, it instantly shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. And just like that, Lin Moyu's army count dropped from 56 to 54. The Goblin King actually managed to use a single blow to obliterate 2 of his skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu quickly pinpointed the problem. His own stats were pathetically weak, with his constitution sitting at a measly 120 points, compared to the Goblin King's whopping 3,000 strength points. His defensive barrier was about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. That meant the damage getting dumped onto his skeleton warriors was of course way more devastating. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh in frustration when he realized that he himself was the squishiest, weakest link in his own army. Looks like I seriously need to hit the gym from now on, he grumbled. After a quick assessment, Lin Moyu figured his skeleton warriors couldn't exactly go toe-to-toe with the boss in a fistfight. But hey, he had an entire legion of bony boys and the boss was flying solo. So as for who would win this fight, well, the jury was still out. Although let's be real, Lin Moyu was pretty damn sure he wasn't going to lose. Moyu smirked, watching his plan unfold perfectly. Keep this up, he thought, and this overgrown toad is going to get swarmed to death by my bone brigade. With that, he summoned even more skeleton soldiers to join the fray. Suddenly, the monstrous shadow leaped into the air. The Goblin King unleashed a massive shockwave. Moyu couldn't help but notice that this shockwave packed way more of a punch than the Wolf King's howl ever did. It opened its gaping maw and roared, unleashing a literal firestorm. Stamina 259 out of 1,700. Without a second thought, he immediately recalled his army back into the summoning dimension. He immediately started thinking of a way to interrupt its attack. The Goblin King opened its massive jaw and spat out scorching hot flames to counter the blue fire Moyu had unleashed. Spirit Flame, mental power -40. The system notifications just kept on coming. Spirit Flame. Each hit sent the beast reeling, forcing it to cover its face and scream in agony. He thought to himself, my mental power is running on fumes. I've got to use this chance to finish it off and throw in a berserk strike for good measure. Seeing the Goblin King's agonized expression, Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, this should do it. And right on cue, a glorious kill notification for the Goblin King popped up. Experience plus 40,000. Obtained bronze tier weapon Goblin Dagger. Obtained bronze tier armor. Robe of Knowledge, obtained Goblin King's Core. He was ecstatic. Finally level 12. Man, keeping that spirit flame active completely wiped out my mental power. Good thing leveling up gives you a full restore. Now I'll just check out my loot and get the heck out of this dungeon. Moyu was a little concerned. Even though a Necromancer is technically a type of mage, my skills are nothing like a normal mage's. If my skills don't have a cooldown, then this robe is pretty much useless to me. Still plus 10 to spirit and stamina is not bad. At the same time, the system registered the Robe of Knowledge. Bronze tier armor. Spirit plus 10 stamina plus 10 reduces a mage's skill. Cooldown time by 5%, usable after level 12. He picked up the orange core in his hand. A core like this could probably fetch 10,000 gold coins at the auction house, making it way more valuable than the other two pieces of gear combined. Not a bad haul for this dungeon run. Moyu started planning his next move. After leveling up, his mental power was fully restored, which meant he could summon 4 skeleton soldiers again. According to the system info he received, summoning a level 12 skeleton soldier would cost him 110 mental power. Summoning space 60 out of 110, skeleton soldiers 60, spirit power 510. He thought to himself, all right, time to head out. Then Moyu calmly called for the teleportation. Everyone outside was completely floored by the sight. He's out, I can't believe he actually made it out alive. Hey you guys, look at his gear. Doesn't that look like the Robe of Wisdom? Wait, you don't think he actually soloed the entire dungeon, do you? It is, that's definitely the Robe of Wisdom. This is insane. He looks so young. Who would have thought he's a top-tier player capable of soloing a dungeon? Moyu coldly walked right past the gawking crowd. His mind was already on the dungeons. 12-hour cooldown. The experience from grinding on field monsters is just pathetic. Killing a dozen of them doesn't even match one monster from the dungeon. I'll just have to wait for the dungeon to open again, he thought. This afternoon break is the perfect time to meditate and recover some of my spirit power. He found a secluded spot to reflect. This dungeon run didn't just help me find my biggest weakness. It also helped me understand the true range of my skills. He recalled the fight he'd just had, mulling it over in his mind. Corpse Explosion is incredibly effective. It's truly an unparalleled AoE skill. And Soul Flame, not only can it interrupt an enemy's skill casting, but its defense-ignoring spirit attack is absurdly strong. Even a nightmare-level boss would struggle to take a hit from that. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had passed. A somewhat somber look crossed Moyu's face as he mused. My spirit power is almost fully restored. I can summon 4 skeleton soldiers again. Moyu slowly made his way down the mountain. Those guys who hang around in the wilds all the time. They're actually pretty experienced and always seem to be well prepared. As he was walking, an image of her suddenly flashed through his mind. A faint smile played on his lips as he thought, that girl? But his train of thought was abruptly cut short. Moyu stared in confusion at the scene up ahead, wondering what in the world is going on. The deafening sound of a heated argument filled the air. Your dynasty guild is way too damn arrogant. What gives you the right to stop us from entering the dungeon? Yeah, on what grounds? This dungeon doesn't belong to your dynasty guild. It's not like you guys own the place. Us going in won't affect you in the slightest. Gripping his weapon, Zhaoji cut them off. Our young guild master is currently completing a quest inside the dungeon. A very important quest. Until he is finished, none of you are allowed to enter. Hearing this, the crowd absolutely erupted. On what grounds? You guys from the Dynasty Guild are a bunch of tyrants? Well, when words fail, violence speaks. Zhaoji didn't waste any more breath and launched an attack on them. He raised his weapon and brought it down with devastating force. Crack. The attack slammed into a guy standing nearby, sending him flying. The man standing next to the victim stammered in absolute horror. He's dead. How could you just kill someone like that? Zuomei just shrugged indifferently. So what if we killed this pathetic weakling? A man with hollow cheeks and a sneer on his face added, if you've got the guts, come to the Dynasty Guild for revenge. We'll be waiting for you any time. At this display, all they could do was stammer, you people. Moyu, ever the curious one, asked, "What's going on here?" He thought to himself, "Looks like some big shot is trying to hog a whole dungeon for himself." A guy with his hair tied back explained, "It's like this, the Dynasty Guild is after a goblin core. The drop rate for that thing is ridiculously low, and it only has a small chance of appearing in the nightmare difficulty version of this dungeon. On top of that, it only drops once every 100 days. Today just so happens to be exactly 100 days since the last drop, so of course they're pulling out all the stops. Right now their young guildmaster is inside doing the quest, and they won't let any of us in." According to the guy with the tied-up hair, the quest on the public exchange board was actually posted by the Dynasty Guild themselves. It's just that no one's ever been strong enough to complete it. It's absolutely ridiculous. A goblin core is worth at least 30,000 gold coins, but they're trying to buy it for a measly 10,000. Only a complete moron would sell it to them for that price. Hearing all this, Moyu, he recalled the item he'd just snagged from the dungeon and thought to himself, "Wait a second, is this some kind of crazy coincidence?" Moyu asked, "So what's the big deal with this essence core?" The dude with the man bun was more than happy to explain. The Goblin King's essence core can be crafted by an alchemist. Stay into the legendary Goblin King's ring. It gives a plus 10 boost to all stats, raises every single one of your skills by a whole level, and you can equip it at level 15. It's basically known as the most overpowered accessory for anyone under level 40. And right on cue, an info panel for the ring appeared. Goblin King's rings, all attributes plus 10, all skills plus 1 level. Required level 15. Moyu glanced at the stats thinking, damn, those attributes are insane. Yeah, it was pretty nuts. For a newbie player, an item like this was practically a divine gift from the gods. The man bun dude wasn't done dishing out the hot gossip. "I heard the young master of the Dynasty Guild is trying to get into the prestigious Xiajing Academy, so he's absolutely desperate to get his hands on this ring. The Dynasty Guild has plenty of alchemists, and they've already gathered every other material needed. The only thing they're missing is that Goblin King's essence core." After hearing all that, Moyu just turned his back and started walking away. He couldn't care less about some guild's drama. All he thought was, anyone who gets in the way of my leveling is going to have a problem. This sudden exit left the ponytail-wearing informant completely baffled. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Get back here. You can't just provoke the Dynasty Guild like that. They'll hunt you down and kill you." Meanwhile, Zhao smugly kicked the poor guy on the ground. "Some nobody who's not even in a guild dares to act tough in front of me. Next time, stay the hell away from the Dynasty Guild's business." "You got that, or are you looking for a death wish too?" With an ice-cold expression, Mo Yu and his bone soldier started to advance, parting the crowd as they marched straight towards the dungeon entrance. He glared at them and growled, "Move, you're interrupting my grind." Seeing this defiance, the bully puffed out his chest and shot back a threat. "You little punk, did a goblin knock your brain loose or something? Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Mo Yu repeated himself one more time, his eyes beginning to glow ominously. "Move." Just then his player info popped up for all to see. Lin Moyu, level 12 Necromancer. Zhao Ji saw this and scoffed with utter disdain. Turns out he's just some scrawny level 12 nobody who can't even understand plain language. Maybe you're good enough to farm wild mobs, but a dungeon, are you kidding me? A Necromancer never even heard of that class. A kind bystander nearby tried to warn him. "Hey, you should get out of here. The Dynasty Guild doesn't mess around, they'll actually kill you." But the guy's face began to twist with confusion as he saw our hero's terrifyingly calm state. "Why, is this kid's gaze making me so damn uneasy? Why isn't he afraid?" Snapping out of it, Zhao Ji raised his weapon and screamed, spewing curses at the stinking brat. "You're asking for a death wish. Take one more step and I'll end you." But our hero's footsteps didn't waver for a second. He just kept advancing slowly, and Zhao Ji's face twisted into a snarl as he gave the order. "Kill him!" A system window popped up with the details. Zhao Ji, level 25 Mage. He roared, "You level 12 pipsqueak. Even if I stood perfectly still and let you wail on me, you couldn't even scratch my energy shield. Kill!" In the next instant, Zhao Ji was completely floored by Mo Yu's real power. He watched as a single skeleton soldier rushed forward, swung its blade, and nearly shattered his protective shield in one blow. What kind of summon is this? How is its attack power so insane? My energy shield can take 5 hits from a warrior at my own level. Now, I'm not even sure it can take one more. The skeleton soldier then unleashed its furious strike skill. Regret hit Zhao Ji way too late. Staring at the terrifying sight, his mind screamed in panic. No, if that attack lands, my shield will break and I'll die. With a desperate roar, Zhao Ji struggled to hold on, then slammed his staff down, unleashing a shockwave that blasted everything away, just barely countering the fiery slash. He then frantically whipped his head toward his own skeleton soldier. What are you staring at? Attack internally. Zhao Ji let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, I'm alive. And the moment he composed himself, Zhao Ji was right back to running his mouth. You little punk, you have no idea who you're messing with. Watch me smash your disgusting little summon into dust. He barely finished his trash talk when Mo Yu's skeleton soldier sent him flying with another blow. I'm a knight. How is this even possible? Right before his eyes, the skeleton soldier leaped into the air, gripping its weapon as it descended upon him. Kill the summoner. Just take him out and his summons will vanish on their own. The other goons tried to fight back. One of them raised his bow and took aim at the creature. You dare provoke the Dynasty Guild, you're dead? But Mo Yu remained perfectly calm and still, ignoring the frantic crowd yelling, "Watch out, get away from there." Then he simply raised his hand and summoned the full power of his skeletal minions. Go. Instantly, 2 skeleton warriors charged forward, each one practically overflowing with power. Seeing this, the hollow-cheeked man's jaw dropped. What the hell? The red-lipped woman was also completely stunned by the scene unfolding before her. As he faced Mo Yu, Zhao Ji realized with dawning horror that there wasn't just one summon. He hid behind his lackey and barked, "Block it for me." Mo Yu quietly unleashed his power. Fire Serpent Frenzy. Zhao Ji immediately started cursing up a storm. Son of a... That's a rare skill that only level 20 mages can learn. Only 1/3 of mages can even master Fire Serpent Frenzy. It's the most powerful offensive skill a mage has. I'm in serious trouble. Mo Yu advanced with the unhurried pace of a god, waves of immense power rolling off him with every step. Sweat was pouring down Zhao Ji's forehead, but he was still trying to talk tough, making threats. You are so dead this time. Suddenly, an explosion that could shake the 3 realms went off, blasting all the surrounding skeletons to bits. But then an even larger horde of skeleton warriors appeared. Zhao Ji's face turned pale with terror. How are there so many of them? Their monsters already outnumber us. Zhao Ji thrust a hand to the sky and roared, "Squad, get in formation, engage the enemy." A barrage of system messages popped up. Power enhancement, enhanced agility, enhanced spirit, enhanced speed, soul of the berserker. Zhao Ji knits his brows, but still forces a smug grin as he barks out his orders. Support classes buff everyone. And in his head, he's thinking, "Puffed, our guild has a wealth of experience. Our coordination is flawless. The Dynasty Guild is invincible. Just..." Then Mo Yu turns his head and issues a command. "All of you stay back." The white-haired man wasn't asking. Got it. He raises a hand, summoning his power. Soul Flame. Torrents of fiery energy erupt, blasting every single one of Zhao Ji's soldiers. It sends them into a blind panic, desperately trying to cast their healing spells. But regardless of how terrified or pale they looked, Mo Yu just casually throws them a compliment. Not bad, exactly what I'd expect from the mighty Dynasty Guild. Your healing was right on time. A female player's eyes widen in terror. He's dead. It's only then that reality finally slaps Zhao Ji across the face. Staring at the absolute carnage, all he can manage is what? His mind is reeling as he thinks. Is our entire Dynasty Guild really getting wiped out by a single guy? On the other side of the battlefield, Mo Yu gives the order to focus all attacks on one person. Nearby, one of the soldiers is already at his limit. Ultimate defense, he bellows. A status window pops up. Rage strike, more and more skeletal soldiers swarm forward relentlessly. He can't take it anymore, screaming, "I can't hold on." Zhao Ji's face is a mask of pure panic. Reinforcements. Where are the damn reinforcements? Buff him now. And just like that, the poor guy's defense is shattered. What is this? This stream of green fiery power that's wrapping around him, making him scream in agony. Healers save him, but watching the brutal scene unfold, Zhao Ji falls into total despair. It's over. There's a gaping hole in their formation, and he's starting to feel some serious regret. Run, he thinks. That kid, he's not human. But just then a skeleton coolly raises its weapon right beside him. He sees Moyu's face looking like the Grim Reaper himself knocking at the door. It's too late to run. Moyu begins to chant an incantation. Corpse explosion. At the skeleton's command, it swung its sword with brutal force at Zhao Ji. After his talent was upgraded, the range of his corpse explosion skill had expanded to a whopping 10 meters, and it dealt damage equal to 100% of the corpse's total health. Watching everything go up in flames, he thought to himself, a knight's health is among the highest of all the classes, using 100% of a knight's vitality as the baseline for the blast. Yeah, no one's walking away from this. The soldiers desperately tried to flee, but it was already too late. That guy's eyes bulged, veins popping in sheer terror as he stared at the carnage before him. Fear consumed Zhao Ji's face as he scrambled backward on the ground, screaming, "No!" Moyu just stood there watching as they were all consumed by a sea of blood. The explosions went off one after another. He coolly wiped a speck of blood from his face, then casually stepped into a pocket dimension, leaving his corpse explosion skill to finish its grim work behind him. Murmurs of despair began to rise from the onlookers. Holy crap, they're all dead. Seriously, not a single one is left. Even the bodies have been completely obliterated. Wiping out every last trace of them, that's a whole new level of ruthless. The Dynasty Guild is not going to let this go. What are we supposed to do now? A cloaked man stepped forward to quiet the crowd. Knowing the Dynasty Guild, they won't spare a single one of us. If we get caught by them, death is the only outcome. We should all get out of here now. After all, every last member of the Dynasty Guild here is dead. There's no one left to identify us. Half an hour later, Xihai arrived on the scene. He clenched his fists in fury and cursed, "I still couldn't get my hands on the Star King's core." Several shadowy figures stepped out from a teleportation gate behind him. A woman with curly hair turned to him, her voice laced with worry. "Young Guild Master, is there no one left?" Xihai adjusted his attire and asked, "Where are Zhao Ji and his men?" "The search parties we sent out, they've all vanished." He commanded, "Fire a signal flare." If they were anywhere nearby, they would have definitely responded by now. He couldn't help but wonder what in the world happened here. Did Zhao Ji and his men just pack up and leave? A worried expression started to creep onto Xihai's face. They're all gone. Something definitely went down here. He mulled it over. With the strength of Zhao Ji's group, they're basically untouchable in this region. How could they have been killed? And if there was a fight, why isn't there a single trace of it? A bad feeling started to settle in. Xihai ordered, "This place might be dangerous. Let's get out of here first." Meanwhile, Moyu spent the next hour cleaning up the remaining goblins. He calmly sat down on the ground, opened his book and reviewed his spoils. Elite Goblin King slain. Experience plus 40,000. Received Bronze Tier Weapon. Received the Elite Goblin King's Grimoire. Received Low-Grade Monster Core. Moyu sighed to himself. Figures. The Elite Goblin King's actual core didn't drop again. Well, once I get to Xiajing Academy, I'll just find an alchemist and have them craft the Ring of the Elite Goblin King from this core. System notification. Bronze Tier Grimoire of the Goblin King. Spirit plus 10. Stamina plus 10. Increases power of mage-type skills by 3%. Requires level 12. A serious look appeared in his eyes. This grimoire is actually pretty useful. It'll boost Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion, but it's useless for bone armor, of course. Current status, Lin Moyu level 13 Necromancer. After leveling up, he noticed the experience requirement had started to ramp up. The next dungeon run should get him to level 14. But to hit level 15, That's probably going to take another 3 runs. Calculating the time I have left. I can run the dungeon 5 more times at most, which means I can get to level 16. He thought to himself, level 16 is a little lower than I'd hoped. But it should be more than enough to get into Jiajing Academy. With that settled, he initiated the teleport. Upon arriving, Moyu glanced around, puzzled. Everyone was already gone. Well, that makes sense. For a bunch of randoms, bailing was the best call. The dungeon runs a bust for now. I'll be back tomorrow. The next day, Xia Xue arrived, a level 10 elemental mage. She celebrated internally. Heck yeah, this young lady has finally hit level 10. I can finally challenge the West Sea Mine dungeon. Xia Xue cried out, her face a mask of disbelief. That's Lin Moyu, it has to be him. He's the only necromancer in existence. Those summons, in the entire world only he has them. He's trying to solo the whole thing. Her expression suddenly turned serious. So, he can already solo this mine dungeon all by himself. But so what, I'm also a level 10 rare class elemental mage. Finding a party will be a piece of cake for me. I'm not gonna lose to you, just you wait. 45 minutes later, Moyu arrived at the Goblin King's lair. After leveling up and meditating to restore my spirit energy, my skeleton legion has now grown to 72 soldiers. Summoning space 72 out of 100. Skeleton soldiers 72. He reached out his hand, casting a spell that glowed with a blue light. Don't just lie there sleeping, time to get up. System notification: Goblin King defeated. Gained 40,000 experience points, received bronze grade weapon. Obtained Goblin King's longbow. Obtained low grade monster core. Goblin King's longbow, bronze grade. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Increases power of bow type skills by 3%. Requires level 12. As he gazed down at the creature he had just defeated. Now sprawled on the ground, Moyu put on his most innocent face. Hey, now don't be sad, I'll only visit a few more times, and then I'll stop coming. Besides, you're destined to be killed by someone anyway, so what does it matter who does it? At least when I kill you, it's a little quicker, a little less painful. Level 13, 80%. Look, it's not like I want to kill you, but what choice do I have? A guy's gotta level up, 12 hours later, his face twisted into the most shameless grin imaginable. I'm back again. Don't be scared, I've only come by 3 times. I won't come back after this, I swear. Hey, we're practically old friends by now, right? Just then a system notification popped up. Goblin King slain. Experience plus 40,000. Obtained bronze grade weapon. Goblin King's staff. Obtained a low grade monster core. Goblin King's staff, bronze grade. Spirit plus 10. Stamina plus 10 increases archery type skill power by 3%. Level 12 required. Current status level 14, 60% EXP. Somewhere near a tree, Lin Moyu quietly calculated that his army of bone soldiers had grown to 76. All 4 of his primary stats had increased to 2300. Too bad the bone soldiers' skills are so basic, he thought. They're just not strong enough. Just then, Xia Xue appeared out of nowhere, calling his name. Lin Moyu. He sighed, recognizing her immediately. It was Xia Xue, and by the looks of it, she'd just crawled out of a dungeon. The girl looked completely wrecked as she stood there and asked him, "What level are you now?" He replied, "Level 14. Xia Xue's jaw dropped. What? Level 14? How in the world did you level up so fast? She thought to herself. I ran the normal difficulty mine dungeon twice with a full party, and I nearly died from exhaustion. And I only just hit level 11. A quick check of Xia Xue's info confirmed it, level 11 elemental mage. She looked at Moyu, completely flustered. Even if you soloed the dungeon, there's no way you could be that fast. Xia Xue quickly did the math in her head. Back in the newbie dungeon, he was level 7 when I was level 5. A 2-level gap. So why is it that I'm only level 11? And he's already level 14. The gap between us is getting wider and wider. Her pride was clearly wounded. She spun around, her voice dripping with annoyance. This young lady refuses to lose, she huffed, leaving him completely baffled. Didn't she just get out of a dungeon, he wondered. Why is she already looking for another party to run with? Seriously, does that girl not have a cooldown timer? An hour later, Xia Xue was back in the exact same spot. she announced loud and clear for all to hear. Level 11, Elemental Mage looking for a party. Moyu smirked to himself. Guess one run wasn't enough for her. She's gotta go again a few more times. Watching Xia Xue's determined figure, Moyu let out a sigh. That girl is just insanely driven. Didn't even give me a chance to ask her anything. Another hour passed. Shajug was visibly running on fumes. I will not lose to you. His mind was just blank. He had no idea what to say. Even so, Shajua was still determined to find teammates. Yelling, "Mine dungeon, level 4 need one more, looking for a mage. I'm a level 11 elemental mage." Half an hour later, Xiaozhua finally collapsed completely. Ugh, this is killing me. But this young lady has finally hit level 12. I'll catch up to you in no time. Mo Yu asked, "Aren't you exhausted?" Xiaoyu shot back annoyed, "Exhausted? How could I not be exhausted? Right now, this young lady doesn't want to lift a single finger and you have the nerve to ask me why." His question really set her off. Why? You still have the audacity to ask me that. After all the years you've kept me down, I swear I am going to surpass you. Mo Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. All of this, just for that. If I'd known, I would have just thrown the last competition and let you have first place, Shashug admitted. Of course, that's not the only reason. I want to get into Xiajing Academy. You're trying to get in too, right? So you of all people should understand. He thought about it for a moment. To get into Xiajing Academy, level 15 was the safe bet, but level 16 was basically a guarantee. At her pace, even hitting level 15 is going to be a struggle. Mo Yu decided to offer some advice. You should be grinding nightmare level dungeons. That's the fastest way to level up. Shazua flared up, "Are you kidding me? Finding an elite party isn't exactly a walk in the park, you know. They're all looking for level 16 or 17 players. I'm only level 12 who would want me, so this young lady is better off just grinding normal dungeons a few more times. Level 14 should be no problem. And if I really push myself, hitting level 15 isn't impossible." He asked seriously, "How are you able to ignore your skill cooldowns?" Shaju looked at him with utter disbelief. "Don't tell me, you actually don't know?" A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Well, so there's actually something you don't know. Say a few nice things, flatter me a bit, and maybe I'll tell you." But then she sighed, "Honestly, you're such an idiot. Can't you even take a joke? This guy, I'm telling you, the mind of a mage is just on another level, so flexible and resourceful. You, on the other hand, are just a bit slow on the uptake." She held out a talisman. "Look, it's a cooldown recovery talisman. It helps me shorten the cooldown period for my item dungeons." The item's description read, "Beginner cooldown recovery talisman with 7 out of 10 uses remaining." Its description stated it could reduce a dungeon's cooldown time, but it only worked on dungeons below level 20. Mo Yu was taken aback. He had no idea such an item even existed. Shashue asked, "So do you get it now?" Ni Wu piped up wondering, "Is that thing expensive?" She answered honestly, "It's probably pretty pricey. When my dad gave it to me, he looked like it was physically painful for him to part with it." Mo Yu considered this for a moment. Figuring an item like that was completely out of his league for the time being. In the end, she started grabbing her head and tearing at her hair in frustration. "I only have 2 days left. I have to use all 7 charges on top of my own natural cooldowns. That means I have to clear a dungeon at least 9 times just to make sure I hit level 15. Oh my god, this young lady is going to work herself to death." Mo Yu watched this whole dramatic display, completely unsure of what to do. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. "I can carry you through the dungeons. I guarantee you'll hit level 15. And what's more, you won't even have to lift a finger." Shajue's face immediately lit up. "How could I forget? This guy can solo dungeons. If we grind together, the EXP will be even better. And I don't even have to do any of the work." But wait, with all those advantages, doesn't that mean I'll never be able to catch up to his level? Shashue's face was beaming with joy. "All right, it's a deal. You power level me and I'll let you use my talisman." She reasoned with herself. Then again, if I don't grind with him, I'll fall even further behind in levels. At least this way I'll have a chance to catch up to him eventually. Mo Yu then laid out his plan for her. "You get some rest for now. We'll start grinding in 2 hours. Xia Xue stretched and replied, "Perfect, this young lady is going to take a nap." At the same time, a system notification announced that her spiritual power was recovering. 2 hours later, Shegak woke up stretching her arms with a sigh. Man, 2 hours flew by just like that. Moyu tapped on his watch, and a skull icon immediately appeared. Xia Xue panicked. "Wait a minute, are you trying to pick nightmare mode?" She questioned him from behind. "The monster stats are so high. This is obviously nightmare difficulty." "Lin Moyu, did you pick the wrong one by mistake? You weren't even paying attention, just casually following me around." Xia Xue grumbled as she trailed behind him. "Lin Moyu, are you insane? We're going to die in there." Her mind was a complete mess right now. But if she bailed on the dungeon just like that, she knew that guy would never let her live it down. Moyu spoke up, urging her on. "Hurry up, don't tell me you're scared, are you?" Xia Xue quickly denied it, as if I'd be scared. A moment later, she shrieked in a panic, "Why aren't they fighting back?" But then Xia Xue started to notice something. Even though the monsters had such high stats, they were completely unable to even put a scratch on his skeletons. A thought then crossed her mind. "Lin Mo, what in the world are you up to?" The next scene left Xia Xue completely speechless. Staring at the massive white beast before her, she thought to herself, "That's the nightmare-level Mindwolf King. It's twice the size of the normal one." He calmly unleashed his power just like always, and an orb of energy appeared in his hand. Moyu chanted the incantation for corpse explosion. He figured fighting like before was a total waste of time. Using corpse explosion to insta-kill everything would save a ton of time and energy. A whole series of skills were unleashed, and along with them came a notification slaying the level 14 elite Mind Guard, experience plus 2,100. Shazak gasped in amazement. Her experience bar shot up by 30% in a single moment. She watched the battle unfolding before her, completely bewildered. What kind of skill is that you can actually clear a dungeon like this? The sound of weapons clashing rang out violently. In a mere instant, the Wolf King's head was cleanly severed from its body. Seeing this, her face was a picture of utter disbelief. "Wait, it's dead, just like that." It took the three of us over 20 agonizing minutes to take down the Wolf King, and this guy just one-shot it. With an icy calm, Lin Moyu gestured, "Let's move." Hearing his command, the girl trailing behind him, still reeling from the shock, blurted out, "Wait, do you always solo nightmare-level dungeons? If I wasn't seeing this with my own 2 eyes, I would never believe a player in the teens could solo a nightmare-level dungeon," she asked, scrambling to keep up with him. "You've been soloing these since you were level 10. Without missing a beat, Lin Moyu confirmed it. "That's right," and Xia Xue was more than a little shaken. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, barely 10 minutes had passed, and they were already standing before the final boss. Before them stood the Goblin King himself. A painful memory flashed through her mind. The last time her party cleared this dungeon on normal mode, it took them over an hour just to reach this point. And with a single burst of crimson flame, Xia Xue watched the final boss get utterly obliterated. Another one shot. A golden aura flared to life around him. Lin Moyu, level 15 Necromancer. Her jaw hit the floor. He'd leveled up again. Level 15. A wave of anxiety washed over Xia Xue. The gap between them was growing wider by the second. But hey, all that effort was clearly paying off for him. A system notification popped up. "You have slain the Goblin King. You've gained 25,000 experience points and received a bronze tier weapon." The loot was the Goblin King's longsword and a low-grade monster core. Xia Xue couldn't hide her slight disappointment. A longsword? Too bad it's not a staff, she thought to herself. Lin Moyu noticed her expression. "You wanted a staff?" Shiga nodded glumly. "Yeah. The Goblin King's staff is the best weapon for any mage under level 20. She looked down, utterly dejected. "I mean, you can find one at the auction house, but I don't want to ask my family for money." Just then, a staff was suddenly thrust into her hands, the Goblin King's staff. "It's for you," he said simply. Xia Xue looked up, completely stunned. The thank you, but why aren't you keeping it for yourself?" Lin Moyu answered bluntly. "I've got this one. And besides, I'm not really a fan of staves." And just like that, he casually whips out this ridiculously thick book, the Elf King's Grimoire. She gripped her own staff tighter, her mind completely blown. The entire time, she never once saw him take out any magic book, which means an item this insane is so trivial to him it wasn't even worth paying attention to. A status window popped up. Name Lin Moyu. Class Unique Necromancer, level 15, 8% EXP. Strength 200, Agility 200. Spirit 800, Stamina 200. Moyu stood over the Goblin King's corpse, contemplating the very meaning of life. Yep, it turns out using Corpse Explosion to clear out mobs really does speed things up quite a bit. Sure, being in a party meant he had to share some experience, but by borrowing Xia Xue's dungeon pass for just 5 more runs, he could easily hit level 16. All his stats were laid out plain and simple. Equipment Elf King's Grimoire. Robe of Knowledge. Summoning Space 84 out of 150. Number of Skeleton Soldiers 84. All talents fully upgraded. Unique Tier 2. Passive Skill Damage Transfer. Active Skills Soul Flame level 15. Summon Skeleton Soldier level 15. Corpse Explosion level 1. Moyu crouched down and whispered to the Goblin King, "So sorry about this, but I'm probably gonna have to kill you about 5 more times." Xia was baffled. "Why are you talking to the boss? It's not like it can understand you." He explained, "I just felt like saying it. It doesn't really matter whether it understands or not." Watching Lin Moyu's back as he walked away, she found herself completely bewildered. Who in their right mind apologizes to a boss so sincerely? Aren't dungeon bosses just made to be farmed? Suddenly, the look in Xia Xue's eyes softened. What a total weirdo, but also kinda cute. Not wanting to waste a single second, he called out urgently, "Let's head out. We're going again." She happily agreed. "All right, let's do it." Xia Xue snapped her fingers, and in a flash, they were teleported back to the entrance. The two of them casually strolled through for another round. Second run through the dungeon, and this time she snagged the spirit core. The Goblin King's eyes were just as murderously intense as ever on their third clear. The blue flames quickly overwhelmed it. Then on the fourth run, they teamed up in perfect sync to send the Goblin King back to the great beyond. The fifth run, Xia gave a quick progress report. "All right, we've used up all our Guardian Talisman charges. There's still over a day until the exam, which leaves us enough time for 2 more runs. I'm at level 14-20%. We can definitely make it to level 15. That pretty much guarantees our admission into Jiajing Academy." She flashed him a V for victory sign. "Hey dumbass Lin, aren't you about to level up to..." Xia Xue playfully punched Moyu's shoulder. "So dumbass Lin ever considered trying to become the top scorer?" he asked as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "The top scorer?" A glimmer of hope sparked in Xia Xue's eyes. She replied, "Becoming the provincial top scorer gets you a ton of points. That stuff is incredibly useful at Jiajing Academy. But most importantly, you'd get a shot at entering the Creator God Academy." Moyu asked the Creator God Academy. She explained, "According to my dad, the Creator God Academy is the most powerful academy in the entire Shangxia Empire. If Jiajing Academy recruits the best of the best, the elite prodigies, then the people in the Creator God Academy are the absolute legends among those prodigies. I heard that Senior Su Qianqing managed to get in once. He's the only one from our Xihai city to ever do it." Images of majestic, awe-inspiring heroes flashed through his mind. Xia Xue said excitedly, "I seriously think you could be the second one? If you actually got in, Principal Lu would be laughing himself awake from his dreams." She'd actually seen his potential early on. The way this guy tore through dungeons was something she'd never witnessed before. It completely rewrote her understanding of what was possible. If a guy like him couldn't get into the Creator God Academy, then who the hell could? Moyu, as it turned out, had similar ambitions. He told himself that just getting into Jiajing Academy was never going to be enough. "I am so getting into the Genesis God Academy. If I get even a sliver of a chance, you bet I'm taking it." Just then, Xia Xue suddenly spotted someone up ahead. "Hey, isn't that Gao Yang?" Standing before them was a young man with a smile that could outshine the sun. Gao Yang, the knight level 11. Xia Xue clenched her fists, feeling a pang of pity for the young talent. He's already hit level 11, she thought. But what a shame he's a knight. That class is way too weak. He can't even fight monsters properly. A normal party would need a knight who's at least level 13. A voice suddenly barked, trying to shoo Gao Yang away. Get lost. Stop bothering me. But Moyu, watching from a distance, had a different idea. Hey, let's bring him with us. Xia Xue beamed back. I'm cool with whatever. At that very moment in some fancy office, a portly man was absolutely losing it. Has a rabid dog eaten your brain? Locking down a dungeon? What kind of harebrained scheme did you cook up? Do you think the Godfall Empire and all the professionals are just for decoration? If you want a death wish, fine, but don't you dare drag our entire guild down with you. This furious gentleman, it seemed, was Zihao's father. He pinched the bridge of his nose. For the next few days, you are not to go anywhere. You wait right here in the guild hall. I mean, you're already level 16, just lie low and wait for the exam, got it. Zihao couldn't hide the anxiety on his face. But what about Zhao Ji and the others? The portly man tried to reassure his son. I've already sent people to investigate. This is no longer your concern. To make that many people vanish all at once. The person behind this is on a whole other level, not something you should be worrying your pretty little head about. But deep down, the old man was seething. How dare someone mess with his dynasty guild right on their own turf? Back on the street, Gao Yang happened to turn his head and spotted Moyu and Xia Xue. He flashed them a grin that was just a little too sleazy for comfort. Well, if it isn't you two, he began, but she cut him off with a death glare. Shut your mouth, or I will personally rip it off your face. He flinched immediately, switching to a pathetic act. Whoa, easy there. My lady, don't take it so seriously. That's when she made her offer. Forget looking for a team. Just wait for the cooldowns on our skills. To reset, and we'll carry you through a dungeon. Getting you to level 12 before the exam, trust me, that'll be no problem at all. Gao Yang grabbed onto this lifeline like it was the last slice of pizza on earth, tears practically gushing from his eyes. For real, you two, you're my saviors, my absolute legends. The academy I'm trying to get into requires me to hit level 12 just to have a fighting chance. Xia Xue shot him a death glare. Keep this up and we're leaving you in the dust. Hearing this, Gao Yang practically folded himself in half with a respectful bow. Miss Xia Xue, please don't you worry. I will follow your every command with the utmost seriousness. If you point east, I wouldn't dare go west. You tell me to play dead. I won't even breathe until you say so. Seeing his completely over-the-top, boot-licking performance, she was about to blow a fuse. Zip it. Gao Yang put on his most serious face. This humble servant obeys. I was just wondering, how much longer on your cooldowns, oh great ones? Xia Xue gritted her teeth and spat out the answer. 10 hours. He then turned to leave, tossing a comment over his shoulder. Alrighty then, you two have a nice long rest and a good chat. I'll just go scout for some mobs. Go get her, Moyu, I'm rooting for you, you can totally win her over. Before Gao Yang could even finish his sentence, Xia Xue went from 0 to 100, practically breathing fire. She launched a fireball that chased Gao Yang so close it singed his clothes, forcing him to sprint for his life, screaming his head off. Xu was fuming. That Gao Yang, he's got such a smart mouth, he's just begging for a beatdown. In stark contrast to her fiery rage, Moyu just calmly said, he's just a bit of an idiot, that's all. 10 hours later, Gao Yang came back looking utterly bewildered. Boss Lin, Miss Xia Xue, please tell me you guys didn't pick the wrong difficulty. Why is it on nightmare mode? She cut him off. Enough with the whining. Just stick close to us. It's not like we need you to fight anything. At that moment, Xia Xue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm not the only one freaking out. But her annoyance quickly returned and she snapped. Why are you practically glued to my back? Gao Yang, trembling like a leaf, whimpered. It's nightmare mode. If a monster even looks at me funny, I'm dead meat. Shigaka deadpanned, but you're a warrior. Ignoring their bickering, Moyu was completely in the zone, single-handedly wiping out monsters and making their corpses go boom. And just like that, the Goblin King was toast, sprawled out on the floor. Gao Yang gasped in utter shock. That's a nightmare-level boss. I'm pretty sure even a few dozen of my own teams, I would get wiped out fighting that thing. We're so dead, Xia Xue calmly replied. But seeing this kind of display was nothing new, so Gao Yang just plopped down, hugged Moyu's leg, and started begging desperately. Boss, oh great boss Lin, when you run dungeons from now on, can you pretty please take me with you? Xia Xue found the whole scene incredibly cringy. You're a warrior for crying out loud. Try to have a shred of a warrior's spirit. Could you please stop being so spineless? Gao Yang's confidence had completely vanished. What's a warrior's spirit even good for? When you've got a god-tier boss right here who needs a warrior? Moyu let out an awkward sigh. Get off me. I can take you, but if you're thinking of running another dungeon after this, I'll probably level up to 16. Xia Xue could reach level 15, and Gao Yang could get to level 12. Cao Yang gazed at Moyu with pure admiration, completely starstruck. That's amazing. His face lit up brighter than a supernova. After that, all they had to do was wait for the exam to begin. Meanwhile, on the outside, a group of higher-ups were observing the situation. Shouldn't the kids be back by now? Among them, an old woman wearing a scarf spoke up eagerly. The exam is tomorrow. I wonder what the results will be. Teacher 2 added his 2 cents. Old Lu, I hear those two geniuses of ours are both aiming for the Jiajing Academy. Lu Yun confirmed with a serious nod. That's right. Mo Yu and Xia Xue both want to get into Jiajing Academy. Based on the standards from previous years, you need to be level 15 to have a solid shot, and level 16 to make it a dead certain guarantee. It's tough. Level 15 is doable, but level 16 is astronomically hard. In our Xihai city, besides Su Tianxing, the only other person to hit level 16 was Lin Moyu's older sister last year. But Lu Yun had already thought it through. One is the younger brother of Lin Mo Han, the other is the prized daughter of the Xia family. Perhaps both of them can pull off a miracle. The instructor perked up, shouting, "Hey, we've got returnees!" Out stepped Xu Zhen, a level 12 sword fighter. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. That's our guy from 3rd High already at level 12. Not bad at all, totally expected from one of our school's top talents. And then Zuomei made her entrance. Zuomei, a level 13 Hawkeye archer. Gasps of awe echoed all around. Look, it's Zuomei from our 2nd High, she's back. The instructor couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Level 13, that's a whole level higher than the kid from 3rd High. But the old lady in the scarf just let out a cold snort and shot back. Level doesn't mean a thing, it's the final test score that counts. Deep down, though, the scarf-wearing granny couldn't help but notice that pretty much everyone was hovering around the same level. Not a single soul had shown up at level 14 or higher. As dusk began to settle, a confused murmur went through the crowd. Where are Xia Xue and Lin Moyu, and what about Gao Yang? Why isn't a single one of them back yet? Logically speaking, those three should have been back ages ago. The doubt crept in. Could something have happened to them? But just then, the three of them emerged from the blindingly brilliant sunset. Seeing his star pupils, one of the instructors absolutely lit up. They're here, they're finally back. As long as they're back in one piece, that's all that matters, though I am dying to know how many levels they gained. And one by one, their stats appeared. Gao Yang, the Shield Knight, level 12. Xia Xue, the Elemental Mage, level 15. Lu Yun couldn't help but shout. That girl actually hit level 15. With that, she's got at least an 80% shot at getting into Jiajing Academy. Another instructor clapped him on the shoulder, joining the hype. Looks like old Lu gets to hold his head high this year. But the real showstopper always comes last. Lin Moyu Necromancer, level 16. When they saw that, no one could believe their eyes. What level? 16. To one side, the old lady's jaw practically hit the floor. He's a whole level higher than Xia Xue, that growth speed is insane. On the other side, the instructor couldn't stop clicking his tongue in amazement. They must have been grinding dungeons non-stop. Just look at the gear they're carrying. Everyone gasped when they saw the crew's new gear. Gao Yang was rocking a sword and shield combo, while Xia Xue clutched a magic scepter. And get this, it was all top-tier loot from the Astral King. Stuff with a ridiculously low drop rate. Seriously, gearing up with weapons of that caliber is no walk in the park. Everyone had to admit, damn, these guys must have been grinding like crazy. Lu Yun clapped Gao Yang on the shoulder, beaming with pride. You guys go on ahead and wait in the car. Once everyone's here, we'll all head back to the academy together. Gao Yang saluted. You got it, headmaster, sir. The old man thought to himself, heh heh, this time I'll finally get to rub it in those other old geezers' faces. Just picturing the look of sheer pride on Lu Yun's face was priceless. All right, everyone, get a good night's rest tonight. We're meeting at the academy bright and early tomorrow to head to the exam site. Mo Yu Chen mused, now that I'm level 16, I'm a shoo-in for Jiajing Academy. But now that I think about it, I could probably make a run for the top spot in the province. And maybe even that legendary Bright God Academy. The next morning, he walked with the swagger of a man who owned the world. His spiritual power was fully topped off. He had a full army of 100 skeletons, and his stats were already hitting 2,500. I am in peak condition, he thought. Unique class Necromancer. Level 16, 8%, Strength 220. Agility 220, Spirit 900 plus 20, Stamina 900 plus 20. His equipment info displayed the Astral King's Grimoire and the Robe of Knowledge. Summoning Space 100 out of 160. Skeleton Soldiers 100, all talents upgraded level 2 unique. His skills were looking just as juicy. Passive Damage Transference. Active Skills Soul Flame level 16. Summon Skeleton Soldier level 16, Corpse Explosion level 1. In the distance, Gao Yang was waving enthusiastically. Boss Lin, his booming voice, made Xia Xue turn her head. She walked over and asked, feeling confident. Maintaining his usual ice-cold demeanor, Mo Yuchen just said, yeah. Xia Xue clenched her fist, her face a mask of determination. Then I'll see you at Jiajing Academy. He nodded. Deal. And just like that, they arrived at the first trial. Lu Wen began to explain. This is a teleportation stone. You can either crush it or zap it with your spiritual energy. Activating it will teleport you to the exam site. And allow me to add one more thing. During the exam, your #1 priority is your own safety. Your life is the most important thing after that long-winded speech. He finally announced, all right, let the teleportation begin. Over at the exam site in Jiangning Province, Mo Yu took in the entire scene. Looks like there are well over 10,000 contestants. Next up, the trial tower. The moment the referee made the announcement, a deafening crack echoed out. The trial tower was opening, and the light pouring from the gate was as bright as a car's high beams. The referee's voice boomed. All contestants listen up and listen carefully to the rules of this exam. You are not permitted to make a sound. You are not permitted to ask any questions. Anyone who violates these rules will be immediately disqualified. A few contestants immediately wondered, we're not allowed to ask questions. Others chimed in, yeah, what if we don't understand something? They had no idea the rules were already in effect. Instantly, the referee declared, rule violation, you're disqualified. Mo Yu glanced over and saw Gao Yang had already wisely clamped a hand over his own mouth. Heh, at least that guy knows when to shut up. A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. The referee explained, the trial tower will arrange different scenarios for each different class. He elaborated in painstaking detail. Combat-oriented classes will be assigned to, well, combat scenarios. We've got something for both physical and elemental types. The referee announced, as for the support classes, you'll be assigned to non-combat situations. These skull icons you see here represent the difficulty levels. We have normal and nightmare, the referee informed them. After you pass the basic trial, each class will be given the privilege of choosing the hell difficulty level. The referee stated, different difficulties and different achievements will earn you a different number of points. The starting score is 1,200. In short, your test scores are your lifeblood, people. They're the only currency that matters for getting into the top academies you're all drooling over. In those places, points are way more valuable than gold. The referee added one last thing. And a final reminder, any personal equipment you're wearing is fair game. Aside from that, absolutely no other props or items are allowed. Your spatial storage will be sealed. Anyone who violates the rules will be disqualified on the spot, no exceptions. The referee bellowed. All contestants line up and enter the tower, staring at the ridiculously long line. Mo Yu muttered nervously, good grief, this is just for Jiangning Province. There are this many people applying already. Across the whole country, there must be over 1 million contestants. And just like that, he was teleported inside. As it happened, he thought to himself, looks like my guess was right. This trial tower is basically just an instance dungeon. We will base it on your profession, to different spaces. As countless obstacles awaited the contestants, a group of observers watched and gossiped. So, that's the kid with the new class who applied to the top-tier Xihai Academy. A necromancer, huh? From the intel we've got, he's supposed to be a summoning-type mage. Let's hope this fancy new class isn't a total letdown. They secretly kept their eyes glued to him. Alright, let's start with the standard protocol for an E-rank mage. Set up a monster of the same type but 2 levels higher than him. Lin Moyu, level 16, Necromancer. Suddenly right in front of Moyu, a wolf-like beastman appeared. It was holding a scepter and he was honestly a little surprised, a mage-type monster. The system prompt popped up. Test mission, kill the wolf beastman mage. Countdown, 3. However, he quickly noticed something else. A shimmering barrier was completely blocking his appraisal skill. He had no way of knowing the monster's stats or even its level. When the countdown hit 0, Moyu simply closed his eyes and cast his spell. Soul Flame, he muttered. Not knowing its level didn't matter. In a flash, the beastman disintegrated into dust. Watching from the control room, a man who looked remarkably like a beetle stared in utter shock. Lin Moyu. Time elapsed 0.1 seconds. Time elapsed 0.1 seconds. An absolute insta-kill. Meanwhile, in the trial tower's monitoring room, one of the examiners, a certain Xuan Feng, and an old man wrapped in a purple scarf were looking perplexed. Lord Ning, what on earth brings you here? He replied, I heard there was a new profession on the block, came to see it for myself. The researchers seemed to be stumped. What do we do? Insta-killing a monster in the blink of an eye. The power of this profession is simply unfathomable. Hearing this, he immediately guessed, it's a necromancer, isn't it? If the standard settings for a rare level profession can't even measure his strength, then for the second test, let's use the intensity of a legendary level profession. The researcher looked worried. Isn't that a little unfair to him? Xuanfeng reassured him. It's fine, since his first run was an insta-kill. Just add 100 points to his ranking score. If he still manages to pass the second time, I personally will award him an extra 1,000 points. His subordinates replied with a clear, sir, yes sir. Back in the tower, Moyu continued to struggle with the creatures. As he began the second test, sizing up the monster before him, a level 20 werewolf shaman. His eyes didn't show a shred of doubt. He skillfully unleashed his soul flame. The man who looked strangely like a beetle absolutely panicked. Another insta-kill, and that was a legendary level challenge. Xuanfeng smiled completely satisfied. There's no need to measure him any further. Proceed to the next stage of the exam. The referee announced that the first round of trials had concluded. Suddenly, a vortex of light and wind enveloped Moyu. Out of a total of 10,632 participants, 5,220 have met the requirements, and now we will announce the official rankings. Shajig stared at the leaderboard, having a full-blown existential crisis. I mean, she knew that idiot would probably snag the top spot. But 0.1 seconds, that's just impossible. Lin Moyu 0.1 seconds, a perfect score of 100. Zuomei 3.2 seconds for a score of 70. Xia Xue 5.2 seconds, 40 points. Wang Zihao a sluggish 5.5 seconds, netting him a pathetic 10 points. But you can bet I'm not about to take this loss lying down. And of course, Wang Zihao, a man whose mouth runs faster than his feet, just had to start complaining. How am I not even in the top 3? That number 1 spot should have my name on it. Wait, no 1 second, how is that even possible? The timer must be busted. Yeah, that's it. You're not getting away with this. The announcer interrupted his little tantrum. Round 2 for combat class professionals is now beginning. Contestants, you may choose your own difficulty. Meanwhile, Moyu, who was starting to get a handle on his own insane power, thought to himself, yikes, I might have overdone it a little. Attention contestants, this second round may result in casualties. We strongly advise you to fight within your limits. If you run into a life-threatening situation, you can scream, I quit, and your test will immediately end. Your score will be locked in based on your progress up to that point. Our boy glanced at the rules and instantly got the picture. Here's the rundown. You have 30 minutes to complete the challenge after selecting your difficulty. Slaying a normal level monster earns you 1 point. Taking down a nightmare level monster will get you 3 points. And killing a hell level monster banks you a cool 5 points. Moyu quickly did the math, so it looks like this round is just a 30-minute brawl. To see who can rack up the highest body count, Wang Zihao strutted out making a huge show of his ridiculously oversized weapon, a level 16 berserker. Killing 1 hell difficulty monster is worth the same as 5 on normal difficulty. That little punk, who won the first round, doesn't stand a chance of beating me this time. Xia Xue, on the other hand, was well aware that an elemental mage isn't exactly built for close quarters combat, nor is she suited for soloing high difficulty monsters. But she could definitely win by overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers. Her info flashed on the screen: level 15 elemental mage. Next up was Zuomei. Now the berserker's considered a real powerhouse class, so he should in theory be able to put up some good numbers this round. Elemental mages, while having incredible burst damage, are basically glass cannons up close. This girl was smart for choosing the normal difficulty. Contestant Zuomei, level 16 Umbral Walker. The Umbral Walker is a rare assassin-type class. They are beasts in close combat, so picking either Nightmare or Hell difficulty would be a solid play for her. Even watching through the monitor, you could feel the intense hype. One guy who looked like a dung beetle was staring with wide-eyed curiosity. But the real question on everyone's mind was, what difficulty would the Necromancer Lin Moyu choose this time? An old lady in a white cloak shouted, move it, don't you dare block my view." Moyu figured out the rules of the game in an instant. In this round, the test was all about continuous combat ability, with a 30-minute time limit. Not every contestant was expected to last. But our boy just had to cap it off with, "But that doesn't include me." Without a moment's hesitation, Moyu selected Hell difficulty. The old man in the purple cloak exclaimed with glee, "He really did it. He chose Hell difficulty. Old Liu, you've struck absolute gold this time." The top 3 spots. Old Liu, you've already locked down 2 of them. The scholar predicted that if Lin Moyu also managed to bring home the provincial champion title, Old Liu would be laughing so hard he'd wake himself up from his dreams. Miyu stepped into the arena he had chosen, an elite Wolfkin warrior, level 13 with 500 strength, 300 agility, 150 spirit, and 400 stamina. A creature that looked like a beefed-up werewolf with a sword and shield popped into existence. Our boy looked at it with disdain, thinking its stats were pathetic as he taunted it. "All right, let's go," he thought to himself. Then again, it makes sense. If the monsters were too strong, the test would wipe out most of the other contestants. So Moyu unleashed his army of skeletal bros to deal with the problem. His skeleton soldiers were level 16. With 2,500 strength, 2,500 agility, 2,500 spirit, and 2,500 stamina. He immediately noticed something was off. This is way too simple. You kill one monster, and 5 seconds later, a second one appears. 2 of my skeletons are more than enough. Even the judges watching from the sidelines had to express their admiration. Are Lin Moyu's summons really that powerful? They're stronger than any summon we've ever seen from any summoner-type class, period. What's more, he can summon 2 of them at once. This new class is way more overpowered than we could have ever imagined. In stark contrast, Zihao's performance was, to put it mildly, an absolute train wreck. "All right, show us what you've got," one of the judges commented. This contestant, Wang Zihao, is fighting like a complete maniac. He has absolutely no concept of pacing himself. He had pulled out all the stops, showing off everything he had. The judges were all thinking, yeah, he still seems a bit weaker than Xia Xue over there. Everyone was shocked to see him eating a sweet potato during the competition. In the entire history of this event, he was the very first. Moyu casually pulled a sweet potato from his pocket to tide himself over. The judges were practically shouting, write that down, make sure his name goes down in history for this." Was this competition really just a walk in the park for him? Xuanfeng watched quietly, thinking to himself, "This guy, he's really something else. You will be mine." Xihai, meanwhile, was already puffing out his chest. Finally, it's all over. I must have killed over 50 of those things. Man, this hell-level difficulty was no joke. The #1 spot this time has to be mine, right? In the midst of his celebration, the referee made an announcement. This round has concluded. A total of 5,220 contestants participated in this round, and 2,780 contestants were either injured or voluntarily withdrew. Xihai was getting antsy. Hurry up and post the rankings already, the referee revealed. The remaining 2,440 contestants may now choose to withdraw or proceed to the next round. Just then the leaderboard appeared, completely wiping that smug look right off Wang Zihai's face. First place with a total score of 1,605, Lin Moyu. Second place with a total score of 470, Zuomei. Third with a total score of 270, Xia Xue. Fourth with a total of 265, Wang Zihai. The guy's jaw completely hit the floor. And no way how could his score be that high. In Zihai's eyes, Moyu had transformed into some kind of relentless killing machine that didn't need to rest. The monster. Spawn rate was 1 every 5 seconds. That meant a maximum of 12 monsters could spawn in 1 minute. At 5 points per monster, the 30-minute limit meant the absolute max score was 1,800 points. Xihai didn't even want to do the math. But once he did, he was horrified to realize that a score of 1,605 meant he killed 301 monsters. Does this guy not need any time to kill them? Teacher Du was full of praise. Old Liu, that student of yours is an absolute monster. Liu Yun replied proudly, oh, he's just average. The old man in the purple scarf couldn't stop laying on the compliments. Back in the day, even the legendary Su Qiangqing, a prodigy of her time, only managed to snag 700 points in this round. Lin Mohan a mere 650. And at last it's time for the third trial. The rules are simple, 30 minutes on the clock. And each contestant has to face a boss-level monster. Normal difficulty gets you 100 points. Nightmare nets you 300, and Hell Mode gets you a whopping 500. Moyu, without a shred of hesitation, smashes that Hell Mode button. This time, it's a one-on-one duel with a boss monster. The ultimate test of an individual's limits, and he picks Hell difficulty. Appearing before him is a ridiculously jacked wolf, the Beastman Wolf Captain, level 15, with a stat sheet to make you cry: 1,000 strength, 800, agility 500, spirit 1,000, stamina, and a skill called Wild Wind Slash. Moyu practically scoffs, thinking to himself, this is supposed to be a hell-level boss. Pfft, I've seen elite mobs. In the nightmare difficulty, Xihai Mine instance that hit harder than this furball. He felt a pang of disappointment. I mean, he gets it, the Empire isn't actually going to unleash a world-ending demon on a bunch of students. Moyu casually summons his elderly skeleton warrior. Go on, he mutters, clearly underwhelmed but still a little let down. There are 5 rounds in total. Let's hope the next 2 actually make me break a sweat. Meanwhile, Wang Zihai's gone completely berserk, laughing manically while screaming, kill! Xia is having a bit of a tough time slinging fireballs just to deal with her creature. As for Zuomei Zhonggui, well, nothing much to report there. No, the only one giving the proctors a collective aneurysm is Moyu. Another instant kill his summon used a frenzy attack. Wait, it even knows how to use skills. Seriously, what in the world is that summoned creature? It's the same story over and over again. This little punk Moyu is just on another level. The judges had to admit, I get the feeling we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of his real power. Just you wait for the 5th round. If he wants to be crowned the provincial champion, he absolutely has to clear the 5th trial. I refuse to believe even the 5th round isn't enough to gauge his real fighting strength. Amidst the cheering, Xuan Feng remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The match is over. Moyu took another peek at the scoreboard. In first place, Lin Moyu with a whopping 2,105 points. In second, Zuomei with 970. Third, Xia Xue with 770. Fourth, Wang Zihai with 765, and way down the list, Gao Yang with 302. He couldn't help but notice that this Gao Yang fella was really giving it his all. The referee announced, the 4th round will now commence. The difficulty This fourth round is about to spike and the danger level's going way, way up. Right now, you have the choice to continue or to chicken out. Xihai, gasping for breath, saw a glimmer of hope. The fourth round is about to start, he thought. My chance has finally come. The referee quickly went over the details. With your current scores, getting accepted into one of the top 100 universities in the Empire is pretty much a done deal. But if no one's backing down, I will respect your choice. The rules for the fourth round are as follows. As everyone watched with bated breath, the referee continued. Each of you will have to face 10 waves of monster attacks. Moyu's eyes were as cool and collected as ever. 10 monsters per wave, he calculated, 100 monsters in total. The referee explained. Regardless of whether you've cleared the previous wave or not, the next one will spawn after exactly 1 minute. He finally wrapped up the briefing. The final wave will be led by a boss-level monster. Annihilate every last one of them to pass. You get 10 points for each monster. After you complete all the waves, your score for this round will be doubled for a grand total of 2,000 points. A whole army of monsters was just waiting to tear them apart. The judges stared at the big screen, analyzing the situation. This time, it all depends on how the kid handles it. The best way to deal with a summoner is to take out the summoner himself. Surely Lin Moyu will be running around like a headless chicken this time, right? Xuanfeng smirked, looking incredibly pleased with himself. I think this round of the test, this trial still won't be enough to faze him. Meanwhile, Moyu was still using his usual tactic, getting up close and personal with the boss. My warriors. Dust kicked up everywhere as the intense battle raged on without an end in sight. Moyu thought to himself, 3 skeletons should be more than enough. Casually, he unleashed a fierce green surge of power toward the battlefield. Soul Flame. The pack of wolves was utterly annihilated by the force he unleashed, their howls of agony echoing through the arena. The crowd of onlookers was stunned by this sudden massive development and started chattering. This kid, he actually had a third summon all along. That bastard! Why didn't he just bring it out from the start? Only bringing it out now, what a little brat. What's the point of being so damn secretive? That's right, the stronger you are, the happier we are. Moyu let out a bored yawn, but didn't forget to loot the materials. He couldn't stop thinking. This competition isn't even a challenge. It's not nearly as thrilling as my first time entering the West Sea Mine dungeon. There are no surprises, nothing to get excited about. The spectators watching didn't expect things to be resolved so easily either and started grumbling amongst themselves. This is boring, I'm not watching anymore. This kid isn't interesting at all, I'd rather watch someone else. Yeah, totally. Over on Zuome's side, things were also going smoothly. She cast her Mirror of Fire technique, and a roaring inferno was unleashed in its wake, wiping out the swarm of monsters charging at her. Crowd control is the elemental mage's true strength, she thought. I can totally win this round. Xihai also didn't disappoint the viewers with his overwhelming physical power. He arrogantly charged forward, smashing enemies into pulp with his bare hands while roaring, "Die!" The audience watched these epic fight scenes on high-quality curved screens. Their chatter filled mostly with shock and admiration. That's terrifying. How could anyone possibly kill that many monsters in time? Man, I'm glad I quit when I did, but that Lin Moyu guy, he's on a whole other level. The monster was instantly obliterated by his skeleton the moment it appeared. Amidst all the roaring excitement, Gao Yang didn't miss a beat, running his mouth about his connections. Lin Moyu is my boss and he's unbelievably powerful. But for all his big talk, the truth was Gao Yang had hit his limit just trying to survive until the 6th monster. Not that it stopped him from shamelessly hyping up his leader, of course. Come on, let me tell you all the legendary tale of how my boss Lin Moyu soloed a nightmare difficulty dungeon. The people standing nearby were immediately skeptical. Solo a nightmare dungeon? How's that even possible, yeah, right? Is this guy pulling our leg? Just then, the match entered its final decisive moments. Only 5 people were left standing. Among them, Moyu was by far the most relaxed. He was just casually standing there munching on a pastry. Among the 5 exceptional contestants who had survived this long, A guy wearing a black headband finally started to reveal his true power. His name was Feng Shu, and he was a level 15 holy swordsman. This guy hailed from the Feng clan of swordsmen, and he understood the rules of this competition perfectly. He knew that the real points bonanza wouldn't start until after the second round, and only then did everyone finally understand his strategy. So he was waiting for this exact moment, huh? Someone in the crowd suddenly yelled, "Look, Wang Zihao didn't hesitate to go berserk." The berserk state lasts for 5 minutes, boosting physical strength by 500%, while dropping agility by 200%, and after it wears off, he'll be stuck in a weakened state for 30 minutes. His entire body was engulfed in a fiery red aura, his power skyrocketing with it. He then charged headfirst into the horde of monsters, fighting with everything he had. The battle unfolded so quickly it was a blur to the naked eye. By this point, Moyu had already finished his snack, his expression still completely unfazed. Finally, it was the last monster's turn. The final, decisive moments drew to a close as the sound of an announcement echoed through the arena. Model, the fourth round has concluded, with only 5 participants making it through. The final rankings are as follows. A leaderboard materialized displaying the results. First place with a total score of 3,605, Lin Moyu. Second place with 2,470 points, Zuomei. Third place with 2,270 points, Xia Xue. Fourth place with 2,265 points, Wang Zihao. And in fifth place with 2,200 points, Feng Shu. The crowd immediately erupted into discussion. The second the results were posted, everyone was absolutely stunned. Only 5 people passed. Just 5 people are left after the 4th round. Is it even possible for anyone to pass the 5th round? The 4th round was already that brutal. I can't even imagine how insane the 5th round is going to be. Wang Zihao, his face caked in grime, leaned on his sword gasping for air, but his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. I'm ready for the next round. This is all going according to plan. The 5th round, that's where the real battle begins. Xiajug was also catching her breath, thinking to herself, I made it to the top 5. Getting into Xiajing Academy should be a sure thing now, right? After that last battle, Zuomei's brow furrowed slightly, but she was brimming with absolute confidence. Xiajing Academy, I'm coming for you. As if it could read everyone's minds. Once more, the announcer's voice boomed, putting everyone on edge. I know all of you want to get into Xiajing Academy, but don't you dare think that just because you've made it to the top 5, you're safe. If your performance in this final round isn't exceptional, you will be eliminated all the same. If you want to get into Xiajing Academy, then you'd better fight for every last point. Everyone listened with bated breath. It was finally here. The voice continued to echo through the arena. Listen carefully to the rules for round 5. You will each be transported to your own unique special combat dimension. A chilling scene materialized before them. In the distance, an entire army, a horde of monsters, was just itching to tear their prey to shreds, as if to prove the system notification right. The battle zone will constantly be spawning all kinds of monsters. We're talking huge numbers. The first wave alone will have over 100. And that includes elites, leaders, and maybe even a boss monster. The faster you kill, the faster the monsters respawn and the faster they power up. Blood-red eyes locked onto their targets. As the announcer's voice continued to echo, every single one of you must control the pace of your own assault and keep a very close eye on your score. The battle zone is divided into 5 stages, and the points awarded for each stage will be different, according to the rules. Only you can see your own score, not even the judges will know. As the announcement finished, 5 teleportation arrays materialized. Once you step inside the battle zone, the only thing the judges will be able to see is your score ticking up. So whatever ace you have up your sleeve, I suggest you use it. Good luck. Amidst a dark, stormy sky crackling with lightning, a score conversion table appeared. Stage 1. Level 15 monsters 50 points per kill. Stage 2, level 16 monsters 100 points per kill. Stage 3, level 17 monsters 200 points per kill. Stage 4, level 18 monsters 400 points per kill. And Stage 5, level 19 monsters a whopping 800 points per kill. Just like that. The 5 champions stepped into the battle zone. The atmosphere in here was suffocating and grim. At that moment, Moyu was looking down from a high vantage point. Behind him, his skeleton army stood at the ready, awaiting his command. I can feel it. This place is absolutely saturated with the stench of death. An unimaginably massive war must have taken place here. He curiously observed the massive army of monsters swarming at the base of the cliff. So they want us to get a taste of a real battlefield, huh? Those monsters down there are level 15 Film Beastman warriors. It was as if they'd heard his voice because they all turned their heads and charged right at him. But Moyu, he couldn't have cared less about them. Just levels with no attributes or skills, their roars echoed from all directions. He glanced up at the endless lightning striking down from the sky and wondered, are those roars calling for backup? Then he continued to observe as his skeletons went on the attack. He realized he couldn't one-shot them. Their vitality stat must be pretty high, but Moyu didn't sweat it. He calmly commanded his skeletons to attack. If 1 slash doesn't kill them, then 2 will do the trick. In his hand, a crimson power began to gather. It was Corpse Explosion. He launched it right into the middle of the monster mob, and the area instantly blew sky high. His little stunt didn't escape the notice of the old-timers watching from the sidelines, leaving them completely dumbfounded. Lin Moyu made his move. His total score is 4,150 points. It just shot up by 500 points in an instant. Did he just one-shot 10 one-star monsters at once? Back on the field, Moyu was just spamming his ultimate skill, Corpse Explosion. If they're going to use their roars to call their buddies, then all I have to do is wait here for them to deliver themselves to my doorstep. He observed the corpses of the monsters after they were wiped out. The bodies are disappearing again. They only stick around for about 10 seconds. Moyu canceled the Corpse Explosion skill and started summoning his skeletons again. Looks like the plan needs a little tweak. At his command, the skeletons charged forward, seeking out targets just as their master instructed. The 9 skeletons perfectly herded all the remaining monsters into a single location. His bony minions quickly swept through the area, killing any stragglers and gradually corralling the rest of the horde inward. Once he saw that his targets had fallen right into his trap, Moyu went right back to his mob-pulling corpse-exploding combo. He stood from on high, lobbing one corpse explosion after another, down at the monsters below like he was skipping stones on a lake. The entire scene instantly devolved into utter chaos. His absolutely insane strategy, leaving the observers so shocked their jaws practically hit the floor. What in the world did Lin Moyu just do? Damn it, we couldn't even see it happen. Total score 8,605 points. His score shot up by 4,000 in the blink of an eye. He must have wiped out the first 100 monsters already. Ning Xuanfeng, watching this, was just as floored. What on earth did that kid pull off? A necromancer. Seriously, what kind of class is that? Where are his limits? Does he even have any? Moyu glanced down at the now empty arena. He was pretty pleased with himself, but still wondered. They're not going to make me wait another whole minute for the next wave, are they? Suddenly, fireballs started raining down from the sky, making him look up with curiosity. Moyu quickly commanded his skeletons, "Get in front of me and block those attacks." The 2 opposing forces collided, creating a massive explosion. As the smoke and fire cleared, a new wave of monsters appeared in the distance, the Huo Yu Fei Lin Beastmen warriors, level 16. Shielded by his skeletons, Moyu didn't have a single scratch on him. He looked towards the distant monsters, his eyes lighting up as if he'd been waiting for this. Finally, a new wave. It's about time I got to shine right. Across the field, the horde of monsters began to charge. But Moyu's skeleton, warriors not about to be outdone, advanced to meet them. Walking behind his warriors, he commanded them flawlessly as they tore through the enemy ranks. One by one, Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors started carving up the army of newly spawned monsters. And once there were corpses, he immediately activated Corpse Explosion. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, setting off a massive chain reaction. The people in the observation room watched in awe as Moyu's score skyrocketed again. Another 6,000 points. He just insta-killed 120 monsters in a flash. 14,605 points. His summons are already that powerful, and he has AoE skills on top of that. Just that soul flame ability of his is completely broken. One of the women even turned to her friend and started whispering, "Wait a second, is this class even higher than legendary rank?" The old man heard this and shot back. You could say it's on par with those other top-tier classes, for now. But we can't jump to conclusions this early. Being a big shot at the lower levels, it doesn't mean you'll still be a monster when you rank up. Let's just keep watching. Meanwhile, back on Mo Yu's end, he scanned the battlefield and muttered to himself, "The stench of death, it's gotten stronger." Phase 2 is it, as massive stone pillars shot up from the ground. Mo Yu saw a whole crowd of enemies standing on top of them. He estimated at least 40 teams of beastmen scattered around the area. A series of status windows popped into view. Phallian Beastman Archer level 16. Phallian Beastman Warrior level 16. He thought to himself, so the monster levels are going up. And their numbers have multiplied too. At this rate, any other class would probably get wiped out in Phase 2. And even if, by some miracle, they did pass, it would take them forever. But for me, that's not something I need to worry about. Back in the observation room, the discussion was heating up again. You know, in the entire history, setting of the Xia Empire's competitions, only one professional has ever managed to clear the third phase of the battle space, and that was over 100 years ago. I'm telling you, Lin Moyu has a real shot. His skills are just absolutely broken. I'm starting to think he's awakened a talent. The group buzzed with excitement, chattering back and forth. If he really has awakened a talent, that would be an absolute game changer for the human race. Exactly, a genius who awakens a talent right after his first class change. Who knows, maybe after his second class change, he'll awaken another one. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Professionals with a single talent are already incredibly rare. A dual talent user is a 1 in a billion miracle. There's no way we'd be that lucky. Just then the ranking system updated. First place Lin Moyu with a total score of 34,605. Second place Xia Xue with a total score of 7,270. Third place Feng Shu with a total score of 6,200. Even the spectators watching from the outside were starting to go wild. Hey look, that Lin Moyu guy just broke into the second stage. A monster worth 100 points. And he just insta-killed 200 of them. This is basically a point giveaway. If I wasn't bound by the rules, I'd totally just throw the bosses at him. Here in Xiajing, the capital of the Xia Empire, right in the middle of the bustling city, a colossal tower dominates the skyline. This is the legendary Trial Tower itself, one of the 3 great divine towers of the Xia Empire. Suddenly, specks of purple light begin to gather in the sky. A massive surge of power hurtles towards the tower at breakneck speed as a bold, thunderous voice rings out. Then a gigantic golden hand appears to block the assault, but it's met with nothing but mockery from the monster. You can't stop this. The monster, with its menacing red horns, charges forward with a wave of dark energy. 2 opposing forces, one dark and one light, are about to collide. But the golden hand fails to completely block the tip of that dark spear. It allows the malevolent energy to pierce through and infiltrate the tower. The voice booms again, "You're courting death." The monster is struck, but it's cocky. This is just a clone. Go on, kill it. But as for those little brats inside, your precious trial tower. Before it could finish, the golden hand crushes the monster, causing its internal energy to explode violently. 3 figures float in the air discussing the event. To think those things from the abyss would actually dare to attack. That beam of corrupted light was way too fast. It seems they had this planned all along. Their target is the children inside the combat dimension. The figure on the left speaks up. These abyssal creatures have infiltrated the tower. The space inside has been thrown into chaos, and the power of the abyss has corrupted the rules. Someone immediately replies, "Well, the soil in the tower was originally sourced from the very essence of abyssal earth. It's the perfect environment for them." Bai Yiyuan, the strongest warrior in the Xia Empire, speaks up. How long will it take to restore order? The person beside him gives a one-word answer. Down below, the playing field suddenly changes, leaving the contestants completely baffled. What's happening? Why did all the monsters just vanish? The click-clack of high heels echoed, growing closer and closer. Xia Xue called out from behind Moyu. You dummy, Lin. What in the world is going on with this combat dimension? Why are we suddenly running into other contestants? As the two of them met up, she was clearly bewildered. 1 second I was just minding my own business killing monsters, and then poof, they all just vanished. Do you have any clue what's happening? Moyu simply replied, beats me. Xihai scanned the strange new environment, letting out a shocked, huh. Just then the figure of Yi Yuan materialized, addressing them all. Listen up, kids, I am Bai Yi Yuan. The crowd below absolutely erupted. It's God Bai, it's actually God Bai, but one sharp-eyed observer put two and two together. Wait a second, why is God Bai here? Don't tell me. Something's gone horribly wrong with the combat dimension. Floating in mid-air, Yi Yin delivered the grave news. Demons from the abyssal world have invaded this combat dimension, and their target is every single one of you. We are doing everything we can to repair the dimensional rules, but we estimate it will take about 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Xia Xue froze solid. Abyssal demons invading the combat dimension, but Yi Yuan wasn't finished yet. He continued his instructions. Therefore, for the next hour, you must protect yourselves at all costs. We have no idea what kind of methods the demons from the abyssal world will use against you. But I have faith that as long as you all stand united as one, this invading power and from the abyss will be utterly powerless against you. His expression turned deadly serious. People of the divine kingdom, we do not shy from battle and we do not fear death. Fired up Xihai raised his sword, leading the charge and roaring the words right back. We do not fear battle and we do not fear death. Everyone joined the rally cry as they charged forward. We do not fear battle. We do not fear death. We do not fear battle. We do not fear death. We do not fear battle. We do not fear death. But Lin Moyu, as usual, was thinking calmly. The weakest monsters in the abyss are at least level 70. If God Bai said we could resist their invading force, which means they can't be that strong. The observation room erupted into chaos. How could something like this possibly happen? The Abyss intentionally chose this competition to make their move. They're targeting the prodigies participating in the 5th round of the assessment. This move is an attempt to sever the very roots of our Shangxia Empire. If we don't handle this perfectly, I'm afraid they'll be back every single year. Suddenly, someone roared. Enough talk, get a message to everyone outside. Tell them not to panic and to have faith in Bai Shen, that goes for all of you in here too. Immediately, someone else yelled out. Have faith in Bai Shen. Just then, a blood-red moon appeared, sending the contestants into a frenzy of screams. It's the blood moon of the Abyss. The forces of the Abyss are making their move. Everyone brace yourselves. A group of shield-bearers stepped forward. If you want to kill our comrades, you'll have to get through us knights first. The monster's only reply was a mocking laugh. Heh, just as expected. From the future of the Shangxia Empire, a real shame you're all about to die. It gloated, scanning the crowd of contestants. 1 hour, that's more than enough time to kill every last one of you. It's just too bad I won't be able to savor your delicious corpses right here and now. The Beastman warrior Fei Lin, corrupted by the Abyss to level 19, descended amidst the screams. It's here, a girl exclaimed excitedly. I remember now, this battle dimension has a level limit. The highest it allows is level 19. The guy next to her breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. How could I have forgotten that? Then what's there to be afraid of? There are tons of us here. But his relief vanished when he saw just how many of them there were. He yelled out, how can there be so many of them? And they're all, at least enhanced type elites. Xia Xue clutched Moyu's arm. What are we going to do? He replied calmly. This is a huge pain, but not impossible to handle. Moyu stepped forward, his mind racing. Enhanced type elite monsters. Isn't that basically the same as a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Corrupted by the power of the Abyss. A mutation occurred. So does that mean these monsters give extra EXP or something? All the while, the battlefield echoed with the monsters' mocking laughter. Scared already, such cowards, Bai Chen sneered. If you all just work together, you could win. There are over 100 of you, it's a perfect one-on-one matchup. Even Xihai, who was all gung-ho a moment ago, began to falter. Win. We can't win. Just their aura alone is so heavy I can barely lift my knife. But the other contestants still raised their swords ready for a fight. And Moyu, of course, didn't even slow down. His legion of skeleton warriors marched steadily forward. Behind them, Xia Xue was frantic with worry. Moyu, you idiot, what are you doing? Get back here. There are over 100 enhanced-type elite monsters over there. Moyu simply tossed one word back at her. Go. But Xia Xue just screamed, I don't want to. He replied coldly, suit yourself. Moyu figured her tagging along wouldn't make a difference to him anyway. Let her do what she wants. The crowd behind them started buzzing. What's that guy thinking? Is he seriously charging in alone? But when his information panel popped up, Lin Moyu level 16 Necromancer, everyone froze. A Necromancer? What kind of class is that? Are those skeletons his summons? A new class, is he a summoner? What do we do? Should we go with him? Following Moyu's determined steps, the entire crowd began to march forward, joining his cause. Zuomei and Feng Xiu even recalled Yi Yuan's words. A descendant of the gods does not shy from battle, nor do they fear death. The monster watched the whole scene like it was a cheap comedy. Well, finally some fresh meat comes to offer itself up. You've got guts, kid. I'd almost feel bad about killing you. Tell you what, why don't you come to the abyss and be my personal slave? Moyu's sudden halt made the monster raise an eyebrow. So have you made up your mind? He glanced up toward the monster's voice as it continued its sales pitch. The great gates of the abyss are always open for you. He thought to himself, the distance is about 50 meters. That corpse explosion is going to have maximum impact. The other examinees in the back were getting antsy. Did he just stop? What's the holdup? Why go any further? Moyu muttered to himself. This spot is perfect. And then, a burst of blue flame erupted from his hand. In an instant, an army of skeletons clawed their way out of the ground. And holy moly, there were a lot of them. The system notification popped up: skeleton soldiers quantity 100. Everyone else stared in awe at the massive bone brigade. How in the world could he summon so many minions? What kind of class is this guy anyway? Zhu Mei couldn't believe her eyes. They're so fast. These summons are even quicker than an assassin, who specializes in agility like me. The monsters unleashed a furious attack on the skeleton soldiers. Seeing how beefy those creatures were, Moyu was shocked. They're still standing. He watched the skeletons' HP dropping, thinking to himself, 1995 out of 2500. Looks like the attack power of these abyss-infected monsters is only around 3000. Moyu did some quick mental math. To take that many hits, their HP must be over 3500. But for his corpse explosion skill, the higher the HP, the better. The moment one of the monsters fell, he got an EXP notification. Killed level 19 Phylon Beastman Warrior. Experience plus 8000. Moyu grinned. Sweet, they actually give EXP. And now that there was a fresh corpse on the ground, it was time to use his favorite move, corpse explosion. Moyu knew the EXP was a bit on the low side, but hey, every little bit counts, right? Besides what they lacked in quality, they more than made up for in quantity. He unleashed corpse explosion and boom, a monster went up in flames. What followed was a chain reaction of explosions that left everyone utterly stunned. What is even happening right now? Across the entire training ground, massive explosions from the corpse explosion skill erupted one after another. The air was filled with flying monster parts. The other candidates were just dumbfounded. He wiped them all out just like that. What kind of skill is that? How can it be so ridiculously powerful? Xihai collapsed to the ground, muttering over and over, no way! How can he possibly be this strong? Why couldn't I awaken a class like that? It's so freaking unfair. Meanwhile, the crowd was going wild. This Necromancer class is just too OP. We're saved. We're actually saved. The monster stared down the army of skeletons and shrieked in absolute terror, no way, this can't be happening. You dare provoke me, the great demon king? I will kill you. I'll drink your blood and feast on your flesh. And just like that, it launched a fresh wave of attacks. As it roared, monster after monster poured out of the woodwork. Let's see you handle this. You're all going to die, every last one of you. Yu glanced up at a crimson orb hanging in the sky, a smirk playing on his lips. So that's where you've been hiding. The skeleton warriors were fighting, for their unlives relentlessly carving through the horde of monsters. Our boy wasn't about to waste any time either. Moyu leaped into the air, making a beeline for the blood moon, with one of his reanimated corpses clearing a path for him. The Demon King was genuinely confused. You absolute maniac, what do you think you're doing? Moyu just kept charging straight ahead, using the monster corpse right in frnt of him to cast Corpse Explosion. The second the corpse went boom, he followed it up with a blast of soul flame. The monster howled in pure rage. I'll kill you, I'll tear you to pieces. Moyu seemed a little puzzled. Still not dead? Guess I'll just have to use more soul flame then. The monster's true form was revealed and it let out a blood-curdling scream. What is this skill? How can it burn my very soul? Just what the hell kind of class are you? It's impossible. A class like this, it shouldn't even exist in this world. A moment later, his feet touched solid ground again, just as that monstrous being began to slowly fade into nothingness. Moyu left it with just one parting shot. Invading this trial space comes with a hefty price tag. Meanwhile, outside the tower, those three figures were still hovering in midair. One of them let out a gasp of surprise. He said, completely astonished, "The interference from the abyssal power, it's weakening dramatically." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's murderous aura flared uncontrollably as he demanded, "Are all the candidates in the tower dead?" And Wenger calmly replied, "No, that's not it. I can sense the life force of quite a few humans, but the conscious auras of the abyss demons have become extremely weak. They've been wounded." Hearing this, the man let out a chuckle. "See, I told you so. You had me worried to death for nothing." The old man sounded a bit wary. "Next time, could you maybe not just unleash your aura whenever you feel like it?" Yi Yuan was perplexed. But the abyss demons are using the power of the abyss to distort the spatial rules on the battlefield. If even we can't get in, who in the world could possibly be injuring them? You're not telling me it's those level 15 and 16 contestants, are you? Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the monster suddenly erupted with power. "Kill you? I'll kill you. Let me go. I will kill him." As if supercharged by the cry, the monsters below immediately surged forward. Everyone recoiled, terrified by their sudden display of overwhelming power. Doing. Moyu stared at the notification panel in amazement. Corpse Explosion has leveled up. With the talent upgrade, the range of Corpse Explosion will now be 20 meters, and the damage is boosted to 150% of the target's health. Corpse Explosion level 1 to level 2. Detonates a corpse, dealing damage equal to 15% of the corpse's health to enemies within a 2-meter radius. He thought to himself, does this mean skills have to be used over and over again until you're proficient before they can level up? Lin Moyu stood up and glanced at the horde of monsters behind him. Or rather, besides the innate talent skills from my profession, do skills learned from scrolls also have to be leveled up this way? And right on cue, a pillar of light descended, and the level up symbol appeared right over Lin Moyu's head. Everyone was absolutely floored. Who is this guy? Is he seriously using these monsters to power level? I think his name is Lin Moyu, the guy with the new profession. Man, if it weren't for him, we'd all be toast right now. The demon lord, who was in the middle of recalling its minions, whispered, "Looks like you're not getting away after all." It then continued its threat. "Your name is Lin Moyu. This lord will remember you well. When you finally reach the abyss, I will..." But it never got to finish. An explosion was triggered. Lin Moyu had used Corpse Explosion to blow its soul to smithereens. Everyone looked up at the sky and cheered with relief. The combat space? It's back to normal, we won. The people on the outside also quickly realized that the consciousness from the abyss had been utterly destroyed. And Wen, using his divine power, reported that the combat space was recovering. Yi Yan asked worriedly, "What about the kids?" He sighed in response. "The kids are all perfectly safe. There wasn't a single casualty." Yi Yan was completely baffled. Not even one casualty. He thought to himself, "This is nothing like what I predicted. What on earth actually happened in that combat space?" Right then, Yi Yan decided that just to be safe, They should teleport the kids back first. Then they could go back and review what exactly went down in there. And Wen immediately agreed. Over here, Xia Xue turned to Lin Moyu. Dummy Lin, you all right? Lin Moyu nonchalantly replied, I'm fine. Yi Yuan then used projection technology to make an announcement. Attention everyone, the power from the abyss has vanished. The combat space has returned to normal. You will all be teleported back to the original examination grounds. The results of the exam will be announced later. Xia Xue celebrated silently. We stood absolutely no chance against those beastmen warriors. Thank God we had this guy. An announcement suddenly echoed from the tower. The combat type examination has now concluded. All candidates please await your final scores and evaluations. Xuan Feng stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. The exam results for the combat type. The final rankings are a cocktail of raw scores and official evaluations. A high score alone won't get you into a top-tier academy. You also need an evaluation that screams elite. And here's the kicker, the evaluations for those 5, they're different from all the other candidates. They're being graded directly by the top brass of the Shengxia Empire. Xuan Feng's mind drifted to Mo Yu, thinking, I have no idea what the hell went down in that battle dimension. But damn, he was actually kinda hyped to see what kind of review this Lin Moyu kid was about to get. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan and his crew had already seen the instant replay of Mo Yu's performance. Yi Yuan looked at the screen, intrigued. So this is the guy An Wen recommended. I've heard whispers about this Necromancer class, a new profession that just popped up in Xihai City, over in Jiangning province. I never imagined he'd be the one to single-handedly turn the tables. Impressive. His performance really speaks for itself, he praised, unable to stop himself. Calm, ruthlessly decisive, and wielding a powerhouse of a class. That kid, he's got all the makings of a top-tier powerhouse. And it's not just that his class is busted. I'd bet my life he's awakened some seriously powerful innate talent too. Just then, the crowd erupted. Someone said this year's evaluations would be tough. Pfft, what's so tough about it? All those kids who turned tail and ran are total cream puffs. Put them on a real battlefield and they'd be the first to desert. Nothing to write home about. I mean, come on, they're just a bunch of teenagers. But Lin Moyu, that kid, is without a doubt outstanding. All right, people, let's wrap it up. The leaderboard is up. And there it was, number 1, Lin Moyu, score 34,605, evaluation outstanding. Lu Yun practically shot out of his seat with joy. Number 1, the top scorer. He's the top scorer. A man in round glasses chimed in. Well, congratulations, old Lu, you finally got yourself a top scorer. Guess we'll have to listen to you brag about this for the next 30 years. Lu Yun thought to himself, a swell of pride in his chest. That kid Lin Moyu, he really did it. Shajug was beaming with excitement too. Congratulations, Lin Moyu, so you actually snagged the provincial top spot. Moyu replied coolly, thanks. Miss Ni Wu chimed in, wait, you actually know how to smile? Then Xia Xue chimed in all innocent like, you look so handsome when you smile. How come you've been hiding it all this time? Hearing that, Mo Yu got a little flustered. The leaderboard flashed again, second place Xia Xue, 7,600 points with an excellent rating. The people around started showering praise. Old man Lu, you've hit the jackpot. Second place is yours too, I'm so jealous. Those words had Lu Yun practically floating on air, puffed up with pride. Next up, the leaderboard displayed third place Feng Jian, 6,700 points, excellent rating. Fourth place Zuo Mei, 6,325 points, excellent rating. And in fifth place, Wang Zihao, 6,300 points, with a poor rating. For Zihao, it was like the world dropped out from under him. A poor rating, he thought, his soul plummeting. How did I get this rating? Forget about Jiajing Academy. Now even a top 20 college in the entire empire wouldn't want me. His face went ashen as he threw a full-blown tantrum. I don't accept this. Why, on what grounds did you give me a poor rating? This is unfair. The system, wasting no time, just straight up disqualified him. Wang Zihao violated exam regulations. Expelled. All he could do was scream a single "No!" as he was unceremoniously booted out. Continuing the announcements for the combat class, This year's champion for Ningjiang province is Lin Moyu Gaoyang, and his buddies erupted into cheers. Did you guys see that? That's our boy, the champion, the provincial champion. The system's voice boomed once more, silencing the crowd. An imperial decree has been issued. The crowd, including Lin Moyu, fell dead silent. An imperial decree. Wait, does this mean being the provincial champion isn't the final result? Just then the system delivered another bombshell announcement. Lin Moyu is hereby declared this year's national champion. Everyone who heard that was completely and utterly gobsmacked. What, the national champion? Lu Yun was so shocked he was practically petrified. Did I hear that correctly? Nede Moyu, the national champion. Lu Yun started laughing so hard it looked like his soul was about to leave his body. The champion, the national champion. Seeing his reaction, everyone else started to get worried. Old man Lu, are you all right? Don't get too worked up, man. Watch your blood pressure. You heard it right? Man, he can brag about this for the rest of his life. The onlookers were ecstatic too. The national top scorer. Our Ningjiang province actually produced the national top scorer. Lin Moyu is an absolute legend. That settles it. I'm enrolling my son in #1 high school. Zuomei was the first to speak. Lin Moyu, congratulations. Feng Qiu chimed in, thanks. If it wasn't for you this time, we all would have been in some serious trouble. Moyu replied, shaking his hand warmly. It was nothing. Zuomei then asked, you're also trying to get into Jiajing Academy, aren't you? Feng Su's eyes lit up. Then I'll see you at Jiajing Academy. When we get there, I'll treat you to a meal. Moyu answered with a stone-cold expression. Okay. Xia Xue, trying to diffuse the awkwardness, jumped in sheepishly. This guy, he's not much of a talker. We've been classmates for 3 years, and I don't think I've even exchanged 10 sentences with him in total. To which he immediately corrected 26 sentences. Wait, so that's the exact number of sentences? You two have spoken in 3 years of school. Yeah, that clarification only made the atmosphere 100 times more awkward. Their two new friends could only cover their mouths to hide their laughter, while Xia Xue looked like she wanted the earth to swallow her whole. Later, back at Lin Moyu's house, he announced, Sis, I'll be able to get into Yajing Academy real soon. Grandma, I became the national top scorer. Just then a knock came from outside. His eyes darted toward the door. Moyu opened it a little surprised. Principal Lu, what brings you here? But what really snagged Moyu's attention was a towering figure next to him. The man radiated an otherworldly aura, making it clear he was no ordinary person. He was instantly on his guard. The pressure was so immense it felt hard to breathe. Moyu immediately drew his sword ready for battle. His skeleton warrior was summoned in a flash. But the imposing figure had already transformed back into Yi Yuan. He looked at Moyu with approval. Not a bad reaction. Only then did Moyu bow his head respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Bai Shen. Yi Yuan began to reply. I'm here today to discuss the matter of the Jiajing Academy. This guy was seriously impressed with Moyu. The kid was calm, cautious, and had killer instincts, a real top-tier prospect. Just then a gentle sunbeam streamed through the window. But of course, Lu Yun was there to shatter the peaceful silence. Sir, please don't mind him. His older sister got into Jiajing Academy last year, so this kid's been living all by his lonesome. Hearing that, Yi Yuan's respect for the boy shot through the roof. For two siblings from a background like that, to both get into Jiajing Academy, that was truly something special. And for a bona fide genius like him to pop up was even rarer. A stat screen materialized. Bone Soldier Strength. Agility, Stamina, Spirit. Yi Yuan scanned the list, a puzzled look on his face. Your 4 base attributes are at 250, which are completely average stats. So how in the hell did you pull off what you did in the combat dimension? Moyu was taken aback for a second, thinking to himself. So my 4 base attributes are showing up as 250? Looks like other people can't see. The Bone Soldier's stats after my talent upgrades them. A light bulb went off in Yi Yuan's head. He was starting to figure out what kind of talent the kid had awakened. Lu Yun, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with excitement. Moyu, you actually awakened a talent? Without missing a beat, Moyu spilled the beans. My talent is Upgrade. It upgrades all of my skills. Yi Yin thought to himself, Just as I suspected, that explains everything. He then laid out his proposition. I'm here for two reasons. First, to give you your reward from the Jiajing Academy. And second, to personally escort you there. There's a special trial happening the day after tomorrow. And I'm hoping you'll join. Moyu was curious, what kind of trial? Yi Yun explained, it's a trial hosted by the Jiajing Academy. The only people participating are internal personnel, which means we can only fill you in on the specifics after you've agreed to join. Moyu started breaking it down in his head. Okay, so it's not mandatory, the choice is mine. But what exactly does he mean by internal personnel? It's got to be confidential, which means this is definitely not your average run-of-the-mill trial. Sensing his hesitation, Yi Yen leaned in conspiratorially. Look, I can't spill all the beans, but let me just say, this training opportunity is the kind that comes around once in a blue moon. Technically, you shouldn't even be eligible for this. Moyu didn't even blink. I'm in. A satisfied smirk spread across Yi Yuan's face as he pulled something out. Since you're so eager, let's get you your reward up front. As the national champion, your prize package is nothing to sneeze at. Moyu's mind immediately flashed to skill scrolls. Yi Yan slid a card across the table. First prize is a cool 100,000 bonus points on top of what you already earned from the exam. All your points are loaded onto this card. And you've probably heard the rumors. Around here, points are worth way more than actual cash. Next, two scrolls materialized on the table. The second reward is a 2-for-1 deal. One beginner skill scroll and one intermediate skill scroll. But Yi Yan wasn't done yet. Third, based on your stellar performance, in the battle dimension, you've earned a special bonus prize, a one-time entry pass to the Lower Divine Tower. This pass is incredibly valuable. And since it's your first time, you'd better be damn well prepared before you go. Moyu nodded. Got it. I figure if even Bai Chen made a big deal about it, it must be important. With that, Yi Yun turned to leave, but not before telling him to pack his things. I'm taking you to the Jiajing Academy. As they set off into the night, a voice called out with words of encouragement. You got this, kid. In the blink of an eye, they teleported, arriving right on the academy grounds. Standing before them was a massive stone monument carved with 4 characters, Jiajing Academy. Yi Yan puffed out his chest with pride. This gate isn't just a gate, it's a weapon. Even a top-tier master would pay a heavy price trying to force their way in. Let's go. Inside, he gestured around. This is the dormitory. You'll be staying here for tonight. I've gotta run. So get some rest. Someone will come get you in the morning. All right, Moyu replied as Gan Yun gave a respectful bow. Lord Bai Chen. The guy frowned, looking up. Just who the hell is this dude? He's getting the red carpet treatment from Bai Chen himself, and yet he's talking to the big boss like he's ordering a pizza. Gan Yun chimed in, you must be Lin Moyu, right? Moyu confirmed with a nod, I am. The guy asked cheerfully, so where would you like to stay? And just like that, Gan Yun launched into his real estate pitch. We have a wide range of options available, including dorms for 4-2 or even a private single room. And for our VIPs, we have detached villas. The 4-person dorm with a basic training yard will run you 500 points a month. The 2-person option is 1,000 points a month. A single room costs a cool 2,000 points per month, and the premium villas start at 10,000 points a month. Finally, he wrapped up his sales pitch. The prices vary quite a bit, and the specialized training villas don't even have a set price yet. At this point, Gan Yun started giving some unsolicited advice. Classmate Lin, I know you just finished your exams, and you've got a fair few points, but I'd still recommend you saving as much as you can. You're going to need points for a lot of things later. Why don't you start in a 4-person or 2-person room? But Moyu completely tuned him out. I'll take the single dorm, he said, thinking to himself. Yeah, I should probably be a little frugal and just get the single. Little did he know, that decision made all the color drain from Ganyun's face. A single room? Are you sure that's a lot of money to just throw around? If you don't learn how to save your points now, you're going to regret it big time when you find out how hard they are to earn. Moyu's reply was completely deadpan. Yeah, and just like that, the decision was made. 1 single dorm room for Lin Moyu. I'll take this room, he said firmly. Gan Yun sighed. Alrighty then. Classmate Lin, could you give me your ID card? I'll get you registered. But as he took the card and scanned it, his jaw practically hit the floor. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. How in the world do you have so many points? Moyu explained nonchalantly. It was the reward for getting first place in the national exam. Gan Yun's mind went blank. 300,000. Well, no wonder the kid wanted a private room. He couldn't help but curse his own pathetic fate. Since I got into this academy, I've only managed to scrape together a measly 10,000 points in total, which isn't even a rounding error for this guy. Once everything was settled, Gan Yun took off. All right, from now on, this room is your new crib. Get some rest. If you need anything, just give me a shout. And don't forget to buy a communicator tomorrow or things will get real inconvenient. Moyu gazed at the view outside, thinking to himself, people are still out there training. Man, this is Xiajing Academy, all right? Everyone is trying so hard. In an atmosphere like this, leveling up is definitely going to be way faster than before. The next day, just as Moyu finished his meditation, the doorbell chimed. Behind the door was Yi flashing a brilliant smile. What's wrong? Don't recognize me or something? Moyu cracked a small smile in recognition. She enthusiastically grabbed his hand and dragged him along, taking him to breakfast and giving him the grand tour of Xiajing Academy. The two of them finally arrived at the academy cafeteria. Moyu spoke up, I've got this. He then confidently swiped his card. Yi was horrified. Why are you paying with points? You can use money here. Rule number 1, if a place takes money, you never ever use points. Moyu's face turned into a pathetic pout. I don't have any money, just points. Hearing that, she sighed in exasperation. If you don't have money, you tell me, this young lady is so poor, all I have is money. Don't waste your points, they're incredibly hard to earn. Yi was floored the moment she glanced at the bill. Phew, it was only 5 points. Wait a minute. She was so shocked the pastry she was nibbling on dropped right out of her mouth. How do you have so many points? Yi laid down the law. You remember this from now on, if you can use money, you absolutely do not use points. Points are for buying weapons like swords and stuff. I don't care how many you have. Moyu had no choice but to agree. After they had eaten their fill, they were taking a stroll when he spoke up, this is for you. Yi's face immediately lit up as she gazed at the crystal core in her hand. It's gorgeous, is this a crystal core from a Yu Jing king? But her expression suddenly shifted as she turned to Mo. You panicked. Do you have any idea how much this thing is worth? These are the 5 core items from the Fairy King's ring set. It's boss-level jewelry, and if you were to sell it, the absolute lowest you'd get is 1 million gold coins. Are you actually giving this to me? Once Moyu confirmed this wasn't a prank, he was practically glowing as he lovingly admired the treasure. Well, thanks, don't mind if I do, he thought to himself. For an item this valuable, looks like the Dynasty Guild really is cheating the system. The Academy campus was sparkling under the morning sun. The two of them casually strolled around, taking in all the sights. With her as his guide, of course. A little while later, over at the Academic Affairs office, she announced, all right, all your enrollment paperwork is officially processed. Moyu wondered, so why couldn't I find any info on my sister Lin Mohan? Her data is completely blank. She could only speculate. Maybe she's on a special top-secret mission for the Academy, which is why you can't look her up. Or she could have been recruited by a more exclusive academy. Like, say, the God's Dawn Academy. It's possible your sister joined one of them. She tried to reassure him. Look, don't worry about it. I'm sure she's fine. Moyu replied, thanks. She then hurried him along. Come on, time to get down to business. Giving you the grand tour was nice and all, but we still have a mission to complete. Stepping into a classroom, she stood at the front and shouted, Sister Taozi, I brought the new guy, he's the national top scorer. The girl walked right up and shook his hand, then introduced herself. Hey, Zhang Tao Tao level 23 elf knight. He politely returned the gesture, Moyu level 17 necromancer. Just then Lang Zhen materialized out of thin air, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Only level 17. You've got to be kidding me. I get that you want to carry someone through, but you could have at least avoided picking up some random stray off the street. The instant those condescending words were spoken, she absolutely erupted. Lang Zhen, what the hell is that supposed to mean? You'd better watch your mouth. Moyu is the top scorer in the entire country, but her fiery defense, this just made Ling Zhen sneer even harder. Compared to my Qianlong squad, a national top scholar means jack squat. Then he let out a scornful laugh. It's not like he'd never seen one of these top scholars before. Every last one of them was garbage. With that, Ling Zhen closed the distance, getting right in Moyu's face. You're Lin Moyu, aren't you? I know you got in because Lord Bai Shen himself put in a good word for you. Don't think just because you have connections with Lord Bai Shen that you can just waltz in here and do whatever you please. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he spat out each word in my Qianlong squad. Entry is earned through pure skill. I don't have a problem with you tagging along for this trial, but I'm gonna need you to shut your trap. Don't say a word. In fact, don't even breathe too loud, and whatever you do, don't you dare drag us down with you. In that instant, Ling Zhen's killing intent intensified, his warning hanging heavy in the air. Otherwise, I'll personally be the one to put you in your place. Moyu thought to himself, even the great young miss of the Xia family wasn't as arrogant as this punk. He couldn't just stand there and take another second of Ling Zhen's crap, so he dropped two simple, devastating words. A moron! Ling Zhen reacted like he'd just stepped on a landmine. His face darkened and the killing intent he'd been building up was finally about to erupt. He channeled all of his internal energy and lunged at Mo Yu, roaring, "What did you just say?" Someone immediately cried out in alarm, "Ling Zhen, you dare attack him." Tao Tao also sprang into a defensive stance, throwing up a magical barrier. She glared furiously at the berserk lunatic and shouted, "Ling Zhen, stop this instant." Hearing this, Ling Zhen gritted his teeth in frustration but ultimately had to back down. "Sister Tao Tao, I'll let this go for your sake." With that, Ling Zhen stormed off. An extremely apologetic, Tao Tao turned back to Mo Yu. "We'll be heading out tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Meet back here. I can only tell you the details of the trial tomorrow." Mo Yu watched Ling Zhen's retreating back and replied, "Got it, thanks." Sensing the vibe was getting super awkward, Yi Yi jumped in to break the uncomfortable silence. "Come on, let's go buy some supplies to get ready." Just as Yi Yi and Mo Yu were about to leave the room, Tao Tao stepped forward to give the guy a piece of her mind. "Ling Zhen, I know you've got a grudge, but you can't just bring your personal beef into the trial. Besides, he's the one Lord Bai Chen personally recommended to us." But hearing this, not only did he not change his attitude, he just got more fired up and snapped back. "I know what I'm doing. I just want to see what kind of joke they sent to replace my little brother." Hearing that, Tao Tao continued trying to reason with him. "Look, even if this seems like nothing to us, you don't become the top scholar for nothing. He must have something special up his sleeve. Plus, his class is a brand new one-of-a-kind type." The moment she finished, Ling Zhen let out a mocking laugh. "Big deal, even if you're gonna carry someone, they have to be at least a little bit useful. Every year we get a few of these new classes and most of them are absolute garbage. This Necromancer is probably no different." Meanwhile, Yi Yi was trying to smooth things over with Mo Yu. She gave his shoulder a gentle pat and said, "Don't even waste your breath on that guy. He's a total lunatic. Come on, let's go buy some health potions, mana potions, and a communicator." She started making a list. "We'll need 10 of each potion and 1 communicator." Mun Yu pulled out a few weapons and items and handed them to her. "Could you help me sell this stuff?" The system's status updated in a flash. Lin Moyu is in the process of identifying items. Yi Yi, seeing this, was absolutely thrilled. She laughed and said, "Looks like from now on, I'll be hitting you up for favors all the time." Then she suggested, "Let's add each other as friends first." Mo Yu coolly replied, "Sure." A screen immediately popped up with the words, "Adding friend." Before long, the two of them were back at his room. Yi Yi gave him a cheerful wave goodbye. "See you at the trial." He replied with a dead serious, "Yup." Back in Mo Yu's room, he told himself he really needed to step up his prep game for this trial. With that thought, he quickly clutched the beginner skill scroll and barked out the command, "Use." Instantly, a surge of power coursed through him. "All right, here we go," Mo Yu muttered to himself. And right on cue, a system notification popped up. "Skill acquired, slowing curse." He read the description, his mind already racing. After my talent gives it a little boost, the range will hit 50 meters and the slowing effect will be a whopping 50%. And the duration, a solid 10 minutes. Thinking about it, Moyu couldn't help but marvel, sweet, another god-tier skill. He then started taking stock of his current skills. His skill set could now be split into 3 categories: summonings, attack, and curses. And it didn't matter which category, every single one was crucial and ridiculously powerful. This just made Moyu even hungrier for more. Hopefully I can branch out into other skill trees in the future, he mused. The next morning, bright and early, Yi Yi gave Moyu a call. Rise and shine, sleepyhead, the sun's already up. I'm downstairs, let's grab some breakfast and get going. Moyu quickly gave in. All right, all right. A short while later, back in that familiar room, Tao Tao started briefing the team. All right, listen up. In a moment after we teleport, do not wander off on your own. Meanwhile, Ling Zhen just couldn't resist throwing some shade at Moyu. Hey, you little punk, try not to drag us all down, okay? Hearing that, Yi Yi immediately snapped back, sticking her tongue out at him. Why don't you worry about not dragging us down? Seeing this, Tao Tao could only facepalm in utter frustration. Whatever beef you two have, put a lid on it until after the trial is over. You all know perfectly well how important this is. Now introduce your classes. The moment she finished, a stylish girl with orange hair spoke up. New Yu, level 20 Elf Elder, class grade rare. Up next was the introduction from, first up, a dude with flashy golden eyes, a rank 2 prophet level 20 with a rare class. Then it was Ling Zhen's turn, who mumbled with an air of complete boredom. Ling Zhen, level 21 sorcerer, rare class. Next on the list was Tao Tao. She calmly introduced herself, Zhang Tao Tao, level 23 elf knight, rare class. When it was our boy's turn, he nonchalantly introduced himself, Lin Moyu, level 17 necromancer, and a one-of-a-kind hidden class. And finally, there was Ning Yi, level 19 knight assassin, rare class. After everyone had finished their introductions, Tao Tao whipped out a spirit stone. She gave them a stern warning. In this trial, we absolutely must stick together. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. The pioneer Yi Yi puffed out his chest to show his determination. Don't you worry, Miss Tao Tao. We won't be a burden on this trial, I promise. The second those words left his mouth, the spirit stone decided it was showtime. A pale green energy burst out from it, effortlessly enveloping the entire group. Tao Tao seized the moment and yelled, Xiajing Academy and Qianlong Academy, prepare for trial teleportation. Instantly, a colossal and absolutely terrifying tower materialized right in front of them. A blinding blood-red light pulsed from its peak, radiating an aura of pure death. Yi Yi was the first to recognize it. It's the Godfall Tower. Even Moyu was stunned, thinking to himself, so the Godfall Tower is floating in the sky. Before they could even get their bearings, they all felt a powerful energy yanking them forward. Moyu couldn't help but wonder, is this the teleportation magic of the Godfall Tower? A few moments later, the group found themselves on Mermaid Island. The entire island was enclosed by a massive magical barrier. Spotting a stone up ahead glowing with a green light, Tao Tao explained, that's the quest stone, everyone touch the stone, and you'll get the details for this trial's mission. She had barely finished her sentence before Moyu had already touched it. A mission notification popped up immediately. Trial mission, proceed to the Mermaid's Tear dungeon, kill the final boss of the dungeon and retrieve the Mermaid's Tear. The maximum party size for the island is 6 people, and the highest average level allowed is 20. And the Mermaid's Tear only drops in the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. What's more, only 3 tiers drop, total. Reading this, the gears in Moyu's head started turning. In other words, only the first 3 teams to successfully clear the dungeon would get their hands on a Mermaid's Tear. The Mermaid's Tear dungeon was located smack in the center of Mermaid Island. Moyu pondered this. At the end of the day, it's just a dungeon run, he thought. So what's so special about this Mermaid's Tear anyway? Tao Tao, on the other hand, was not looking too happy. Her face was scrunched up in a frown. She couldn't believe this trial mission was Mermaid Island. Her reaction just made Yi Yi even more curious. She piped up and asked, Tao Tao, You're the veteran here with tons of experience. Could you give us the inside scoop? Tao Tao took a moment lost in thought before speaking. The mermaid's tear can be used to craft a unique piece of gear with an absolutely insane effect. She continued. Mermaid Island isn't located within the borders of our Shenxia Empire, and only three, count 'em three, tears drop each year. Resting her chin on her hand, she added, because of that, it's not just us from the Shenxia Empire. Every year, teams from other nations make the pilgrimage to Mermaid Island. Her words painted a vivid picture, a chaotic free-for-all with people from every corner of the globe, flocking to this one spot, all desperate to claim the legendary prize. She went on, our Qianlong Academy alone is sending 10 teams and we're team 2. In other words, she said, her voice grim, we're not just competing against the other students from our own academy, and we also have to deal with pro-level teams from other countries. At this, Yi Yi started to look a little worried. So what happens if we run into a team from another nation? With that same pensive look on her face, Tao Tao answered, it's happened before. Usually the worst they'll do is camp the dungeon entrance and block anyone else from getting in. Her words just made everyone even more tense. But don't take this lightly, people have actually died on these runs. If a real fight breaks out, you do whatever it takes, because staying alive is the #1 priority. Seeing the mood take a nosedive, Moyu tried to lighten things up. Hey, don't sweat it, we're not going to run into anything that crazy. Tao Tao then spoke up. All right, we're ready to head into Mermaid Island. Duan Gao hit us with the buffs. He quickly replied, on it, and just like that, a series of status effects washed over the party. Strength boost, agility boost, defense boost, mana surge. No Yu felt the changes coursing through his body and did a quick mental calculation. All 4 primary stats are up by 30%, and skill power is boosted by 20% for the next hour. He thought to himself, yeah, the Prophet class is definitely a powerful support. Too bad. The Prophet's little upgrade is a complete joke compared to my own innate talent. He then summoned his bone soldier, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. Wait a minute. What would happen if the Prophet's buffs were cast on my bone soldier? The moment the skeleton warrior appeared, it scared the daylights out of Duan Gao. He yelped in panic, holy crap, an undead summon. Seeing this, Mo Yu just laughed reassuringly. Don't be scared, he's just an adorable little bone soldier. Mo Yu then turned to the guy and said, hey, mind buffing my skeleton for me? Thanks. Duan Gao stammered in response. Sure. But after trying to cast the buff for a moment, he spoke up completely defeated, my skills? They won't work on it. Mo Yu smirked internally. It's probably because my own talent is so overpowered that Duan Gao's blessing skills are just being completely overridden by my power. Thinking he'd found the perfect moment to stir up trouble, Ling Zhen immediately started running his mouth. I can't even get a simple buff. This summon and its master are both totally useless. The words had barely left his lips when Mo Yu shot him a sideways glance, absolutely dripping with contempt. At that exact moment, a surge of energy. A colossal figure erupted from the skeleton soldier, its presence blanketing the entire area. Seeing that terrifying surge of power, Lang Zhen, quick on the draw, already had his weapon out, striking a battle-ready pose. He sneered, what's the matter? You want to throw down right here, right now? The words had barely left his mouth when an arm shot out, blocking his view. Dao Dao snapped at him in annoyance. If you're so eager to fight, save it for later. Finish the trial first, then you can talk. Lang Zhen didn't reply, but internally he was cursing himself out. Damn it! The moment that guy's summon looked at me, I was hit with this insane will to just die. My whole body went ice cold and froze solid. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a booming announcement for the trial echoed all around them. The trial has begun, enter the island. Dao Dao shot forward like a rocket, calling out instructions over her shoulder. Our target is the Merman Dungeon. We need to be fast. If we can avoid fighting wild monsters, we avoid them. Miao Yu immediately shouted back, got it. Before long, the group had made their way to a nearby stream, and lurking there, of course, was a merman soldier. Spotting their silhouettes in the distance, it quickly slipped into the water, waiting for Moyu's group to get closer. It suddenly burst out, aiming its attack straight at Dao Dao. As for this particular monster, it was a merman soldier, level 19 with 300 strength, 150 agility, 200 spirit, 320 vitality, and 0 skills. But that hardly meant they were at a disadvantage. Dao Dao swiftly dodged its lethal bite. Using the power of fire, the party successfully drew the soldier's attention. Seizing that opening, he blitzed in from behind. And just like that, a single fatal slash sliced the monster's throat wide open. A notification window popped up instantly. You have slain a level 19 merman soldier. Experience plus 1,500. Team leader Dao Dao has received a fish scale. But this was only the beginning. More of those soldier-class monsters started pouring in. So Lang Zhen just unleashed a torrent of fire, roasting a huge area of them to a crisp. Tao Tao sized up the situation with a grim look. Level 21 monsters are already showing up. At this rate, she calculated, it'll take us another 3 hours just to get to the center of the island. We're moving way too slow, we can't keep clearing every single mob. Miao, you're on crowd control. The rest of us are busting straight through. Miao Yu shot back a reply. Got it. Without another word, she immediately unleashed her wind-binding power, not forgetting to yell out, Go now, I've got them locked down. 20 minutes later, the swarms of monsters were still ridiculously dense. Up ahead, countless other parties were fighting their way through the horde. Tao Tao's group gazed into the distance, and she muttered with a sigh, damn, we're still falling behind. She grit her teeth, running the numbers in her head. If we charge straight through, what are our chances? Miao Yu replied, her voice laced with worry. There are way too many of them. I can't control a mob that big. Besides, those are level 22 monsters. They're a higher level than me, which means my skills have a chance to fail. Looking at the impossible situation before them, Tao Tao's anxiety spiked. If they just charged in, they'd probably get surrounded and wiped out. But if they tried to clear a path, it would take at least an hour. And by then, they'd be completely left in the dust. Right at that moment, Lin Moyu spoke up with a steady voice. Let me. The sudden confidence in his tone took her by surprise. Lang Zhen, of course, didn't miss the chance to sneer at him. You, and what is a pathetic level 17 weakling like you going to do? You haven't lifted a single finger this whole time. What good are you anyway? And as usual, someone quickly tried to shut him up. Hey Lang Zhen, shut your damn mouth for once. But he just ignored them, directing his venom right back at Lin Moyu. You should just stick to hiding behind the women's skirts. At this point, even Tao Tao looked over at Lin Moyu with concern, asking, what are you planning to do? His reply was surprisingly matter-of-fact. I'm going to use my bone soldiers to distract the mermaid monsters. And that's when it finally clicked for her. Oh right, he's got a summoned creature. So she cheerfully passed the buck. All right, he's all yours. And just like that, the bone soldier dove headfirst into the swarm of soldiers, leaving everyone speechless. Whoa, that thing is fast. The horde of monsters started to thin out. Tao Tao seized the moment and quickly took command. The path is clear, let's go. Before long, everything was sorted out. The bone soldier was recalled to its summoning space. Tao Tao gave Moyu a thumbs up. Beautifully done. We really owe you one this time. But Ling Zhen couldn't help but complain. Why didn't you just do that from the start? If you had, we'd already be up the mountain by now, not lagging behind like this. Moyu shot him a death glare and snapped. Stop talking out of your ass. If you've got the guts, you go first. Hearing that, not only did Ling Zhen feel zero shame, he got even snarkier. Oh please, it's not like you did anything but rely on your summon right. For all we know, you could be totally useless by yourself. In response, you just offered one last ice-cold remark. Suddenly, Miao Yu screamed, run! Out of nowhere, a whole mob of high-level soldiers rushed out, attacking them. Tao Tao yelled in panic, fall back! At the same time, a guy from the Sakura Nation appeared holding a summoning talisman. Moyu's group confirmed their suspicions. He had to be from the Sakura Nation. That was their country's signature class, the Shikigami Summoner. The words were barely out when the summoning talisman shot towards Moyu's group like a missile, and trailing Right behind it was a whole stampede of divine beasts. We're talking ox heads, horse faces, the whole 9 yards. Someone shrieked in terror. That's the Shikigami summoners? Divine consciousness skill, I heard it can summon ancient gods. Miao Yu asked angrily, why the hell are they doing this? Tao Tao, sweating buckets, replied, they're trying to stop us from getting up the mountain. And sure enough, that guy from the Sakura Nation, having achieved their goal, they hopped onto a divine beast. But not before leaving a few choice words to rub it in. You lot can just wait here. If you can't handle it, just use your quest stones to teleport back home. This mermaid instance belongs to us, the glorious nation of Japan. It wasn't just Lin Moyu's party. Tons of other groups were completely stuck because of this. Someone roared in frustration. Damn it, a Shikigami summoner is a legendary tier class. Looks like Team Japan went all in on this one. This place is now swarming with hundreds of mermaid monsters. It'll take us at least an hour to clear this mess. Meanwhile, a skeptical Tao Dao turned to Lin Moyu. You got a plan for this or what? Moyu just deadpanned, got a summoner. And what good is that? She shot back, you think a summoner is some kind of miracle worker? Against hundreds of these things, even a summoner is totally useless. Turns out it was very useful. His skeleton soldier immediately started luring a chunk of the monsters away. Murmurs erupted from the crowd. Whose summon is that? It's actually pulling the mobs away. Awesome. Someone cheered, though another was quick to point out the obvious. That's great and all, but there's still like 2/3 of them left. Tao Tao's tense expression finally broke into a grin. 2 of them, so you have 2 summons, but Moyu, cool as a cucumber, just commanded his other skeleton to draw away another group of monsters. He thought to himself, perfect, now I don't have to use corpse explosion, and let these simpletons leech my experience points. The crowd went wild once more. He's got another one, bro, you're a legend. Hey man, after this trial's done, drinks are on me. Cheers were erupting all over the place as people stared in disbelief. Wait, there's a third one. Whose damn summon is that? Seriously, man, we owe you big time. A moment later, the words everyone had been waiting for finally rang out. It's clear, let's move out, people. Let's show those cocky Shikigami summoners what we're made of. With a clear path ahead, the crowd turned to Moyu, showering him with thanks. My man, next time we run a dungeon, you're definitely coming with us. Thanks, bro. Meanwhile, that Taoguo fella hadn't gotten very far. He glanced back and what do you know? He could already see the faint outlines of the other group. He was stunned. What in the world is going on? How did they get up here already, with that many monsters? They should have been tied up for at least an hour. Seeing his brilliant plan go up in smoke, he immediately switched to a different strategy, quickly getting his archers into position. But he was still bewildered, wondering how on earth they dealt with those mermaid monsters. I have to stop them, he muttered. Over on Moyu's side, they quickly realized a rain of arrows was heading straight for them. Someone immediately yelled, it's the Sakura Nation's archers. The order was given in a flash. Mages, put up your defensive shields. Moyu spoke up, a smirk on his face. Well, now the battle's starting. You could tell he was absolutely thrilled about this fight. A female teammate said, this time with you and your skeleton soldiers here, I'm not scared at all. After that first exchange of blows, their side had taken some pretty heavy losses. They finally had to face facts and come up with a new plan. This isn't working, someone shouted. Our formation is a complete mess. We need to regroup and preferably get a powerful mage on our side. This idea quickly gained support. Exactly. We lost way too many people at the foot of the mountain. We have to get organized if we want to suppress the Sakura Nation. Just then, Lang Zhen marched up to Tao Tao and declared, Captain, I want to transfer to another team. Before she could even react to his shocking request, he pointed a finger straight at Moyu and continued. Either he goes or I go. Captain, the choice is yours. Duan Gao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Lang Zhen, don't you think you're going a little too far? Niang Yu immediately agreed. That's right, if it weren't for Lin Moyu luring those monsters away, we would have never made it up here. Another girl was even more scathing. Lang Zhen, she spat, you're completely shameless. While Tao Tao was still quietly mulling over her decision, Lang Zhen was already smug as hell. He was practically bursting with self-satisfaction. The captain will definitely choose me, he thought. It's a no-brainer. Every other team is out there scrambling to find a mage. And this party absolutely needs a transporter like me. So obviously, we just have to kick that guy to the curb. Well, the universe may reward patience, but it clearly wasn't rewarding him today. Finally, Tao Tao made her decision. If that's the case, Ling Zhen, you can leave the party. Ling Zhen was instantly floored, unable to believe his own ears. He shrieked, "What? Captain, you want me to leave? If I walk, this entire trial is a complete waste for you, or do you not want to get into the Genesis Academy anymore?" But Tao Tao was completely unmoved, firing right back at him. "Of course I do, but you seem to have forgotten my class. I'm an elf knight. I have my own code of honor. And what you're asking is something I just can't do." At this point, there was no turning back for Ling Zhen. He turned to leave, but not without lobbing a threat over his shoulder. "Fine, just don't you dare come to regret this." A system notification popped up almost instantly. Ling Zhen has left the party. It was only then that Moyu finally spoke. "Let's head into the dungeon." Hearing this, the captain asked in surprise, "Huh?" But the players from the Sakura country, before she could even finish her sentence, he was already urging them on. "Tao Tao, let's just go." She was even more confused now. But how were they supposed to get in? Duangao and Miaoyu were just as lost as their captain, and could only look at each other and say, "Well, I guess we're following him." Watching Moyu stride confidently ahead, Tao Tao thought to herself, "Worst case scenario, we just have to fall back. With me here, at least no one will be in any real danger." But wait, did she really trust Lin Moyu this much? Before long, they arrived at their destination. Looming before them was a colossal gate leading into the dungeon. The moment the group from the Sakura country saw Moyu's party approaching, they began shouting furiously, "Get lost, players from the Divine Land are forbidden from entering this dungeon." The other groups standing around quickly recognized who it was. "Hey, it's that summoner, bro. All right, everyone, let's move. We can't let these guys from the Sakura country push around. Our own Divine Land brother, let's back him up." Seeing this unfold, Ling Zhen just sneered. "What a bunch of idiots. You guys have a death wish or something." And just as expected, a moment later, some kind of bull-headed spirit beast charged in, ready to rip the whole group to shreds. The team leader and everyone else snapped to attention, completely focused and ready for a brawl, including Moyu. Stone cold, he commanded his skeleton soldier to step forward. The second it appeared, the skeleton soldier practically vaporized the spirit beast, shattering the summoned creature in a single devastating blow. The rest of the party was absolutely floored. Tao Tao's eyes went wide as saucers. What in the world? Since when did Lin Moyu have a summon this ridiculously powerful? Miaoyu couldn't believe her eyes either. The skeletons just blocked every single one of their attacks. But the guys from the Sakura Kingdom, they were completely losing their minds. They started freaking out. What kind of demonic class is this? How can he have so many summons? And what the hell are these bony freaks? Our attacks are totally useless against them. They look so flimsy, like they could get blown over by a stiff breeze. And then it finally dawned on them. They're trying to enter the dungeon. The moment they realized it, they shot towards Moyu's group like a pack of rabid dogs, all while screaming their heads off, "We have to stop them." Meanwhile, our boy over here was calmly selecting the nightmare difficulty. A deadly demon skull symbol materialized on his chest. And in the blink of an eye, the spot where they'd been standing was empty, with nothing but two lonely talismans fluttering to the ground. The Sakura Kingdom crew could only rage, impotently, utterly powerless to do anything. Just like that, the party found themselves inside the dungeon, surrounded by water and towering cliff faces. Tao Tao kept glancing worriedly over at Moyu. Noticing her nervous gaze, another party member quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, his skeletons are ridiculously strong." That seemed to ease Tao Tao's mind a bit, and she replied, "All right then, I hope he can summon a ton of them. I'll do my best to hold back the monsters." Then she started giving orders. "Miao Yu, I need you to start healing me immediately and give me control access." Miao Yu just laughed heartily and replied, "You got it. Big sis Tao Tao, blessings are on the way." Then a system notification popped up. Killed level 21 Elite Merman Warrior. Experience plus 10,000. You have received fish scale invitation. Miao Yu's eyes widened. Hold on, what in the world just happened? Duan Gao was just as baffled. Why did I suddenly get an XP boost? And the system notifications just kept on coming. Level 21 Elite Merman Warrior. Strength 2000, Agility 1200, Spirit 800, Stamina 2200, Skill Piercing Screech. That's when it finally dawned on them. That was an instant kill. At the same time, Moyu was casually ordering his skeleton, go on, find another target. Tao Tao watched her mind racing. His skeleton? A just one-shotted and enhanced elite tier monster. In a nightmare difficulty dungeon, even a perfectly coordinated team would need at least a minute or two for that. The girl who brought him along saw their faces and grinned. See, I told you, Moyu's skeleton is ridiculously strong. Come on, let's keep up with them. Duan Cao, ever the strategist, tried to interject. Wait a sec, our buffs, we haven't even applied our buffs yet. But Tao Tao completely ignored him. Forget the buffs, she snapped. Just follow them, we'll figure it out later. Just a short distance away, the skeleton was still on its rampage, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows on the ridiculously powerful monsters. Tao Tao could hardly believe what she was seeing. She kept muttering to herself. This is the first time a dungeon run has ever felt this easy. Usually I have to be right at the front lines, bracing for every single attack from the monsters, to protect my teammates. But this time, it feels like I don't even need to pull aggro anymore. My entire job is pointless. Duan Gao leaned over to Miao Yu. I think we might be redundant. She just nodded grimly. Yup, we're just here for emotional support apparently. And just like that, they breezed through almost the entire dungeon. Finally, they reached the last waterfall. Mo Yu thought to himself, a dead end. I guess this dungeon didn't have that many monsters after all. But as one of the girls looked down into the water, she immediately spotted something that had Final Boss written all over it. And right on cue, a gigantic serpent reared its head from the depths. This had to be the pet snake of the Elite Merman Queen, level 23, Strength 3600, Agility 5500, and Spirit 3000. HP 5000, Skills Devastating Smash, Death Grip, and Poison Plague. Staring at that laundry list of abilities, even Mo Yu felt a bit overwhelmed. He figured its stats were even higher than the Goblin King's. For comparison, his skeleton's 4 core stats were only at 2700. Tao Tao immediately volunteered, I'll go take on the monster. But Mo Yu just shook his head and said, that won't be necessary. The moment he said that, a horde of skeletons who had appeared out of nowhere pounced on the snake to engage it in battle. They immediately unleashed a flurry of devastating smashes. The sounds of the clash echoed throughout the entire dungeon. After a moment, however, they ran into a problem. It's too agile, what are we gonna do? But Mo Yu remained completely unfazed. Don't worry. With that, he raised an arm, glowing with crimson power, towards the beast and quickly cast a slowing curse to bring it under control. And just like that, something incredible happened. Magical chains materialized, coiling around the serpent and slowing its movements to a crawl. Watching this unfold, a curious Tao Tao asked, is that a curse-type skill? Mo Yu simply replied, it is. Getting the answer she expected only made Tao Tao ponder even more. He has powerful summons, and he knows curse-type skills. Just what kind of class is a necromancer anyway? Meanwhile, the skeleton was still, going all out using its death grip to attack the snake, when suddenly the snake spewed a stream of foul, murky liquid from its mouth. Mo Yu thought to himself with a smirk, my skeletons are undead-type summons. The effects of that poison plague are practically non-existent on them. A moment later, a skeleton pierced the snake, straight through the head with its sword, killing it in an agonizing instant. Tao Tao's eyes went wide. It's over just like that? As if to answer her silent question, a notification popped up. You have slain the iron snake pet of the Mermaid Queen. Experience gained 50,000. Obtained silver grade defensive gear. Snakeskin armor, obtained intermediate monster core. Yi laughed and said, all right, stop being a dork, let's get going. Duan Gao, however, was still totally buzzing from the last fight. Dude, I barely did anything and I'm already raking in so much EXP. Before he could even finish bragging, Tao Tao was already nagging them. Come on, let's go. As they followed Lin Moyu, it dawned on them that since the last mini-boss was the Mermaid Queen's pet snake, the final boss had to be, well, the Mermaid Queen herself, duh. The group pushed deeper into the dungeon. With every step, the fishy stench grew stronger, until finally, Yi couldn't take it anymore. He pinched his nose and whined, "Ugh, it smells like a week-old fish market in here." Just then, a massive castle loomed out of the gloom before them. And what was guarding this lovely seaside palace? Oh, just an insane number of mermaid monsters. Tao Tao started counting under her breath. 1, 2, 3. Finally, she gritted her teeth and announced the bad news. There are 60 patrol squads in total. That's 180 mermaid monsters. And the cherry on top, they were all elite-type enhanced monsters. But Lin Moyu didn't seem threatened in the slightest. He just started flexing his power, thinking to himself, the more monsters, the better. This was basically a walking EXP farm. And with that thought, a squad of skeletons charged forward, leaving Tao Tao completely speechless. What the... Lin Moyu, are you crazy? She muttered to herself. I mean, sure, your skeletons are fast, but you can't just be this reckless. Just then, the detailed information on the mermaids finally popped up. Elite Mermaid Soldier. Elite Type Enhanced Monster. Strength 2000. Agility 1400. Spirit 1000. Stamina 2400. Skill Stunning Sweep. The two sides clashed in an instant. One side spammed Stunning Sweep while the other dished out a relentless flurry of Fury Strikes. Suddenly, Yek noticed the other patrol squads were charging in too. Before she could even panic, Lin Moyu yelled at her, "Cover your ears!" Yeek barely had time to clamp her hands over her ears before a world-shattering explosion rocked the battlefield. It was immediately followed by a flood of system notifications. Killed Elite Mermaid Soldier. Experience plus 12,000. Killed Mermaid Soldier. Killed Elite Mermaid Soldier. Experience plus 12,000. That's so much EXP. The sheer number of points popping up made Tao Tao yell in shock. Oh my god, what is even happening? But the experience notifications weren't done yet. They just kept on coming, one after another for every elite merman soldier they killed. Experience plus 12,000. Hearing this, the entire group suddenly had about 100,000 questions for Moyu. What kind of skill is that? How the hell is he that powerful? This is the first time I've ever felt like I was literally drowning in experience points. Just then, another sound echoed through the chamber. The great hall doors swung open. Appearing before them was the Merman Queen, a boss-level monster with stats of Strength 5,000, Agility 6,000, Spirit 5,000, and Stamina 6,000. Her skills were Terrifying Shriek, Surging Tides, and Queen's Whisper. One look and Tao Tao's eyes practically started sparkling. She stood there completely starstruck. Oh wow, the longer she stared, the more captivated she became, stepping forward in a daze. She's so beautiful. But in that very moment, Moyu yanked her hand back, his voice cutting through the haze. She's enchanting you. Like a splash of cold water, his words snapped everyone back to reality. Tao Tao was stunned yet again. Lin Moyu was completely unaffected. She, on the other hand, jumped back and asked, "What just happened to me?" Tao Tao could only clutch her head, feeling completely disoriented. Miao Yu gritted her teeth and explained, "The Merman Queen has a natural charm ability. We all fell for it. We're lucky Lin Moyu was here, otherwise that would have been a total party wipe." While everyone was trying to get their bearings, the queen had already drifted closer. She began to relentlessly gather her power. Her fury turned her eyes blood red, and angry veins bulged across her forehead. And just like that, the queen successfully unleashed her terrifying shriek, causing the very air around them to twist and churn with her rage. As Tao Tao braced herself against the overwhelming gust of wind, she started running the numbers. Given this Merman Queen's attributes, based on how our 6-person team fights, taking this thing down would take at least an hour. But at this point, I had absolutely no idea what Lin Moyu was going to do next. Meanwhile, the queen's roars grew more and more ferocious, and I couldn't help but think, That Mermaid Queen strength stat is off the charts. There's no way those skeletons are going to have an easy time with her. The situation right now felt like something straight out of Tao Tao's imagination, like watching a pack of wolves trying to swarm a lion. Honestly, it was anyone's guess who would come out on top. Just then, the Mermaid Queen charged right at them, trident in hand. And as you'd probably expect, she immediately unleashed a vicious attack. The prongs of her trident ripped through the air, completely demolishing the opposite wall, and taking one of the skeleton warriors along with it. That just made Tao Tao even more anxious. "Duan Gao, get our buffs up," she ordered. "Be ready to fight at a moment's notice." He quickly replied, "Roger that." She thought to herself worriedly, "The second Lin Moyu's skeletons can't hold out any longer, we're charging in." But before that thought could even finish, he shut down her idea with just 2 words. "Not necessary." Then he cast Curse of Slowing. In the blink of an eye, a crimson chain materialized and wrapped itself tightly around the mermaid. She thrashed her tail in a rage, trying to summon a massive tidal wave. Water surged and crashed everywhere, completely flooding the vast space. That single attack wiped out 12 skeleton warriors. Tao Tao knew the situation was bad. She muttered, "Looks like the skeletons are at their limit. It's our turn to step up." Then she shouted, "Lin Moyu, pull your skeletons back, we're going in." But Moyu just kept channeling his power, summoning even more skeleton warriors. "Come on out and play my soldiers," he whispered. In the next instant, an entire legion of skeletons appeared. The sight, this utterly bizarre spectacle, left everyone's jaws on the floor. Tao Tao stammered, and it took her a solid minute before she could finally choke out, Am I dreaming right now?" There were just too many to count. Miao Yu was also completely stunned, so turns out he had this many summons all along. He'd been holding back this whole time. Duan Gao broke into a cold sweat. Now this was terrifying. No wonder Ning Yi always had so much faith in the guy. And speaking of Ning Yi, she was, as expected, absolutely delighted. She thought to herself, of course, he's gotten stronger again, and at a speed that's even faster than I imagined. Not too far away, a picture was painted. A lone mermaid completely surrounded by a legion of skeleton soldiers. Like clockwork. The queen unleashed her signature move, the Queen's Whisper, in an attempt to blast the skeletons away. The very air around them began to vibrate violently from the force. Miao Yu struggled to hold on, crying out, "It's no use, my level's too low. I can't resist the boss's skill." Mo Yu calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, just tell yourself that my mental fortitude is high enough, so I won't be affected by the boss's little mind games. And as for my skeletons, they don't have feelings. They don't know fear, and they sure as hell don't have souls to be damaged." The very next second, the Mermaid Queen was swarmed by hundreds of swords as blood began to pour endlessly from her eyes. And right on cue, the system notifications lit up. "You have slain the Mermaid Queen, experience plus 80,000. Obtained silver grade weapon, Mermaid Queen's longsword. Obtained silver grade weapon. Mermaid Queen's staff. Mermaid Queen's longsword, silver grade. Strength plus 50, stamina plus 50. Combat type skill power increased by 10%, requires level 20 to equip. Mermaid Queen's staff. Silver grade, strength plus 50. Stamina plus 50. Combat type skill power increased by 10%. Requires level 20 to equip. Obtained Mermaid's tier. Holding the shimmering blue gem in his hand, Mo Yu's voice was thick with emotion. The Mermaid's tier. This means the trial quest is finally complete. We're one step closer to getting into the Luminous God Academy. Tao Tao nodded, practically bouncing with excitement. "Heck yeah, that settles it then. We'll just grind this trial a few more times. Get our levels up and waltz right into the God of Light Academy." She was still absolutely geeking out over that blue gem. She cheered, fat tears of joy rolling down her cheeks, and gushed with overwhelming gratitude. "It was pure luck having Mo Yu with us this time. Without you, there's no way in hell we would have cleared that trial." An ecstatic Mo Yu immediately chimed in. "Totally. The absolute worst is that Ling Zhen guy. A-grade jerks like him are destined to die alone." Meanwhile, Mo Yu decided to speak up. "Hey Yi Yi, you have one of those cooldown resetting talismans?" "Yeah, I do," she replied. "Why Mo Yu?" He was thinking about the entrance, and suddenly it clicked for the entire group as they gasped in unison. That's it, the cooldown resetting talisman. A moment later, the team teleported back outside, and their sudden appearance sent the waiting crowd into a total uproar. They're out already, how are they so fast? Has it even been half an hour? A few guys from the Sakura Nation snickered amongst themselves. Looks like they couldn't hack it and bailed. I guess those skeletons were all bark and no bite after all. Only good for being meat shields. The other team, seeing them pop back out, rushed over looking all concerned, ready to offer some comforting words. Hey buddy, it's no big deal if you wiped in the dungeon, at least you made it out alive. Another one added, yeah that's right, just head on home. But of course, Ling Zhen had to get his 2 cents in, sneering with absolute contempt. Well, look who didn't die. So you didn't want to lead the party into the dungeon. And now you come crawling back out, pathetic. Over on their side, Tao Tao steadied herself and announced, no one has gone into the instance yet. Everyone be careful. Yi Yi quickly tried to reassure her. Big sis Tao Tao, relax, we've got Moyu. But Tao Tao just shot back. Yi Yi, stick to the plan we decided on earlier. A wicked grin spread across her face as she replied, you got it? Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shrieked, the cooldown resetting talisman, and before everyone's stunned eyes, the entire party vanished into thin air once again. The onlookers were absolutely gobsmacked. They went back in. It was the cooldown resetting talisman. For that girl to have such a high-grade weapon, she can't be just some random nobody. And hold on a second. Did they just waltz straight into a dungeon? 2 people entering a nightmare-level dungeon. Are they trying to get themselves killed? Tao Tao was starting to panic. Staring at the spot where they vanished, she muttered, all we can do now is hope they make it out alive. But in stark contrast to her, Miao Yu was completely unfazed. Relax, Tao Tao. We've all seen what Lin Moyu can do, it's gonna be fine. At that, Tao Tao finally let out a sigh of relief and lowered her shield. You know, you're right, she added. Even if it's nightmare-level, Moyu by himself is probably complete overkill. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, his new partner was already laying down some ground rules. She was striking a deal with Moyu, saying, you promised you'd power level me last time, and I honestly didn't think you'd make good on that promise so quickly. But just so we're clear, you're not allowed to carry me this one time and then ditch me. He just laughed and agreed, deal. The 2 of them bantered cheerfully as they ventured deeper. The cooldown on their protective talisman left them with just enough charges for 2 full runs of the dungeon. We have to make this count. We need to get every last mermaid's tear. Yi added, let's not drag this out. The faster we clear this place, the better. But Moyu was brimming with confidence. Don't worry, he said. Nobody kills things faster than I do. And right on cue, his skeleton soldiers were already relentlessly mowing down any monster foolish enough to attack them. In no time at all, they reached the familiar-looking cave. The system notifications started popping up non-stop. Killed level 21 elite mermaid soldier. Gained 25,000 experience points. Of course, the area's sub-boss was no exception. The giant serpent beast made its grand entrance. It lunged forward, ready to feast on the 2 plump little snacks that had just wandered into its lair. But just a few seconds later, another system notification popped up. Killed the level 23 Mermaid Queen's pet serpent. Gained 125,000 experience points. Obtained silver-grade defense. The armored serpent coughed up a mid-tier monster core. Holding the spoils of war in his hands, Moyu thought to himself, the last time I fought my way here, it took over half an hour. This time, a mere 5 minutes, and we're already at the mini-boss. Meanwhile, Yi was still completely awestruck by his incredible power. She mused, he's even stronger than I imagined. Noticing her silence, Moyu spoke up, let's go, time to visit the Mermaid Queen's palace. When they arrived, another chaotic battle immediately broke out between the palace guards and the bone soldiers. Very quickly, the bone soldiers gained the upper hand. A single slash was enough to take down one of the enemy guards. It wasn't long before a notification rang out. All palace guards eliminated, the boss is about to appear. And right on cue, the familiar figure of the Mermaid Queen emerged. A detailed list of her stats popped up. Mermaid Queen, Chieftain level monster, strength 5,000. Agility 6,000. Spirit 5,000. Stamina 6,000. Skills. Terrifying Shriek. Surging Tides and Queen's Lament. Yi ducked behind Moyu and whispered, "This time, if I don't look at her, I won't get hypnotized, right?" But before he could even answer, she continued, "Moyu, I'm taking her down." With that, her slowing thunder origin. And corpse explosion spells shot toward the queen like a flash of lightning. A massive inferno immediately erupted, incinerating everything in its path, including the queen herself. A notification appeared instantly. You have slain the mermaid queen. Experience plus 200,000. You have obtained a silver rank weapon. The queen's dagger. Rank silver, agility plus 50. Stamina plus 50. Assassin type skill power increased by 10%. Usable at level 20. You have obtained a silver rank weapon. The Queen's Spellbook. Queen's Spellbook, rank silver, spirit plus 100. Mage type skill. Power increased by 10%, usable at level 20. You have obtained a mermaid's tear. It was a double dose of joy because just after getting the mermaid's tear, the words level up flashed above Yi's head. She cheered her head off. I leveled up, come on, let's go again. And just like that, they had all three mermaids' tears. Moyu, cool as a cucumber, just gave her a nod. But on the inside, his gears were turning. When I first met her, she was level 19 and I was level 10. All this time has passed, and she was stuck at level 19, only just now hitting level 20. Seems like this girl isn't a big fan of grinding. Meanwhile, his partner was gleefully reporting to her captain, "Tao Tao, we got it." Mission accomplished, the two of them immediately warped back out. The crowd outside was in an uproar. Wait, how are they out already? They just went in. How long has it been? Not even 10 minutes, right? I bet they didn't even kill a single monster. Are they just going to waste a cooldown reset charm like that? Guess when you're rich, you can do whatever you want. Hearing all that trash talk, the girl just spun around, stuck out her tongue, and blew a raspberry at them. Then the two of them dove right back into the dungeon again. Tao Tao saw this and couldn't help but ask in amazement. They were out in less than 10 minutes. That's insanely fast. Myoya chimed in, but Captain Tao Tao, it looks like Lin Moyu is way stronger than any of us thought. Back inside the dungeon, our duo had just started a stopwatch. The girl giggled and said, "Let's see how long it takes this time. I bet we can beat our old record." Moyu just thought to himself, she's treating this entire trial like it's some kind of video game. Not long after, the two had already cleared every single stage of the dungeon. She cheered, 8 minutes and 58 seconds. That's 30 seconds faster than last time. But Moyu all business just said, "We've done enough runs, let's head back." She shot him a mischievous grin and added, "I can't wait to see the looks on those guys from the Sakura Nation." And with that, they reappeared outside. The crowd from the Sakura Nation was baffled. What, they're out again? What a complete waste of resources. Did they seriously burn through all their cooldown reset charms already? How pathetic. I bet they got spooked and ran away before even seeing a single monster, didn't they? Just then, Tao Tao hurried over. "So how'd it go?" "Yi, you got it right." She beamed, flashed an OK sign and chirped, "Don't you worry, Tao Tao." Just then, back at the dungeon, things were getting wild. Someone screamed, "Hey, look, the dungeon. It's like it's disappearing." Another guy, clearly not convinced, shot back. No way, how can a dungeon just disappear? But as reality would prove, it absolutely could. The dungeon started shrinking, its borders getting fuzzier and more transparent by the second. The crowd outside finally started freaking out. It's really vanishing. How is that possible? Unless they collected all three mermaids' tears, that's the only way the dungeon disappears. But wait, didn't they only go in 3 times? Could it really be them? A short distance away, Moyu was speaking to his teammate with his usual cool demeanor. "The trial is over. Let's bounce." Tao Tao hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Okay." But before they could take a single step, the folks from the Cherry Blossom Nation swarmed them, hollering at the top of their lungs, "Don't let them get away. The mermaids' tears, they're on them. You better make them cough 'em up, hand over the mermaids' tears now." The other teams heard this and their jaws collectively hit the floor. People started whispering amongst themselves. Zhang Tao's team got all the mermaid's tears. I mean, I don't really believe it, but the dungeon did just pull a vanishing act. If our divine descent team is the one that got them, then there is no way in hell we're letting them fall into the hands of the Cherry Blossom Nation. And with that, the chaotic chatter came to an abrupt halt. A bone-chilling aura swept over the entire area. That one guy from the Cherry Blossom Nation launched himself at Moyu, absolutely furious. His face was twisted with bloodlust, looking like he wanted to tear Moyu apart with his bare hands. The next second he began summoning ancient spiritual beasts. We're talking ox-headed demons, horse-faced ghouls, the whole nightmarish crew was there. They were enormous, looking like they were ready to swallow every single person there whole. Tao felt a pang of worry, and could only frown, frozen to the spot. In complete contrast to her budding panic, Moyu was perfectly calm as he summoned his soul flame. A surge of blue power quickly gathered, radiating from his palm and enveloping his entire body. The next second, he unleashed a devastating punch right into the face of the spirit beast before him. And wouldn't you know it, the ancient spirit beast lets out a pained shriek and collapses on the spot. The dude from the land of the rising sun absolutely loses it. Veins popping on his forehead, he spits out, "You're courting death," fuming with rage. The Japanese summoner finally decides to pull out his trump card, summoning his Shikigami. The second the words leave his mouth, his summoned creatures immediately charge straight for Moyu. He immediately bellows out the order, "Attack!" The Shikigami instantly brandishes its axe, its eyes locked on its target. It powerfully swings the axe in its hand, and boasts with absolute arrogance, "Your pathetic attacks will do nothing but tickle my giant godly axe." But Moyu, he doesn't even flinch at this so-called ultimate attack. He calmly sends his skeleton warrior charging forward with a furious assault, power level 2700. And in a flash, the Shikigami gets hit with two massive slashes across its chest. Its initial frenzy completely vanishes, replaced by a single stunned cry that echoes through the air. What? Even Moyu is a little stunned. He's just standing there thinking to himself how weak it was. From the sidelines, a shocked bystander shouts, "He just one-shotted the Shikigami summoner's ultimate creature, right on cue." The Japanese dude on the other side coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. He cries out, "Damn it, my Shikigami was destroyed, so now I'm taking the backlash damage." But it wasn't over yet. The skeleton warriors kept charging forward like a tidal wave of bone. The more devastating the attack on the Shikigami was, the more brutal the rebound damage was for its master. Over here, Moyu casually lifts a hand and gives his skeleton warrior a single cold command, "Go." The summoner's eyes instantly widen with a cocktail of shock, fear, and pure panic. Perched atop his Mangnu king, he desperately shouts, "Hurry, get a move on." Watching from a corner, the crowd couldn't hide their amazement and started buzzing with chatter. How in the world is his skeleton that ridiculously strong? That was the legendary Shikigami of a legendary grade Shikigami summoner. How in the world did he get taken out so easily? What level is that guy? What was his class before this? And what in the fresh hell are all these skeletons? The guy from Country Y shot him a look, his eyes practically screaming with pure unadulterated rage. He quickly pegged him as a level 17 Necromancer, thinking he must have awakened some special talent. For a powerhouse class like this to pop up in Xia, oh, he definitely had to report this back home. All the while, Moyu stood there cool as a cucumber amidst his legion of skeleton warriors, a cold blue glint flashing in his eyes. Those gigantic bone daddies of his began to slowly advance, every single step oozing with overwhelming power, and it worked like a charm, scaring the daylights out of the Cherry Blossom crew. They turned tail and fled, screaming their heads off. I don't wanna fight those things, I don't wanna die." And just like that, the whole group booked it, shouting at each other, "I don't wanna die either." Even the Shikigami summoner got wiped out. How are we supposed to win? Run, just run. Seeing this, the people of Xia burst out laughing. Look at those guys, they nearly peed their pants. What a bunch of useless trash getting spooked by a few skeletons. Hello? Those are the same skeletons that just bulldozed a nightmare-level dungeon. Rushing in would be like asking a tiger to eat you for dinner, you morons. With that said, all eyes turned to the unshakable figure of Moyu. By the way, where did this god-tier player even come from? He doesn't talk much, just gets things done. He's totally my ideal type. You said it. The way he just one-shotted that Shikigami was seriously epic. Ling Zhen saw Moyu's glorious moment, and his eyes went bright red with regret. He glared at all the smiling faces surrounding our hero, thinking to himself, if I hadn't bailed on the team, would I be one of the ones who actually cleared this trial? But that sour grapes jealousy quickly poisoned his thoughts, and Ling Zhen desperately tried to rationalize his failure. No, this isn't my fault. Lin Moyu, just you wait, this isn't over between us. Off to the side. Zhang Tao Tao clutched the mermaid's tear in her hand, her gaze filled with unshakable resolve. A flash of blue light erupts, and she says with satisfaction, trial complete, turning in the quest. Immediately after, a system notification chimes in. Trial ended, commencing teleportation. Back at their home base, the girl approaches him and says shyly, thank you. Lin Moyu, this trial, it was really important to me. Meanwhile, another girl flops onto the table completely exhausted. She groans. Finally, it's over. This lady is absolutely beat. She glances over at Tao Tao, then says with a straight face, Sister Tao Z, you don't have to be so formal with him. He might not be a big talker, but trust me, this is a massive improvement. Tao Z just raises an eyebrow at her, chiding, and you're always doing the talking for him. Just then, something on Moyu's wrist buzzes. He quickly flicks open the watch on his arm, and a message instantly pops up on the screen. From Bai Yiyuan to Lin Moyu, report to the dean's office. Our boy blankly registers the message from the big man himself. Cut to the dean's office, where Yiyuan is sitting across from him, his voice serious. I've reviewed the footage from the trial. You performed exceptionally well. Moyu's expression remains as cool as a cucumber. He replies nonchalantly, I just did what needed to be done. Inwardly, Yiyuan makes a note. Not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat. Impressive. Yiyuan then probes further. Are you aware of the properties of the mermaid's tear? Moyu answers bluntly. No. He thinks to himself, is the mermaid's tear really that big of a deal? Yiyuan leans in and explains. The mermaid's tear is directly linked to the success rate of the second talent awakening at level 40. Items that can aid in talent awakenings are incredibly rare. Even if the mermaid's tear is considered a relatively low-grade item, its importance cannot be overstated. I never expected the Yingtao Kingdom to have calculated the time and location of Mermaid Island's appearance. They nearly caused the entire trial to fail. He continues slowly. This time we were lucky you were there. You helped Shengxia secure the mermaid's tear. So is there any reward you'd like? I will do everything in my power to satisfy you. Hearing this, a light bulb went off in his head. I couldn't find any info on my sister in the school's records office earlier. So why not use this golden opportunity to ask Bai Chen? With his mind made up, he spoke without a shred of hesitation. Sir, could you help me find someone? The man immediately saw right through him. Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. Your sister, Lin Mohan, joined the Genesis Academy at the start of the year. That's why you could only find a blank file. All students of the Genesis Academy have their records completely wiped. The moment he said this, Mo Yu's eyes lit up with understanding. He thought to himself, the Genesis Academy, that's Tao Tao's ultimate goal too. Xia Xue always told me that they'd join the Genesis Academy if they ever got the chance. Remembering his sister's gentle smile, he muttered thoughtfully, I can't believe my sister got in already, but she only enrolled last year. How could she possibly join the Genesis Academy after just 6 months? At this, Bai Chen explained, because your sister has joined the Genesis Academy according to the rules, I am not permitted to disclose any further information to you. Until you join the Genesis Academy yourself, you are forbidden from meeting your sister. If you have any issues with that, you'll just have to get into the academy and ask her yourself. He leaned forward, tapping away at the watch on his wrist, and then said, the entry requirements for the Genesis Academy have been sent to you. Once that was done, he added, to be fair, I should have told you about your sister from the start, so we won't count this as your reward. You still have one more coming to you. Mo Yu immediately locked onto his new goal. In that case, I want a cooldown reset amulet. A little voice in his head said, "You can't buy this thing on the market, so it must be insanely rare, but man is it useful." Back when, man, I am dying for a cooldown reset talisman. Hearing this, Bai Yi Yuan just laughed. He said, "After watching you in the trial, I had a hunch you'd be asking for one of these. And even though the cooldown reset talisman is just a beginner item, it's not exactly easy to buy. Just completing this trial alone isn't going to be enough. I have another mission for you. If you can pull it off, I'll snag one for you." Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly agreed. Deal. A plan was already cooking in his mind. With a cooldown reset talisman, I can level up way faster and get into the Luminous God Academy that much sooner. Bai Yiyuan held out a spirit stone and offered it to him with some instructions. But you'll have to wait until you're level 20 to accept this mission. If you're in a rush, you can head to the Academy's Palace Dungeon to grind some levels first. Placing it in his hand, he explained, "This is a teleportation stone to the Palace Dungeon. But not just anyone is qualified to have one." Moyu immediately used the stone to teleport. Yi Yuan was surprised, thinking to himself, he's going to grind levels right away. This kid is something else. He just got out of the trial and isn't even taking a breather. Looking at the scene inside the dungeon, Moyu exclaimed in shock, "This is the Jiajing Academy's Palace Dungeon." Inside, the place was buzzing with people, shouting out party invites. Boneyard Dungeon Normal Difficulty. Need a mage around level 25, preferably one who actually knows what they're doing. Another person was yelling for a bloody battle. With the Beastman Legion Dungeon Run. Nightmare Difficulty. Looking for a healer level 20 to 25. You'd better be a pro at patching people up and have a full set of bronze gear. On another side, someone was recruiting for the Dark Knight Tower on Nightmare Difficulty. Need a Knight level 30 or higher and you must be decked out in a full set of silver gear. Moyu glanced at his system panel, where a notification showed the requirements to join the Luminous God Academy. He frowned, thinking to himself, I have to be over level 30, gazing at the bracelet on his wrist. He wondered, does this mean that after my sister gets to Xiajing, he shot up to level 30 in just 3 or 4 months? On top of that, the system had 2 more requirements. First, clear the level 30 Frontline Abyss dungeon. Second, do it on Hell difficulty and rack up 1,000 contribution points. Moyu's gears started turning. Hell difficulty was a whole different beast compared to Nightmare mode. He wasn't sure if he could even solo it. And how in the world was he supposed to get these contribution points? While he was mulling it over, a girl approached and gently called out, "Hey classmate." She looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, "Hi there, is this your first time at the Dungeon Palace?" Seeing his slightly confused expression, she continued, "My name is Shu Han. I can give you the grand tour of the Dungeon Palace." Moyu immediately realized she was just trying to farm some points by acting as a guide. So Moyu asked her how much. Shu Han seemed a little surprised by how blunt he was, but she answered right away, 100 points will be plenty. Instantly, a notification for a 100-point transfer popped up on her bracelet. Shu Han beamed, chirping her thanks. Thank you, classmate." She then dove right into her introduction of the Dungeon Palace. Inside the Dungeon Palace, there are 2 dungeons for players under level 20, 18 dungeons for levels 20 to 30, and 20 dungeons for levels 30 to 40. Han led him past each dungeon entrance as she spoke. For levels 40 to 70, there are 52 dungeons. Plus, there are 2 large-scale dungeons for 40 or more players, and 1 massive dungeon for over 100 people. In total, that's 95 dungeons. She continued, leading Moyu towards the center of the palace where pillars topped with glowing orbs reached for the ceiling. Every single dungeon has its own clear record, she explained. If you set a new record, you get a reward. Shu Han pointed toward the cluster of pillars. This is the mission center for the Dungeon Palace and also the recruitment hub for teams. You can complete missions here to earn points, and you can also recruit for your own party or join someone else's. She glanced at Moyu and noticed he still looked a bit lost. What's wrong, classmate? Is there something you don't understand? He didn't look at her, but asked quietly, how do you get contribution points? She pointed to a giant glowing orange orb and answered, contribution points? You get them by participating in Academy-organized trials or completing missions that the Academy assigns. That's the only way to earn them. Moyu's face fell as he processed this. You need 1,000 contribution points to join Genesis Academy. Contribution points. Yet the highest-paying mission in the entire quest center only gives a measly 10 points. And most of them are just for 2 or 3. Shuhan continued looking a little awkward. It's incredibly hard to get contribution points. Every single time a new mission is posted, it gets snatched up and completed in the blink of an eye. But if you want to join the Academy, these points are an absolute must. Suddenly, a notification lit up his bracelet. 50 contribution points had been transferred. A message from Duan Gao popped up. Moyu, did you get your contribution points too? How many did you get? I got 20. It's a massive haul. Big sis Tao Zi got 30 and she's so happy she could just die. Duan Gao's next message was practically a shriek. Am I reading this right? 50 points, are you messing with me? How is it even possible to get so many points in one go? From nearby, another voice chimed in. He's obviously lying. His level isn't even that high. Moyu simply glanced over at Shu Han and said, thanks for the explanation. She waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, you already paid for the info. Anyway, are you looking for a team to clear a dungeon now? Ma. Yu didn't answer her, instead walking right up and placing his hand on one of the orbs. Dungeon information, mutated jungle. A level 17 dungeon. Level requirement 15 to 19. Entering the dungeon will deduct 10 points. Resetting the cooldown costs 40 points. Dungeon records. Number 1, 58 minutes. Number 2, 1 hour and 17 minutes. He smirked. Hasn't anyone broken this record in 3 years? Fine then, I'll just smash the record and take the reward for myself. Yu announced loudly, I choose nightmare difficulty. A brilliant pillar of light immediately erupted where he stood. A crowd of people stood there completely stunned, having witnessed Moyu enter a nightmare-level dungeon all by himself. The hushed whispers started instantly. The mutated jungle pfft, and here I thought he was some kind of big shot. Turns out he was just some scrub, not even level 20. Something tells me those 50 contribution points he snagged weren't exactly your average 50 points, were they? We cut to the mutated vast forest dungeon. Right now, Moyu is at level 17. He casually shoves his hands in his pockets, strolling along behind his skeleton horde. He mutters to himself, wonder how many levels I'll get after clearing this place. His skeletons are busy steamrolling through all the mobs in the dungeon, and the level up notifications just keep popping up. Killed level 17 mutated brown bear. Experience plus 6,000. Obtained wild beast 5. Killed level 18 mutated brown bear. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained wild beast 4. Moyu thinks to himself, I can just leave the small fry to my skeletons. I should just go find the boss directly and save some time. And so he and 2 of his skeletons arrive at a lake with a mysterious whirlpool swirling in its center. Moyu says darkly, found you. A notification with the monster's info pops up. Mutated flood dragon turtle. A chieftain level monster. Level 19, strength 4,000, agility 500. Spirit 500, stamina 7,000, skills rend. Sweep and super defense. Moyu reads the stats and can't help but be surprised. This boss's stamina is insanely high, even higher than the level 24 mermaid queens. The skeleton army immediately charges forward to attack the monster. But every single physical attack is completely stonewalled by its super defense skill. He raises a hand to his chin, sighing internally. Even the skeleton warrior's rampage skill can barely put a scratch on it. That shell is ridiculously tough. Now I get why no one's been able to break this record for the past 3 years. A blue flame suddenly shoots out, zipping straight for the underside of the turtle's shell. He has unleashed his soul flame. Moyu's voice is cold. Sorry, I'm in a rush. I'll just have to use a skill made for someone as defensive as you. Jiul? Struck hard, the mutated Xia Xue let out a deafening shriek of pain. Moyu launched the turtle skyward, then gave the order to flip it over. He pointed at the flailing creature and commanded his bone soldiers to unleash absolute hell. A moment later, the Xia Xue was floating belly up in the water, completely defeated. A series of glorious notification windows appeared. You have slain the mutated Xia Xue. experience points plus 150,000. You have obtained a bronze tier weapon Xia Xue gauntlets. Strength plus 20, stamina plus 20. Increases martial artist skill power by 6%. Requires level 12 to equip. You have obtained a bronze tier piece of defensive gear, the Xia Xue heavy armor. Stamina plus 30, and it increases the power of defensive skills by 6%. Requires level 12 to equip. You have also obtained a low-grade monster core. Me. You glanced at his status screen, his mind already crunching the numbers. His EXP bar had jumped by a solid 35%. Just one more dungeon run, he thought, and I'll hit level 18. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of reward he'd get for setting a new record. Meanwhile, outside, the whole area erupted into chaos as a ceremonial bell chimed, announcing that a new record had just been shattered. The palace bell is ringing. Someone just smashed a dungeon record? Which elite squad managed that? I didn't see any of the big shot players head in. The record announcement materialized in glowing letters above the dungeon's entrance orb. New record holder for the mutated sprawling forest. Party size 1. Player Lin Moyu, level 17 Necromancer, clear time 35 minutes. Current rank number 1. The crowd stared, their jaws collectively hitting the floor. Sure, it was a low-level dungeon, but it was absolutely not something anyone could just solo. This dude cleared the dungeon by himself. And he was almost twice as fast as the old record. What the hell? At that exact moment, Moyu materialized outside the dungeon entrance. More reward notifications immediately popped up. For setting a new speedrun record in the mutated sprawling forest, you have received 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. This is a one-time only reward. He stared at the message, deep in thought. So setting new records gets you contribution points, huh? His gaze fell to the bracelet on his wrist. Well then, he mused, looks like it's time to go break another record. The moment he stepped into the main hall, he then walked up to the gate of another dungeon. The crowd there started freaking out. He's going in again, man. I'm already level 30. Would it be embarrassing to ask him to carry me for some levels right now? Wait, was that rumor about him getting 50 contribution points actually true? In front of Lin Moyu, the dungeon's information popped up. Spider's Nest, a level 20 dungeon. Entry requirement level 18 to 21. He was a little disappointed when he saw the dungeon's requirements. Level 18 to enter. Does that mean I have to run that mutated vast forest dungeon one more time? A crowd of people surrounded him, all chattering and asking, why is the master back again? Oh, I get it. You have to be level 18 to enter the Spider's Nest. The boss is only level 17. Did he just set a new record at level 17? Half an hour later, the crowd was thrown into another frenzy. The master's out again. He's level 18. He finally hit level 18. Oh my god. Does this mean that after hitting 18, the boss is gonna go challenge the Spider's Nest record? Did anyone time that run? I swear that felt even faster than his last one. Someone stepped forward, stared at the new record announcement, and screamed he actually set another new record. New record mutated vast forest. Cleared by one person. Lin Moyu, level 18 Necromancer. Clear time 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Current record ranking number 1. They all gasped in shock. What? You're telling me that run still wasn't his fastest? The buzz in the crowd grew louder. Just who was this god-tier player? The previous record was set by a practically perfect party, and it stood for a total of 3 years. To think a newcomer would just smash it twice in a row. Is the record for the Spider's Nest going to be broken by him too? Amidst all the chatter, Lin Moyu silently made his way towards the new dungeon gate. The dungeon's old record information appeared before him. The Spider's Lair. A level 20 dungeon. The current record for clearing the Spider's Lair is a whopping 1 hour and 12 minutes. Moyu secretly scoffed. The current record for this place was set by them, huh? A record that stood for 3 whole years completely untouched. And to everyone's absolute shock, Moyu just said, "Sorry, but I really need the contribution points." And then he immediately selected Nightmare Mode. Moyu casually shoved his hands in his pockets, strolling in while thinking, so this is the infamous Spider's Lair. Man, it's dark. He slowly raised his hand. summoning a ball of brilliant blue fire that engulfed his palm. And there stood Moyu, a lone figure in the pitch-black lair, his hand blazing with light. In the gloomy, silent darkness of the cave, he gently extended his hand forward and quietly made an observation. This whole spider's lair is basically a giant maze. Better send in the skeletons to scout ahead. As he ventured deeper, the system started pinging him. You have slain a level 20 red spider, plus 9,000 experience, obtained spider silk times 5. You have slain a level 19 long-haired spider, plus 8,000 experience, obtained spider silk times 4. This spider den was so twisted and confusing he couldn't help but complain to himself. Too many damn branching paths. Moyu glanced at the map, saw his little skeleton icons, and came to a quick conclusion. On top of that, pretty much every single skeleton is running into a fight. If I keep this up, my clear speed is going to absolutely tank. The system then provided some new info. Lesser spider level 18, strength 200, agility 200, spirit 100, stamina 200. Moyu quietly observed the swarm of spiders, skittering about. With the new info, he wasn't the least bit surprised. So these little critters are the dungeon mobs, huh? And they're infesting every single branching path. He took a small step closer to the swarm of spiders, then unleashed the flames from his hand, exclaiming, "All right, let's test out a skill." The system immediately announced his action soul flame. After launching the fire, he frowned in thought. That one blast must have incinerated at least a few hundred of those little spiders. Right on cue, his system log started flooding with kill notifications. You have slain a level 18 lesser spider, plus 500 experience. As the system notification popped up, Moyu just nodded, coming to a brilliant conclusion. The XP reward was equivalent to killing 20 elite-type enhanced monsters of the same level. This place was an absolute goldmine for XP farming. One by one, every creature that got close to him was instantly incinerated by his flames. It didn't matter if they were big or small. The system notifications just kept dinging, racking up the points. Stamina 185 out of 2,900. Moyu held out his hand, muttering an incantation to retreat to his summoning space. But the small blue flame flickering on his palm didn't change at all, which left him scratching his head. Wait a second. This has always been my go-to strategy for killing bosses. How could it possibly fail now? And right on cue, the system chimed in, summoning failed. Moyu's mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation, until he realized he was covered in way too many magical seals. He took a step back, thrusting his hand forward and barking out a command, unleashing a corpse explosion to deal with the swarm of smaller spiders. The blast of spiritual energy sent a flurry of notifications across his screen. Killed level 18, small spider, experience plus 500. Moyu ducked, then launched himself forward, his brain already crunching the numbers. If this place was an XP farm, he wasn't about to let a single drop go to waste. There were 108 caves in total. If he grouped his skeleton soldiers into squads of 10, the annoying little spiders wouldn't be able to harass them. About 10 minutes later, a new notification popped up with the boss's info. The Spider King, a chieftain-class monster. Level 21. Strength 5,000, Agility 3,500, Spirit 500. Stamina 4,000, Skills Acid Web and Annihilation Sweep. Moyu stood before the colossal beast and said with a confident smirk, "So there you are." He summoned a ball of spiritual fire and hurled it straight at the giant spider, his eyes ice cold and his voice dripping with venom. "You love ganging up on the little guy, don't you? Well, guess what? Now it's my turn." Meanwhile, outside the cave, Shuhan was watching, her eyes welling up with worry. Can he really make it through that spider's nest all by himself? The two guys beside her stood with their arms crossed and said, "The spider's nest is famous. It's a gold mine for XP and resources, but trying to survive in there alone, that's basically a death wish." It's been over an hour now. The record is 1 hour and 12 minutes. So I guess he didn't manage to set a new one. The ranking board flashed, showing him at the end of level 18. Moyu glanced at the watch on his wrist, quietly doing the math. One clear run gets me an 80% EXP boost. But how much time did I waste getting bogged down by those little spiders? The whole thing took 1 hour and 32 minutes, so no new record. Looks like I'll have to run it again. Gotta snag both the regular points and the contribution points this time. The system had already added his points to the Spider King kill board. EXP gained 190,000. Obtained a silver-grade weapon, the Spider King's blade. Shuhan was anxiously checking her watch. An hour and a half has passed and he's still not out. Just then she spotted Moyu appearing. She let out a sigh of relief and called out cheerfully to Han. "Hey classmate, you're finally out. Did you manage to clear the dungeon?" Seeing Moyu's silence, Shuhan assumed he'd failed and tried to comfort him. "Hey, it's totally fine if you didn't make it. The spider's lair is swarming with monsters. It's pretty much impossible for one person to clear it anyway." But then Moyu turned, looked her in the eye and said flatly, "Thanks, I cleared it." Shuhan was so shocked she stammered, You cleared it?" She stood there frozen, her mind reeling. Did he really clear it? All by himself? That means his clear speed was even faster than the 5-man team that set the official record. She snuck another glance at his unfazed expression, sizing him up all over again. And judging by that nonchalant, expert-level vibe he was giving off, it was like this wasn't even his final form. Moyu just stood there for a moment, then turned to ask her, "By the way, do you know which dungeon gives the most EXP? Shuhan propped her chin on her hand, giving it some thought. Out of all the dungeons below level 25, the Spider's Lair is the one that gives the most experience points. He mentally nodded, agreeing with her assessment. Although the Spider's Lair offers nearly triple the EXP of the mutated forest, the clear time is just a tad too long for my taste. Moyu was suddenly deep in thought. Let's be real, the experience points in the spider's nest were pretty decent. But in the time it took to clear the spider's nest once, he could run through the mutated forest nearly 4 times. Then again, grinding like that would cost a small fortune in cooldown resets. He mentally pulled up his system data, 40 points to reset the cooldown. Ouch. Moyu stood up straight, turned back to Shuhan, and fired off another question. Is there a dungeon that's faster to clear and gives even more experience? Shuhan lowered her head, digging through her mental encyclopedia as she mumbled, "Faster and more experience." Finally it hit her, and she quickly blurted out to Moyu, "Actually, there is. You could try teaming up with other players for the large-scale dungeon, the Tyrant's Desert." Shuhan enthusiastically laid out all the juicy details for him. Although the Tyrant's Desert large-scale dungeon is a level 25 zone, level 20s can get in since it allows for a massive 40-person party. She explained that tons of high-level players basically farm points by carrying newbies through that very dungeon. Moyu listened intently, already running the numbers in his head. A large-scale dungeon, huh? Wonder if I can solo it. The entry requirement is level 20, and that quest from Baichen also requires me to be level 20. With that, he coldly turned on his heel and walked away, tossing a curt thank you over his shoulder. The only thought racing through his mind right now was, looks like I need to smash that record and hit level 20 pronto. Seeing him just up and leave, Shuhan called out, "Hey classmate, are you seriously still going to grind the spider's nest?" Standing before a horde of vicious spider monsters, Moyu cracked a smirk and declared, "All this experience, I'll be taking every last drop." Elsewhere, Bai Yuan stood with a few others, in front of a massive screen watching Moyu's every move. "You see that?" he shouted. "Tell me that doesn't just blow your mind." He crossed his arms, his eyes glued to the screen, and added, "I mean, I've met the kid, but I'm still floored every time I watch him fight." Meng Anwen too was stroking his beard, nodding sagely. For one person to solo farm a dungeon, the mermaid instance, and got all 3 mermaid tiers. The expressions on the faces of those folks from Country Y are really ticking me off. Hong Shan, the headmaster of Qianlong Academy, who was standing nearby, anxiously blurted out, Those punks from my Qianlong Academy can't even hold a candle to a freshman who just finished his college entrance exams, and who hasn't even taken a single university course yet." Meng Anwen glanced over. "Old Bei, you've already met him, haven't you?" Bai Yuan replied with a gentle smile. "His talent is something else. It's a level-up type of talent. But as for the exact multiplier, well, that's his own little secret. He voiced his thoughts. Judging by this trial run, the kid's not half bad. The other man nodded in agreement, taking a sip from his teacup. I feel like this kid has a very bright future ahead of him. His older sister already joined the Divine Light Academy, you know. The images of Moyu and Mohan came to mind. His sister, she's a real favorite of that old geezer who's pouring everything he has into training her. Everyone that old. Fogey trains turns out to be the cream of the crop for humanity. You and I both know just how ridiculously high his standards are. I think there's a very good chance this kid has caught his eye as well. Wenan frowned, piecing it together. It seems our human race is about to get 2 new rising stars. Hong Shan looked up and chimed in. If you ask me, that kid, one day he's going to be the kind of monster who can take on 1,000, even 10,000 enemies all by himself. Meanwhile, the battle between the skeleton army and the spider was reaching a fever pitch. Mo Yu frowned, crossing his arms as he analyzed the situation. Although each of these spiders gives less experience, killing them all is still enough for a 70% experience boost. Over time, my clear speed has gotten so much faster, I'm definitely going to set a new record this time. Scene changed to a lavish and packed auditorium. The room was buzzing with excited chatter when suddenly a bell rang out again. Who broke another record? It's gotta be that student Lin Moyu from before. I saw him go into another dungeon instance. He must be one of those super talented professionals, no doubt about it. Ling Zhen watched with a calm, condescending look on his face. A talent-based professional, what a load of garbage. He just got lucky. A guy in front of him spun around, clearly annoyed. Hey, what makes you say something like that? The dude shot him a sarcastic thumbs down. He's just some ordinary college student who just finished his exams, big deal. He's only got connections with Bai Chen. Who knows what kind of insane treasure he was given. Otherwise, how could a guy like that possibly solo a nightmare-level dungeon? Hearing this, Shu Han angrily shot back. She yelled, so what if he's from a regular academy? You think someone from a regular academy can't set a new record? Another guy chimed in with his own criticism. I recognize you. You're from Qianlong Academy, aren't you? What you think Qianlong Academy is all that? Besides, you got any proof to back up all that trash you're talking? Just then, Moyu casually runs, a hand through his hair, and steps out of the barrier with the leaderboard glowing right behind him. New record Spider's Den, cleared by one person. Lin Moyu. Level 19 Necromancer, clear time 47 minutes. Current record ranking number 1. A new record has been set for the Spider's Den dungeon. Reward 100 stat points. And 5 contribution points, one-time reward only. The crowd erupted in cheers of admiration. Look, it's Lin Moyu, he's out. Hey, great one, someone was just talking smack about you, and of course you go and break the record again. 47 minutes. That's almost half an hour faster than the last record. Suddenly, he spots Ling Zhen in the crowd and asks, you again? The guy stammers, completely flustered. Oh, Lin Moyu, what's with the act? You're just hiding behind Bai Chen's protection, aren't you? If you weren't the nation's top scorer, you wouldn't even be a blip on my radar. A spectral skull materializes behind Moyu, its eyes glowing with a terrifying killing intent. He said in a low, serious voice, I've been patient with you for long enough. But he thought to himself, still, it's not wise to make a move here inside the academy. Ling Zhen's face drained of color as he stammered in terror. You think I'm scared of you? Who the hell do you think you are? But inside, he was panicking. The look in his eyes, that's the look of a killer. Why am I feeling so scared? Hallucinations. It's definitely gotta be hallucinations. Moyu shot him a cold glance over his shoulder, thinking, what a pathetic clown. Wasting my time, I need to hit level 20 today. Above his head, the EXP bar displayed level 1974%. Moyu coolly raised his hand and unleashed an attack. A blast of magic power, confident that this one last strike would be enough to level up. The battle was over. A brilliant golden light from the system washed over his body, signaling his promotion. He let out a sigh of relief, finally level 20. Before I go accept that quest from Bai Chen, I gotta check out my post-level up changes. The system panel immediately updated with his new information. Name Lin Moyu. Class Unique Necromancer. Level 20, Strength 300. Agility 300. Spirit 1300 plus 20. Stamina 300 plus 20. Equipment Magic Book of the Elf King, Treasure of Knowledge. The system then laid out Moyu's summoning space suggestions. 120 out of 200. Skeleton Soldier. Count 120 talents. Full upgrade, level 2 unique skill. Passive damage transfer, active skills. Soul Flame level 20 summon. Skeleton Soldier level 20 corpse explosion level 2. Slowing Curse level 1 summon skeleton. Soldier can now summon 1 silver rank skeleton soldier. Silver rank. After a moment of reading, he thought, my summoning skill got an upgrade, let's give it a try. Summon silver rank skeleton soldier. Moyu decided to give it a shot and a notification popped up on the panel spirit minus 500. He was floored. Staring at the newly formed skeleton warrior, he thought, in disbelief, are you kidding me? 500 spirit points for a single summon. The system panel then displayed the complete stats for the skeleton warrior. Silver rank skeleton soldier, strength 4000, agility 4000, spirit 4000, stamina 4000, skill berserker, strike level 2. Berserker. Strike level 2 inflicts damage equal to 300% of the user's strength. Onto the target, cooldown 10 minutes. Moyu stared at the stats, comparing the numbers and trying to process the insane across-the-board attribute boost. One of them is pretty much on par with a dungeon sub-boss now, and its skills have leveled up too. Moyu, on the other hand, was having second thoughts about summoning his skeletons. Keeping this boneyard brigade on the payroll is getting way too expensive, and my gear is practically ancient history. It's high time for an upgrade. Besides, I need to offload some of this silver-grade loot from the dungeon and stock up on skill scrolls. The moment he stepped out into the main hall, the entire place was buzzing with frantic whispers. The auction house, right, I remember it's this way. The legend is back, he leveled up again, this is unheard of. From level 17 to level 20 in a single day. And did you guys even notice? He just smashed his own dungeon record? This time, I don't think he was even in there for half an hour. Holy smokes, you're telling me his last record wasn't his absolute limit. He walked straight in, paused for a moment, and finally entered the consignment room. Moyu dumped his entire haul on the counter and said, help me sell all of this for cash and then use it to buy every last beginner skill scroll you have. The clerk at the counter eyed the mountain of gear with a healthy dose of disbelief. This kid is clearly only level 20, so how in the world did he get his hands on all this stuff? The clerk examined the loot for a moment before turning back to him. All right, kid, but are you sure you want to sell all this? Why not use some of it yourself? At level 20, you're at the perfect level to equip this silver-grade gear. As the clerk held up a piece of armor, Moyu glanced at it and thought to himself, he's got a point. I really do need new gear. But this generic silver-grade junk, it's practically useless to me. Moyu, despite being lost in thought, instinctively snatched a book out of midair as it tumbled off the pile. Even though this equipment has some decent skill-enhancing effects, they're nothing compared to my own innate talent. It's like having a permanent party-wide buff. The clerk, sensing an opportunity, leaned in with a suggestion. Not impressed by the stuff mere money can buy, huh? No problem. We also have a special shop here that runs on points. That's where all the really good stuff is kept. Moyu handed the book back and replied, lead the way, show me what you got. The guy led him over to the display area and said, I'll go list these items for you. Feel free to browse around on your own. Maintaining his deep tone, Moyu replied, thanks. He walked over to a sword, and the system automatically displayed its information. Silver tier Spirit Purge Sword. Spirit plus 400, usable by level 20 and above. Creator Zhang Tai, one piece of the Spirit Trio set, on sale for 5,000 points. His interest was piqued and a small ooh escaped his lips. A full Spirit type set, no less. Moyu stood before the sword for a long while, lost in thought. The equipment here was definitely a cut above the rest. Plus it came in complete sets. The prices were also through the roof. A single set cost thousands of points. There was absolutely no way a normal freshman could afford it. He continued on, browsing the other sets and reading each item's description. Silver tier Spirit Robe. Spirit plus 200. Usable by level 20 and above. Creator Jang Tai, part of the 3-piece spirit set. Silver tier spirit ring. Spirit plus 200 usable by level 20 and above. Creator Jang Tai, part of the 3-piece spirit set. After doing some quick mental math, even Moyu's legendary composure was a little shaken. The full set bonus would boost his spirit by a solid 800 points. This set was actually pretty decent. Even so, he just shook his head and moved on, considering his own unique situation. It's good, sure, but the actual benefit to me is limited. Behind Moyu, a few people were chattering away while picking out their gear. Hey, get a load of this. Who in their right mind is selling this piece of junk for 50,000 points? It doesn't even have any stats. Where did this thing even come from? You sure this isn't just a hunk of scrap metal? 50,000 points. What kind of moron would ever buy this? He wandered over to see what all the fuss was about and was absolutely staggered by the price tag. 50,000 points. A price tag like that? There can't be more than a handful of people in the entire academy who could afford it. The system displayed the detailed information for the item. Donatus's Scythe, a growth-type weapon. Requirement level 1, a counterfeit piece of the Harvester Necromancer set. When Donatus's Scythe absorbs souls from the abyss, it gains experience points and evolves. Skill Counterfeit Spirit Language. Consume spiritual power to summon the heroic spirit of a fallen general. Skill Heroic Spirit General. Skill Army Formation. The heroic spirit general will rally its own necromantic summons, forming them into an army. Further skills can be unlocked through leveling up. But one line in the item description snagged his attention. One piece of the Necromancer set. Staring at the scythe, his mind raced with possibilities. Summon a heroic spirit general, he thought. My skeleton grunts could seriously use a commander, and on top of that, it's a set item. After mulling it over for a moment, he decided to grab the scythe and roll the dice. A ghostly image of the heroic spirit general materialized behind Moyu. Sure, it has 0 stats right now, he mused. To anyone else, this thing is probably just junk, but it can absorb demon souls from the abyss and evolve. Moyu's eyes glinted as he stared ahead. Heh, this is exactly what I've been looking for. A clerk juggling a mountain of paperwork shuffled over and eyed him skeptically. You sure you want this one, kid? Do you have any idea how many points it costs? You reading that right? Couldn't care less. He simply held out his card and said, I read it just fine. Ring me up. The moment he swiped the card, the clerk's jaw hit the floor. He shrieked 130,000 points. He instantly tossed his previous assumptions out the window. Holy smokes, this kid actually had the cash. Watching Moyu walk out with the scythe, the clerk just stood there baffled. That scythe has been collecting dust in the exchange hall longer than I've been working here, he muttered. I can't believe someone actually bought it. Scythe in hand, Moyu stood before a registration desk and spoke. Seeing as there's 0 chance of finding an abyss demon anytime soon, I might as well use these skill awakening scrolls first. I mean, I prepared a whole stack of them for a reason. I'm bound to get at least one awesome new skill. After fiddling with a few scrolls, he beamed as one finally burst into light. Yes, it worked. The system interface announced the acquisition of a level 1 skill, Bone Armor. It summons skeletons to form a suit of armor, boosting defense by an extra 100 points of stamina. And on top of that, it increases the elemental resistance for both the user and their summons by 10% for 5 minutes. And get this, the skill can even be used on other people. Moyu stared at the stream of mana flowing from his hand, contemplating this new defensive skill. At first, he was a little hesitant, but then it clicked. Hey, not bad at all, he thought. Finally, I've got a skill that covers my one and only weakness. And thanks to the buff from his special talent, the defense boost could add a staggering 1,000 points from stamina and slash all elemental damage in half. Streams of raw mana erupted, swirling around his body in midair. Slowly, they began to take the form of a massive skeletal frame encasing his entire body. Moyu gave the blue stream of mana a light flick, and in an instant, it morphed into the golden mana he'd just recently upgraded to. Time to put it to the test. Moyu walked up to his skeleton warrior, poured all his mana into it, and shouted, "Arise!" As the skeleton warrior was revived, The system panel lit up with its stats: Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit a whopping 300, Stamina 100, and a new skill, Flame Burst. Flame Burst deals fire elemental damage to a single target. Its attack power is determined by the spirit stat. A smug grin spread across Moyu's face. Well, what do you know? He mused. Just like me, its spirit stat is through the roof and the skill's power scales with it. Watching his skeleton stand tall, Moyu began to plot out his future moves. With this, my skeleton finally has a ranged attack. Now all I have to do is keep leveling up and honing my skills, and my skeleton mage is going to become an absolute monster. Cut to the next morning. He pulls back the curtains. He strode into the room, oozing confidence. His spirit force was fully restored, and it was time to hit up Bai Shen about his next mission. Bai Yuan was leaning against a desk, casually flipping through a newspaper as he asked, "So what do you want, kid?" Moyu, standing not too far away, shot back an answer. "Lord Bai Shen, I've already reached level 20. What's the mission?" The man was absolutely floored by the news, looking as if he couldn't quite believe what he'd just heard. "Level 20 already? Hasn't it only been like a single day? That's even faster than I was back in my prime." A hint of worry crossed Yi Yuan's mind. Are these two siblings both some kind of monsters? Still, he kept his composure and laid out the task. "The mission's simple. Go fetch something for me." Yi Yuan locked eyes with Mo Yu and began to explain. "You've been to the palace dungeon before, right? Well, then you must know about the large-scale dungeon called the Tyrant's Desert. Your mission is to head into the Tyrant's Desert and bring me back the Tyrant's heart." He shot the kid a wicked grin, his voice dripping with challenge. "I don't even need to tell you how insane it is to run a large-scale dungeon. And with less than 40 people, you get the picture. Within 3 days, see if you can bring back the Tyrant's heart in that time. I'll help you get your hands on a primary cooldown amulet." Yi Yuan wasn't finished sweetening the pot. He was really trying to mess with the kid's head now. The effect of this amulet is on a whole other level compared to anything you'd find in the palace dungeon. The cooldown timers, for some of the highest tier dungeons, can be as long as a month. When you're dealing with dungeons like that, that's when a cooldown amulet really shows its worth. And not only that, high-grade cooldown amulets can actually be upgraded from low-grade ones. Finally, Yi Yuan dropped the final piece of bait. "If you complete this mission, I'll tell you exactly how to do the upgrade." Hearing this, Moyu's mind started racing. So his hunch was right, the amulets really could be upgraded. He stepped forward and looked the man dead in the eye. "Fine, I'll bring back the heart of the tyrant." Bai Yuan gripped his shoulder firmly, reminding him, "The reason I'm giving you 3 days is because the academy is holding its opening ceremony then. I expect you won't be late." Meng Anwen stepped out from the doorway and asked, "You seem awfully pleased with that kid, don't you?" Bai Yuan stood with his arms crossed, watching the door he'd just left through, and said, The more I look at him, the more I like him. That ice-cold personality, it's right up my alley." Anwen pressed on. "With a personality like that, he's definitely going to try and solo the Desert Tyrant dungeon. I seem to recall you trying that at level 30 and getting your butt handed to you." Hearing this, Bai Yuan just chuckled, his eyes following the boy's retreating figure as he replied, "But Lin Moyu is much stronger than I was back then." Gazing at the dungeon portal, the crowd around him was buzzing with excitement. "Hey look, it's that legend who just set a new record yesterday. Holy crap, is he checking out the Desert Tyrant? That's a large-scale raid dungeon. No way, is he going to try and break the record for a raid too?" Moyu, however, paid no attention to their chatter. He just focused, placing his hand on the glowing orb, lost in thought. Feilong Academy. Moyu recognized the name. It was an academy on the same level as Qianlong Academy. Just then the leaderboard flashed to life. Desert Tyrant. 40. Members from the Feilong Academy team. 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. Even he was a little stunned by the numbers. It took 40 people 16 hours to clear this place. Suddenly, Shu Han tiptoed closer to him. She called out worriedly, "Junior Moyu." Lin Moyu turned his reply as cold as ever. "Hello." Shu Han's eyes were filled with concern. She asked softly, "Are you looking at the desert tyrant?" Inside, she was completely in awe. He ran so many dungeons yesterday and he's not even taking a day off? This guy's work ethic is just insane. Moyu stated bluntly, "I have to retrieve an item from here called the Heart of the Tyrant." The moment she heard that item's name, Shuhan practically shrieked, "The Heart of the Tyrant." Wait a minute, isn't that the drop you only get when the final boss shows up? The more she explained, the wider her eyes got. The Heart of the Tyrant is used to craft an absurdly powerful piece of jewelry. The Tyrant's Necklace. That thing only drops once a year. And the last time the Heart of the Tyrant even made an appearance was 2 years ago. Shuhan's jaw was on the floor as she asked in disbelief, "So Junior Lin, don't tell me. You actually went and challenged the Desert Tyrant. You just hit level 20. And where's the rest of your party?" She stopped dead, slapping a hand over her mouth. "Junior Lin, you're not planning to solo the dungeon, are you? The record at Fei Long Academy has stood unbroken for 2 whole years." She was about to keep going, but a new arrival cut her off. "Junior Lin." A massive shadow loomed over Shuhan. Moyu quickly yanked her out of the path of the imposing strangers, as a murmur went through the crowd at their sudden appearance. "It's them, that's the crew from Bailey Academy. They've been gearing up forever to set a new record in the Desert Tyrant dungeon." Looking at the glittering armor on the guy in front, someone in the crowd gasped, realizing they were decked out in a ton of gold-tier equipment. The man the lead stood before his group and announced to everyone within earshot, "This time we of Bailey Academy will without a doubt set a new record." His brow furrowed as he barked an order at his team. "All right, look sharp people, I don't want a single screw-up, you hear me?" But inwardly, the man was thinking, are they here to run the Desert Tyrant dungeon too? Looks like we'll have to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, a familiar figure began to calmly ascend the steps, completely unbothered. As Moyu walked away, a wave of stunned gasps followed him. No way that legend is actually going in. He's really going to try and solo the Desert Tyrant all by himself. Is this for real? Has anyone ever managed to solo a large-scale dungeon before? If he pulls this off, he's going to make history, no doubt about it. A guy from Bailey Academy shot him a look dripping with sarcasm. He's actually daring to enter the Desert Tyrant dungeon, all by himself. What kind of noob is this? Did nobody tell him it's a massive raid? Then, in a much sterner tone, he ordered his own team. "Ignore that idiot who's got a death wish. All right, team, prepare for teleportation." And just like that, he was inside the Desert Tyrant dungeon. Faced with a blinding flash of light, he quickly shielded his eyes, thinking, the sun's directly overhead. It's impossible to get my bearings." Moyu shielded his eyes with his hand. Since this is a large-scale dungeon, and the record clear time is 16 hours, the mechanics in here are probably way more complex. With the plan already forming, Moyu summoned his skeleton soldier. "Looks like I'll have to map this place out on my own." He began to calculate his resources. Entering a massive raid like this costs 500 points, and a fresh sweep order would cost 2,000. Even with the 80,000 points I have left, I won't be able to last in here for very long. Before long, a red dot popped up on his map, prompting him to say, "Monster spotted." The monster's stats immediately appeared. Desert Demon Tree, an elite class monster. Super enhanced level 25. Strength 5,000, Agility 1,000, Spirit 2,000, Constitution 6,000, Skill, Deathvine Entanglement. Looking at that laundry list of stats, Moyu couldn't help but be impressed. So this is what a large-scale dungeon is like. Just look at its combat power. He was genuinely surprised. This is just a regular trash mob, but its stats are on par with the level 24 boss from the Mermaid Dungeon. Good thing my skeleton soldier was upgraded to silver rank. Otherwise, dealing with this thing would have been a real pain. A new notification popped up as his skeleton landed the killing blow. "You have slain the level 25 Desert Demon Tree. Experience plus 300,000 and I get 5 Demon Tree branches." Seeing this, Moyu just casually observed the situation, cool as a cucumber. He thought to himself, the EXP is already boss level. If all the monsters in this dungeon, they give out experience points like this, then this place is basically an all-you-can-grind EXP buffet. With that glorious thought in mind, he quickly activated his skeleton armor skill. He already had a game plan ready. If this entire desert is crawling with hidden dangers, then it's always better to play it safe and armor up. After a bit of a scuffle, the only ones left standing in the vast desert were Moyu and his 3 skeleton warriors. Fast forward 2 hours and we're at an oasis. Moyu cautiously scanned his surroundings. He suspected that an oasis smack in the middle of a desert was probably where most of the monsters would be hanging out. And as if on cue, a ridiculously huge scorpion made its grand entrance. This bad boy was a level 25 oasis scorpion. 4,000 strength, 3,000 agility, 2,000 spirit, a beefy 6,000 constitution, and the charming skill of deadly poison. But since he had already expected something like this, Moyu wasn't the least bit surprised by its appearance. Good thing he didn't have to get close to that thing himself. One of his skeleton warriors locked onto the target and unleashed a berserk strike. The attack was launched and it instantly sent the scorpion on a one-way trip to the afterlife. The system notification popped up immediately. Killed level 25 scorpion. Experience plus 300,000. Acquired sharp stinger. But hiding behind that easy victory was a far more terrifying truth. An entire army of scorpions began to slowly advance on their position. Moyu was a little stunned when he saw them. Then he noticed it. Wait, is that fruit some kind of special dungeon item? Not wasting another second, he gave a decisive order, "Go bring me one of those fruits." He was already running the calculations in his head. He'd have some skeletons hold off the scorpion horde, while the others helped him collect those mysterious fruits. Taking the fruit that a skeleton warrior presented to him, he wondered aloud, are all these scorpions gathered here just for this fruit? What the heck does this thing even do? Information on the mysterious, highly sought-after fruit appeared. Desert Oasis fruit restores spiritual power. Once picked, it has to be consumed within 5 minutes. It can't be stored for long. After learning about its effects, he was a little skeptical. This thing can actually restore my spirit power. Moyu took a tentative bite, and his body was immediately enveloped in a gentle green aura. The status window popped up Spirit 1,859 out of 2,900. Seeing this, he was pleasantly surprised. His spirit power was actually regenerating. At the same time, the swarm of Oasis scorpions was frantically charging his skeleton warriors. Looking at the countless clusters of fruit hanging from the treetops, an idea sparked in his mind. As long as I have a steady supply of this fruit, I'll never have to worry about running out of mana. Without a second's hesitation, he immediately began summoning. Come forth, skeleton mage. Moyu quickly realized something incredible. This place was a holy grail for grinding and leveling up his skills. Instantly, a skeleton mage appeared. He thought to himself that he had to level up the skeleton mage summoning skill as quickly as possible. Watching the two opposing forces constantly clash, a simple thought ran through his mind: my spirit power can be infinitely replenished. That single realization sparked a brilliant idea. He could just spam summon skeleton mages non-stop. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Moyu had found his perfect strategy. Once the skill hits level 20, the skeleton mage can evolve to silver rank. While casually munching on the fruit, he calmly issued orders to his skeleton warriors. Time flew by quickly, and in what felt like a blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. A notification screen popped up through the dust and embers of the ongoing battle. Summon Skeleton Mage skill has reached level 20. Seeing this, Moyu thought with a satisfied grin, finally I did it. He immediately cast the summoning spell, Appear. Skeleton Mage, a skeleton warrior with a completely overwhelming aura, materialized before him. A quick look at its profile reveals a level 20 silver rank water system skeleton mage. Strength 2,000. Agility 2,000. Spirit a whopping 8,000. Constitution 2,000. Skill Icy Rainstorm. What is Icy Rainstorm, do you ask? Well, it whips up a freezing tempest in a designated area, dealing elemental ice damage to any target caught inside, with its attack power scaling directly with spirit. And he had a whole collection, each element proven through its own devastating signature move. The Fire Skeleton Mage. with its blazing explosion skill. The Lightning Skeleton Mage, boasting a 5 Thunder Strike, and the Wind Skeleton Mage with its Tornado Storm. With his preparations complete, Moyu stood proudly amidst his skeletal warriors and declared war with a booming voice. You lot seem to be having a grand old time killing my skeleton mage a minute ago, didn't you? Now, I believe it's my turn, right? The glorious figures of the ice and fire skeleton mages materialized, flanked by their equally formidable wind and lightning counterparts. A moment later, the 4 elemental skeleton mages, each representing a different attribute, unleashed their attacks in unison. Ice, fire, lightning, and wind. The scorpion swarm was simply annihilated, their resistance laughably feeble. Some were zapped into oblivion, others were frozen solid, and a few unlucky ones were ripped to shreds by the gale force winds. But the most agonizing fate of all, being burned to a cinder. Gazing upon the scene before him, our boy couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. Now this is what a large-scale dungeon is supposed to feel like. Moyu commanded, "We've got the numbers too. Summon skeleton mages. Current skeleton soldiers 30, current skeleton mages 70. He glanced at the scorpions up ahead, musing to himself, "Hey, it seems as long as we're on the same level, I can still solo these large-scale dungeons without breaking a sweat." The skeleton warriors charged forward in unison, swords raised, as Moyu raised his hand again to cast Corpse Explosion. And just like that, a series of chain explosions rocked the battlefield, decimating countless scorpions. Ding, the system notification chimed in. You have slain a level 25 giant oasis scorpion. Experience plus 300,000. Obtained sharp golden stinger. Seeing no other suspicious figures lurking about, he wondered aloud. Did I run out of monsters already? Just then Moyu realized something. He still had a bunch of other skills that hadn't been upgraded yet. Man, if only there were always this many monsters to farm. But a worrying thought crept into his mind. If my skeleton mages have already ranked up to silver tier, I really need to find this dungeon's boss and fast. The longer this dragged on, the lower his chances of getting that tyrant's heart would be. Suddenly, something charged straight at Moyu, grabbing his full attention. Moyu instantly sized up the situation. This was a beast tide. He quickly activated his bone armor. With a nimble backflip, he launched himself into the air, dodging the stampede. Below him was a massive swarm of ants, and a system window popped up. Desert Soldier Ant level 26. Moyu landed neatly on the back of a soldier ant. He thought to himself, where in the world are these guys going? The army of soldier ants then unexpectedly plunged straight into the ground. Taking in the vast cavern, Moyu pieced it together. So this must be their nest, huh? Right in front of him, a colossal creature suddenly appeared. The system immediately flashed an alert: desert flying ant, an elite type. Enhanced monster. Level 27, strength 6,000, agility 3,000, spirit 3,000, stamina 3,000. At that point, he had a pretty good idea of what he was dealing with. A flying ant. They're basically the Ant Queen's personal guard. Looks like the final boss here is the queen herself. Moyu charged, ramming his bone armor straight into the flying ant. When the attack barely left a scratch, he sneered, "Oh, what's this trying to bully my armor just because I haven't upgraded it yet?" Moyu summoned a whole legion of other skeleton mages. The flying ant was instantly swarmed by dozens of skeletal warriors, who unleashed their ultimate move, Dragon Fist Storm. The rest of the soldier ants seemed to sense the imminent danger and scrambled back toward the heart of the nest. The system announced the kill. Killed a level 27 desert flying ant, experience plus 360,000. Obtained 4 ant wings. He gave the command, "Let's move out." My warriors. Moyu's voice boomed with authority. All of my warriors hear me find the Ant Queen's nest at once. He looked down at the ant soldiers beneath his feet with pure contempt. For a place like this, my skeleton mages and I are more than enough. The system alert chimed. Killed a level 27 desert flying ant. Experience plus 360,000. Obtained 4 ant wings. Killed a level 26 desert flying ant. Experience plus 360,000. Obtained 4 ant wings. Glancing at the map in his hand, Moyu let out a smirk. Finally found it. If that's the case, there's no need to waste any more time. Let's go say hello to the final boss. A system notification displayed the Ant Queen's stats. Desert Ant Queen, a chieftain-level monster. Level 28, Strength 9,000. Agility 3,000, Spirit 8,000. Stamina 8,000. Skills Summon Ant Swarm. Sonic Wave Attack, Storm Impact, Curl Up. He asked doubtfully, is that supposed to be the Ant Queen? Information Ant Queen's Royal Guard, a super-enhanced elite monster. Level 27, Strength 5,000. Agility 4,000, Spirit 3,000, Stamina 7,000, Skill Carapace Harden. Moyu let out a disappointed sigh. And here I thought I might get a decent challenge. How boring. He declared with a dramatic flourish. Go on, my warriors. Go and play with them. And just like that, the skills started flying. Storm Impact. Moyu shielded his face with his arm. Shouting over the chaos, an indiscriminate AoE skill. Now that's more like it. Good thing I awakened the bone armor skill. His face hardened, radiating pure killing intent. In a Mage's immobilized, the Queen's Guard warriors cut them down. The first skill appeared Carapace Harden. The system announced killed an Ant Queen's Royal Guard. Level 27. Gained 390,000 experience. Obtained 10 Ant Fangs. The Ant Queen retaliated with a sonic wave attack. In an instant, Moyu's skeletons were blown away, vaporized on the spot. It immediately followed up with another move, Curl Up and Summon Ant Swarm. As he watched, the Ant Queen saw this and went absolutely berserk. It shrieked out an order, again with that ultimate defense skill. What a complete waste of my time, Rise. My warriors. Moyu was a bit taken aback as a fresh swarm of ants charged his way. He muttered in disbelief. Wait, is this that legendary ant army summoning skill? Moyu couldn't believe it. So this kind of overpowered nonsense actually existed. He taunted, "You're not seriously trying to commit suicide, are you?" And with that, he unleashed Corpse Explosion. The spell rocketed toward the Ant Queen, setting off a chain reaction of fiery blasts all around it. The system chimed in, "You have slain the Desert Ant Queen. Experience plus 800,000. Obtain Silver Grade Weapon Ant Queen's Longsword. Obtained Silver Grade. Accessory Ring of the Ant Queen. Obtained Ant Queen Egg. Hand this egg to a beast tamer for incubation. And you can get your very own Ant Queen." He lifted the precious egg in his hands, musing with a hint of regret. Man, this large-scale dungeon has been pretty sweet. The loot I've gotten can be traded for a ton of points. And the XP boost is nothing to sneeze at. Between the oasis and this ant nest, my experience bar has shot all the way up to 78%. Moyu kept thinking aloud. This is a perfect spot for grinding levels, but I'm on the clock right now. I'll come back and clear this place out later. First things first, I've got to get that tyrant's heart. In what felt like the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed and his warriors were still deep in the throes of battle. All sorts of bizarre desert monsters like giant sandworms were being systematically annihilated. He gazed into the distance, and his eyes locked onto what he could only guess was the world-class boss, the Tyrant Lion. And below it, an entire army of beast minions was kneeling in absolute reverence. Seeing the imposing fortress and the dark legions massed below it, Moyu thought to himself, "Yep, looks like I've found the right place." Up on the fortress wall, a lion archer stood guard and its info immediately popped into view. Desert Lion Archer. Elite type enhanced monster. Level 28, Strength 5,000. Agility 6,500. Spirit 1,500. Stamina 4,500. Skill Sure Hit. After a quick scan of the info panel, his eyes widened in surprise. Turns out their stats were way stronger than the ant soldiers and flying ants back in the ant cave. His gaze shifted to a lion fighting fiercely nearby, and another status window popped right up. Desert Lion Warrior, an elite type enhanced monster. Level 28, Strength 6,500, Agility 5,000, Spirit 2,000, Stamina 5,000. Watching the lions drill in formation, he thought to himself with a bit of a shock, "Wow, so organized. Looks like the simple tactics we used at the oasis and the ant cave won't cut it here." Moyu coldly drew his death scythe. He said slowly, "But when it comes to formations, I know a thing or two myself." He raised the scythe high into the air, and his voice boomed with the summons, "Necromancer, I call forth the Spirit General." A colossal figure cloaked in black and white materialized before him. Its eyes glowed with a mysterious blue aura. And right on cue, its status window appeared. Summoned creature, Spirit General, skill proxy army. It stood in the middle of the desert surrounded by eerie ghostly souls. He commanded in a booming voice, "Go forth, my warrior." The Spirit General immediately activated its proxy army skill. Seeing that all the preparations were complete, Moyu officially kicked off the fight. "Execute my will. Lead my warriors and attack them." The skeleton soldiers instantly charged forward, completely enveloped in a blazing blood-red aura, radiating an overwhelming power. The lion army, however, was not to be underestimated. Their leader let out a mighty roar, giving the command to its troops. A literal sandstorm of arrows was unleashed from their sturdy fortress. They call it the 100 shots, 100 hits technique. The battle scene became increasingly brutal. From the sky, constant rains of arrows poured down. Scorching flames and mysterious blasts of energy were unleashed one after another. The frenzied volley of arrows slamming into the lion's fortress was partially blocked. But due to the sheer numbers, the skeleton army still had the upper hand. The lion warriors roared in absolute fury, their eyes glowing crimson as they charged straight ahead. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, sending every last one of them straight to the pearly gates. Amidst the absolute chaos, Moyu just casually remarked, "What a shame, all their bodies dropped inside the fortress. So I can't get a target lock to use corpse explosion." Glancing at the shadowy figures swarming around him, he let out a sigh of relief, adding, "But hey, good thing I've got you guys here." As the battle raged on, his Spirit General continued its rampage, finally turning its furious gaze towards the massive fortress gate. He barked an order. "Half of you mages get over there and open that gate for me." Up on the ramparts, lion-faced archers rained down arrows non-stop. But even so, he still sounded less than impressed. "Are you kidding me? It's been this long. And you still can't even bust down a simple fortress gate?" Suddenly, Moyu froze. A light bulb went off in his head. "Ah, I get it now. This is a large-scale raid. There's probably some kind of team mechanic or some other special trick I need to use to crack this thing open and finally meet the big boss." Now that he'd figured out the gimmick, he swiftly turned to issue new orders to his warriors. Every dungeon puzzle can be solved with one thing: overwhelming firepower. Push their bodies towards the gate. Moyu aimed squarely at the pile of corpses at the foot of the gate and activated corpse explosion. The system immediately pinged corpse explosion confirmed. An instant later, the pile of bodies erupted in a massive explosion, crackling with arcs of wild lightning. Moyu's eyes were glued to the spot, waiting to see what would emerge. While his Spirit General stood silently behind him, a grim and ready bodyguard. Deep inside the fortress, a hulking, powerful lion was perched arrogantly on a throne, its eyes glinting with a chilling light. And just like that, the Lion Tyrant's stats popped right up. Lion Tyrant, a world-class boss level 31. Strength 13,000, Agility 8,000, Spirit 2,000, Stamina 12,000, Skills Hellish Roar. Enraging Taunt and Cyclone Spin. Staring at its ridiculously majestic posture, it didn't take a genius for him to figure it out. So this is the world-class boss, huh? Yeah, definitely in a whole different league from all the chumps I've fought before. Before this monstrous beast, Moyu was no bigger than an ant, but you wouldn't know it from the way he stood proud and completely unfazed. Moyu thought to himself, "So sorry, pal, but I'm in a real hurry." The tyrant lion launched its colossal body into the air, letting out a menacing roar. It had just used its skill provoking fury. On Moyu's side, his warrior's stats popped up. Silver rank Bone Soldier. Strength 4,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 4,000. Stamina 4,000. After just one of its attacks, a notification flashed on the screen. 2 Bone Soldiers had been obliterated. The tyrant lion was losing control, roaring and snarling in a wild frenzy. Moyu quickly ordered his troops to restrain it. And right on cue, a barrage of skills slammed directly into its body. 5 thunders smite a temporary paralysis. But before it could even catch its breath, continuous blasts of energy rained down, forcing it to retreat. The tyrant lion gradually slowed its rampage, its hands tightening around the two weapons it wielded. Then in a flash it began to spin wildly, creating a massive cyclone that blew everything away. That little move was called the Storming Cyclone. The moment the skill ended, Moyu got a notification that 24 of his bone soldiers had been wiped out. He threw an arm up to shield his face, clearly unnerved by that overwhelming display of power. So strong. With an attack force like that, I doubt even a professional-grade knight could take the hit. With that thought, Moyu shouted, "All right, that's enough, stop." But by then, the tyrant lion was completely out of control, letting out an ear-splitting shriek. That skill was none other than Hell's Shriek. Instantly, another 14 bone soldiers were vaporized. Staring at the floating fragments, he realized with a jolt of surprise, so my bone armor can't even last 2 seconds against that. Even though it was bound tight by chains, the tyrant lion was still powerful enough to lunge forward and use its skill-provoking fury. Watching its colossal shadow loom over him, he started to get genuinely worried. Okay, I have damage immunity when I teleport, so I'm not scared, but this next attack is probably going to annihilate every last one of my bone soldiers. Moyu quickly made his move. He unleashes Soul Flame, and the skills info panel immediately pops up. The moment the beast was knocked down, he instantly commanded his warriors. "This is our chance, all of you, move in." Faced with the colossal fallen body of the beast, the skeleton warriors began their charge, but another notification quickly flashed on screen. 4 skeleton soldiers have been destroyed. The tyrant lion scrambled back up, roaring with rage as it unleashed its furious strike. Meanwhile, Moyu was also pouring every last ounce of his strength into maintaining the soul flame. He muttered with grim determination, "The soul flame can't stop. It must not stop." If it wasn't for the fact that my mage just leveled up to silver rank, he thought, I'm pretty sure I'd be getting absolutely demolished right about now. 20 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. A relentless barrage of skills flew through the air. Soul Flame, Raging Cyclone, Frigid Water, Downpour, 5 Thunderclap, Punishment. A thought crossed Moyu's mind. Looks like it's almost over. Finally, as the last ember faded away, Moyu watched coldly as the life drained from the beast's paw. He stood there calmly and said, "Tyrant, I acknowledge your strength." And just then, the system notifications started rolling in. You have slain the tyrant lion. Experience gained 2 million. You have obtained the gold rank weapon Tyrant's Battle Axe. You have obtained the gold rank weapon Tyrant's Glaive. You have obtained the gold rank weapon Tyrant's Magic Staff. You have obtained the Tyrant's Heart. Next drop in 1 year. Tyrant's Heart, a special item and essential component for crafting the Tyrant's Crimson Peak set. Moyu turned his head, his sharp cold eyes scanning the results. Level 21, not bad. He frowned, running a hand through his hair. He'd been so focused on fighting the tyrant, he hadn't even realized his own troops had just hit level 20. Name Moyu, level 21. Strength 330, a 30-point increase. Agility 330 plus 30. Spirit 320 plus 30 plus 200. Skill Summon Skeleton Mage has leveled up to level 21. But then Moyu finished reading the notifications and the color drained from his face. He was stunned. My Summon Skeleton Mage skill leveled up too. Wait, don't tell me skills automatically level up along with my own level once I learn them. Staring at the colossal corpses of the boss monsters before him, Moyu began to ponder. If that's really the case, then I'd better get a move on and max out all my other skills pronto. He stood there hesitating for a moment. Otherwise, the higher my level gets, the harder they'll be to grind. Looks like I'll have to head back to the Tyrant Desert and use that place to farm my skills. The scene shifts to a luxurious hall with a grand ceiling, bathed in the warm glow of golden lights and magnificent architecture. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the hall. The grand bell chimed 6 times. How long has it been since we last heard the bell chime 6 times? Everyone in the chamber began to murmur, their eyes fixed on the floating orbs above. 6 chimes from the bell. That means someone set a new record in a large-scale dungeon, but who was it? A young man with an arrogant smirk spoke up. Looks to me like this new record was set by someone from our very own Bailey Academy. This was Bailey Sheng, From the Bailey Academy, the grandnephew of the headmaster himself. People in the crowd started whispering amongst themselves. Hey, I remember that pro player Moyu went in too. You don't think it was him, do you? His tone was dripping with contempt. Moyu, who the hell is that? What academy's team is he on? To think someone would actually dare to compete with our Bailey Academy for a record. One of his lackeys leaned in and whispered in Bailey Sheng's ear. Boss. That Moyu, he's the one. After hearing this, Bailey Sheng clutched his stomach, bursting into laughter as he spat out his disdain. Are you telling me he went in alone? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? That's a large-scale dungeon designed for a 40-man party. Going into a raid like that all by himself. What a complete moron who doesn't know his own limits. The crowd looked on their faces filled with disgust. So what if he did? Is there a rule that says one person can't enter a large-scale dungeon? Moyu is the pro, who already set 2 dungeon records in a row. Bailey Sheng shot back with a sarcastic, arrogant sneer. Your records in 2 low-level dungeons. What does that even count for? Right now, he's only level 20. Besides, a large-scale dungeon isn't something you can just waltz through. This time, the record is without a doubt, and it's destined to belong to our Bailey Academy. In a flash, a notification popped up: the tyrant's heart has dropped. Cooldown time 364 days and 23 hours. The crowd below was in absolute disbelief. They were buzzing with excitement. They actually got the tyrant's heart. Hey, I heard that the tyrant's combat power is insane. If you can't kill it in under an hour, then you can't get the tyrant's heart at all. Look, I'm a fan of God Lin, but I'm afraid this new record has to be Bailey Academy's doing. Bailey Sheng roared with laughter. Not only did we set a new record, but we also got the tyrant's heart. From this day forward, Bailey Academy will finally have a boss-level item. The announcement board flickered and changed. The record for the large-scale dungeon Tyrant's Desert has been reset. Lin Moyu level 21, time 14 minutes 11 seconds and 43. The entire crowd fell silent, their jaws hanging open. Everyone was utterly, completely speechless. Bailey Sheng, pale and drenched in a cold sweat, stammered out, "That's Lin Moyu." A second later, Lin Moyu himself strolled out, an icy expression on his face. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. The god himself has appeared. So badass, I can't believe he really soloed the dungeon and even set a new record. And his clear time was even faster than the entire Bailey Academy team. When Bailey Sheng saw him, he ground his teeth and spat out the question. "You're Lin Moyu?" Lin Moyu just frowned, not even bothering to answer. He was already thinking, I got the tyrant's heart. Now I need to get this to Lord Baishen and fast. Lin Moyu said coolly, "Excuse me, I have somewhere to be." Then he just walked away, leaving the other students ecstatic at the show. Wow, Bailey Academy got absolutely humiliated this time. This is going to be all over the academy by tomorrow. Well, that's what they get for being so arrogant. That whole crew walked in like they owned the place. And then God Lin just slammed their faces into the dirt and ground them up for good measure. As the evening lights began to flicker on, the hall was still buzzing with bewildered chatter. Hey, did you guys notice something? Boss Lin is only level 21. That means the dude walked into that dungeon as a fresh level 20. Soloing a large-scale dungeon at level 20. Is this even something a human is capable of? This is absolutely insane. So this is the power of a necromancer. Meanwhile, in Bai Yuan's office, he groggily answered the call on his watch, his eyes barely open. "Moyu, what's up? Couldn't find a team?" On the other end of the line, Lin Moyu stated matter-of-factly, "Lord Bai Shen, I've acquired the tyrant's heart." Yi Yuan looked up, still half asleep. "It's fine if you couldn't find a team. I can introduce you to a few friends." Moment later, his brain finally processed what he'd heard. Wait a minute. "Moyu, what did you just say?" Lin Moyu, with a look of pure innocence, replied, "I said I got the tyrant's heart." Yi Yuan sank into a state of stunned disbelief. This kid, I gave him the mission just a little while ago, and he's already got the tyrant's heart. In the silence of his office, Bai Yuan asked, "Where are you right now?" The boy replied, "I'm at the entrance to the dorms." Outside, the moonlight filtered peacefully through the leaves. Moyu hung up just as a notification popped up on his screen. For setting a new Record in the Tyrant's Desert Dungeon, you have received 5,000 points and 30 contribution points. This reward can only be claimed once. He was a bit puzzled. A new message? That's a pretty hefty reward. Too bad it's a one-time thing. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped Moyu, catching him completely by surprise. It was a magical current that formed a vortex of water wrapping around his body. Bai. Yuan's magic was teleporting him directly to Meng Anwen. The man was currently enjoying a cup of tea. That's Mr. Meng Baishen said. Moyu bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Meng. Meng Anwen gestured warmly. Come have a seat, Yi Yuan reassured him. Don't be so nervous. Old Meng is a really easygoing guy. He just happens to be a god-tier formation master. As he took a seat at the tea table, Bai Yuan gestured and said, Moyu, let's see that tyrant's heart. The boy complied. Yes, sir. A golden crystal materialized before them, leaving Meng Anwen utterly astonished. Yup, that's a tyrant's heart for you, all right. Bai Yuan lowered his head, a bit skeptical. You soloed your run this time too, right? Moyu answered bluntly, all by my lonesome. The old man pressed on, and what was your clear time? The kid grimaced. Over 14 hours. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan exchanged a speechless glance. Then a slow smirk spread across the old man's face. Old Bai, a deal's a deal. You promised the kid, so you better deliver. With that, the gruff man begrudgingly tossed a potion to Moyu. You don't have to tell me twice. Here, take this cooldown talisman. Moyu stared at the vial, his mind racing. A cooldown talisman? With this, my leveling speed is about to go into overdrive. Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow, curious. Moyu, are you trying to get into the Dawn God Academy or something? The kid replied, yeah, but I'm way short on contribution points. He mused, even after setting 3 new records? You only got 90 contribution points. And the academy requires 1,000. Moyu's head snapped up, a sudden realization hitting him as he yelled, wait a minute, can you use a cooldown talisman on the primordial battlefield? A smirk played on Bai Yuan's lips. Oh, you can? Something wrong with taking on that mission. At that, Yu's hand tightened around the vial. An image of those mysterious skeleton warriors flashed through his mind. This was the solution. He thought to himself, looks like I've found my fast track to farming contribution points. Bai Yuan got to his feet. All right, I'll take you back so you can get some rest. After the opening ceremony, we're heading straight to the primordial battlefield. Moyu's expression was grimly determined. Thank you, God Bai. As the full moon hung high, in the inky black sky, Meng Anwen's expression grew serious. Are you sure it's wise to take him to the primordial battlefield this early? Bai Yuan just glanced at the sky with a smug look, crossing his arms. You saw him yourself. The kid solo cleared a large-scale dungeon at level 20. And compared to that, even some of the second-tier job classes aren't that far behind. Let's fight. The initial training grounds are the right place for you to start early. He thought with a heavy heart, pondering the monster and the immense power it commanded. But he kept a crucial detail from the boy, that the so-called initial battlefield was crawling with enemies of humanity. Meanwhile, Moyu was chilling on his bed, his eyes peacefully shut. He rolled over, thinking to himself, man grinding that dungeon for hours on end, I can finally call it a day. I'll get some proper rest tonight. And tomorrow it's back to the Desert Tyrant to level up my other skills. A man swaggered out of a spatial gate, a ridiculously smug grin plastered across his face. I have returned. The moment he appeared, the crowd put on a fake show of excitement, their words dripping with sarcasm. Hey look, the guys from Bailey Academy are back. Look how pleased they are with themselves. Do they actually think they set a new record or something? Oh, this is gonna be good. Oblivious, he and his academy buddies were high on their own supply, hyping themselves up. We have officially smashed the record with a clear time of 15 hours and 58 minutes, setting a new benchmark. All hail Bailey Academy. All the while, students from the other academies watched this whole display, barely stifling their laughter at the over-the-top celebration. But then the cheering died down. One of them stared up at the floating leaderboard and asked in total confusion, wait a minute, Captain, something's not right. We didn't get the tyrant's heart. Then who the hell did? His eyes shot up to the leaderboard. And there displayed in first place was Moyu's name, making his blood run cold. Moyu, level 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes, and 43 seconds. A solo clear, the captain fell dead silent. His head hung low as the image of that kid flashed in his mind. Whispers erupted all around him. Level 21, 14 hours. That was the last straw. He couldn't take it anymore. He completely lost it, roaring in pure rage. No way, this is absolutely impossible. Seeing his captain about to have a public meltdown, his teammate quickly tried to intervene. Captain, let's just go back for now. He completely ignored the other guy's words and just kept screaming his head off. That guy's only level 21. How could he possibly clear a dungeon solo and still be faster than our Bailey Academy? Seizing the opportunity, the students from the other academies started laying into them with a barrage of mockery. Seriously, who would have thought Bailey Academy would get slapped in the face twice in one day? This is absolutely hilarious. Look at them, their faces are practically rotting from the shames. This Lin Shen guy is a goddamn monster. Looks like Bailey Academy is finally going to be famous. Unable to stand it any longer, he barked an order at his academy's students. After a solid night's sleep, Moyu finally woke up. It was day 2. He ran a hand through his hair. Thinking to himself, looks like my mental energy is fully restored. He leisurely strolled into the main hall, where a massive crowd was already gathered, his mind already running calculations. If I manage to find that special fruit in the desert this time, I'll just go ahead and power level my forbidden curse and bone armor skills until they're bursting at the seams. Suddenly, a man walked up to him and tried to strike up a conversation. You're Moyu. The guy pointed a finger at him, then jerked his head, motioning for Moyu to follow. Senior Bailey Sheng wants to see you. You're coming with me. Moyu paid him no mind. Hands stuffed in his pockets, he just lowered his head and walked right past him. Stunned at being completely ignored, the guy was furious. He shouted angrily, "Ignoring me, you've got some serious nerve. Don't you know who Bailey Sheng is?" Moyu turned his head to face the guy. "Never heard of him," he said. "If he wants to see me, tell him to come himself." The system analysis window popped up. Dungeon cooldown 9 days. Cooldown reset cost 2,000 points. Dungeon entry fee 500 points. He silently stroked his chin, deep in thought. A single reset would cost a whopping 2,500 points. The moment everyone else there saw him, they couldn't hide their surprise and started gathering around to gossip. "Hey look, is that Master Lin? Is the Master seriously going to solo the Desert Tyrant dungeon again?" The first time was because, they were total newbies in the dungeon. This time around, I wonder what kind of insane record he's gonna set. An archer-type dude sidled up to Shu Han, looking like he had a massive favor to ask. "Miss Shu Han, my quest is still incomplete. Could you please do us a solid and ask the great god Lin if he'd be willing to let us tag along and clear the dungeon with him?" That opened the floodgates and everyone else chimed in. Yeah, what he said, we can pay in points. That's right. If the master can solo this thing, then he can definitely carry us too. We'll pay you back with our points. She was totally cornered, stammering, guys? But her voice was completely drowned out by the chaos. "We don't need the EXP, the gear, or any of the materials. And Miss Shu Han, we're literally begging you." Completely overwhelmed, Shu Han had no choice but to give in. "Alright, fine, I'll ask Mo Yu for you and see what he says." Meanwhile, the goon our boy had just rejected scurried back to his boss Li Sheng to report. "Boss, this Mo Yu guy refuses to come see you, and he said that you have to go over there and see him." Hearing this, his boss's eyebrow twitched. "The nerve of this kid," he growled as the lackey quickly agreed. "I know, right? He has absolutely no respect for anyone." Hearing this, the boss raised a fist near his face and scoffed. He thinks he's hot stuff just because he can solo a dungeon. It's nothing more than a pathetic low-level instance. This guy clearly has no idea what the second job advancement is even like. You can be a god now, but after that change, you could easily end up as a complete nobody. If he's going to be that disrespectful, then forget him. If we run into him in the future, we'll just teach him a little lesson. Back with our hero, Shu Han stood before him, hands clasped together with a pleading look in her eyes. "So here's the situation. Junior Lin, They all want to pass this academy quest, and the crowd of people behind her all started begging him too. Master Lin, I'm begging you. Master, just let me tag along for one dungeon run, that's all I ask. I just really need to complete this quest. Yeah, that's right, Master. I can pay 1,000 points. Hearing all this commotion, Moyu's eyes went wide. He repeated in utter confusion, a quest. The girl next to him immediately hurried to fill him in. It's the dungeon quest assigned by the academy. You're a new student, how could you not know? All the while, the others were still shouting, pleading for his help. We've been stuck in this godforsaken desert dungeon for ages. If we don't complete this quest, we can't get into the independent academy. We don't need the experience points, and we don't care about the gear or the materials. We're just asking you to carry us through, but Moyu calmly turned them all down. Sorry, but I'm just a new student myself. I don't know anything about this. The moment he said that, the entire crowd erupted in a shocked buzz. What the great Master Lin is actually a freshman. Oh, so that explains it. No wonder his level is so low. After a moment of hesitation, everyone swarmed him again, renewing their pleas. Master, just take us with you. We can pay you in points. I'll pay 1,000 points. I'll pay 1,000 points too. Completely surrounded, Moyu felt pretty awkward. But hearing them all throwing out offers, he couldn't help but waver. My own points are practically gone after buying that weapon, and a single dungeon run cost me a whopping 2,500 points. If it's 1,000 points per person, does that mean I could rake in 39,000 points? Faced with such a juicy temptation, he finally caved. All right, taking you all with me isn't a problem. It's 1,000 points per person, but I have one condition. Overjoyed, they all shouted back, "They, Master Lin, we just need to clear this mission. Everything else is just background noise." Damn right, damn right. We'll do exactly what you say. Moyu gestured to the crowd, letting them know what he was looking for. If you happen to find it, the fruit from the desert tyrant, you'd better not even think about fighting me for it. Hearing him say this, they were stunned and started whispering amongst themselves. Is he talking about that fruit? The one from the desert tyrant that's basically a myth. You can only stumble upon it by pure luck. That thing is ridiculously rare. We never in a million years thought we'd actually get a chance to find it. That's right, great God Lin. If we see it, we won't even dream of touching it. It's all yours? Moyu tilted his head, looking over the crowd before announcing his terms. All right, since we're all on the same page, that I can only take 39 people with me at a time. So, who's first? The moment he said that, the crowd erupted into chaos as everyone scrambled to be first. Shh, move it, I'm first me, I've been stuck on this stupid quest for a whole year. Shuhan, having had enough, slammed her hands on her hips in frustration. She let out a roar that scared the entire mob into dead silence. Everybody form a single file line. Stop pushing. If you annoy Great God Lin, he won't take any of you. A moment later, a perfectly neat and very long line had formed. Moyu opened his menu to collect payment, but didn't forget his manners. Thanks, senior, I appreciate the help. She quickly waved her hand, brushing it off. Oh, it was nothing. Moyu glanced over at her and asked, Is your quest completed now? Shuhan beamed, Yep, all done. You go handle your business, don't worry about me. He nodded at her. In the future, if you ever need help with a quest, just come find me, I won't say no. Shuhan replied with a playful grin. You bet, and when I do, you're not allowed to refuse, you hear me. In a flash, Moyu and the entire group found themselves in a completely different place. He spoke up, laying down the ground rules. Everyone stay behind me. Do not under any circumstances move ahead of me. They all replied in perfect unison. Don't you worry, Great God Lin will follow your every command. If you say east, we won't dare take a single step west. If you tell us to stand, we absolutely will not sit. And there he stood in the middle of the vast desert. He raises his hand to summon his skeleton soldiers. Arise, my skeleton warriors. They started clawing their way up from the sandy ground, and he ordered them to begin searching the green oasis desert. Seeing the skeleton warriors, the party members following him were utterly stunned. Holy crap, is that what God Lin summoned? So this is a necromancer, but the sheer number of them, it's just insane. This is way too terrifying. Is this some kind of legendary class or something? Just then, the analysis panel displayed an alert for a desert Trent, an elite super enhanced monster level. 25 strength 5000, agility 1000, spirit 2000, constitution 6000. Watching the skeleton warriors leap high into the air, the group couldn't stop chattering amongst themselves. What an instant kill, that desert Trent. It took our last raid party 20 minutes just to take one down. This is seriously scary. The stats on those skeletons are ridiculously high. The system panel continued to display info. Skeleton Warrior Silver Tier Level 21. Strength 4500. Agility 4500. Spirit 4500. Constitution. System notification defeated Desert Trent. Experience gained 7500. He was a little flustered, putting a hand to his head as he thought, of course, bringing 39 people along. The experience points are way too low. Good thing I still got 39,000 contribution points, though. I'll just have to grind this dungeon solo a few more times later. Besides, I've been busy leveling up my other skills these past few days anyway. A moment later, the other people standing behind him and his army of skeletons witnessed a sight that left them completely, utterly speechless with shock. Is God Lin trying to pull every mob in the zone? He's already aggroed over 100 of them. Look, those are skeleton mages. Is he planning to use their skills to chain kill everything in one go? He remembered the image of the energy-restoring plant, and Moyu sighed to himself in awe. Looks like I was just incredibly lucky that first time around. A desert like this? Yeah, you don't stumble upon one of these every day. The skeleton warriors raised their staves ready to throw down. He stood there all imposing with his hands in his pockets staring straight ahead. And just like that, the sand beneath him started whipping into a frenzy. All right, if that special fruit isn't gonna drop this time, then I'll just have to kill the boss. Clear the instance early and just run it again. Meanwhile, the group of people in the back was totally freaking out from the shaking ground, yelling, "What the heck is going on?" Moyu simply raised his hand, conjuring a red circle of power and roaring, "Corpse explosion." A massive explosion erupted a safe distance away from where they were standing. The crew just stared at the non-stop fireworks show, asking each other why their experience bars were suddenly skyrocketing. Just how many corpses did God Lin just blow up to cause all that? Wait a minute, that explosion is God Lin's skill. Holy cow, the sheer power of that thing is absolutely insane. Moyu glanced back over his shoulder and told them, "I've pretty much cleared out all the mobs around here. You guys just hang tight. Once I wipe out all the creeps in the demon ant cave, I'll give you a shout." They casually replied, "No problem, great god, take your time, there's no rush." As they watched his figure casually stroll off into the distance, they couldn't help but marvel. It's only been, 3 hours since we entered this instance, right? 3 hours, is that right? Man, my brain is completely fried. If I hadn't seen this level of efficiency with my own 2 eyes, you could beat me silly and I still wouldn't believe it. A good while later, they were all still kicking back in the same spot waiting for him. After 20 minutes, one of them piped up, scratching his head. "Hey, maybe we should try pulling a mob ourselves. I mean, God Lin made it look like a piece of cake. The monsters here can't actually be that tough." The other two heard this brilliant idea and immediately agreed, getting to their feet. "Yeah, let's give it a shot. We're all the same class after all. Plus, our levels are way higher than God Lin's. There's no way we can't even handle a single mob, right?" "Exactly. Let's get a taste of the action for ourselves." And so, not long after, and of course, they immediately start screaming their heads off after pulling aggro from a monster. 2 minutes later, "Oops, we pulled 2 of them, engage healer, get ready." And just like that, the battle is on. The soldiers are giving it everything they've got to hold them back. These scorpions look like they're still just babies. Everyone stay calm. But these baby scorpions have some tight formations, making it almost impossible to land a hit. One brave soldier charges in, only to get sent flying backward. His buddy next to him totally freaks out, yelling, "What the?" That hit was insane. "Get the medic over here now." And just in time, he gets patched up by the healer. Someone shouts, "Did it drop? Where's the loot?" Even the mages providing support from the back are struggling to keep up. Quit your yapping and fight back. But then out of nowhere, a single 7-colored rainbow scorpion breaks from the swarm and charges right at them. A stat window pops up on the left. Its health is 5,892 out of 6,000. The moment they see it, they start to panic. Holy crap, are you guys just tickling it? Your attacks are doing nothing. But right then, someone lands a massive critical hit right on its head. From the back, a guy and a girl step up to the plate yelling out, "Let us handle this." All soldiers fall back for now. Time passes. 5 minutes later, a system notification pops up, defeated level 25 Desert Scorpion. Experience gained 7,500. The trio who just took down the monster gathers around panting for breath. Man, that was tough. The monsters here are on another level. Are all large-scale raids this insane? So this is the kind of stuff Lin Moyu has to deal with all the time. That's just mind-blowing. Meanwhile, Moyu gets the exact same notification as the other three. Defeated level 25 Desert Scorpion. Experience gained 7,500. He glances over at them. This bunch just can't seem to stay out of trouble, can they? Outside squads of soldiers are still fighting for their lives. So what are you all just sitting around gawking for? There's still one over on this side. Yep, he's kiting 2 mobs at once. Everyone was just dripping with sweat. I'm completely wiped and feeling every single one of these wounds. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? I'm totally out of steam. So why didn't I just scream for Great God Lin a minute ago? But no, I just had to go looking for a glorious death. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind kicks up, and riding it is a lightning-fast scorpion charging right at the group. Then out of nowhere, a skeleton soldier just leaps out of thin air, sword in hand, and unleashes one absolutely brutal strike. With a single swing, it effortlessly slices the scorpion clean in half. The entire crowd just erupts, chattering away, their eyes glued, watching every single move that skeleton soldier makes. A one-shot kill just like that. I'm finally starting to understand just how powerful Great God Lin's skeletons are. I mean, that's just insane. The group that was just saved is sweating bullets, breathing a massive sigh of relief. Talk about an emotional roller coaster. They're half relieved, half terrified. Thank goodness Great God Lin left one of his skeletons to protect us. But wait, it's been over 10 minutes. Why hasn't Great God Lin pulled a single monster yet? Come on, do you even have to ask? He's obviously gathering a massive mob. It's not like we haven't seen him do this before. Just a few seconds later, a flood of system notifications hits everyone at once. Killed level 26 Desert Soldier, Ant experience plus 8,000. Everyone is just completely and utterly floored. My EXP bar is shooting up like crazy. Holy smokes, that kind of efficiency is absolutely terrifying. A few players huddle up talking amongst themselves. Looks like Great God Lin has already reached the boss's lair. I heard there's an ant queen deep inside the cave that's a real nightmare to fight. Yeah, I've heard that too. Apparently, if your DPS isn't high enough, the ant queen just curls into a ball and you can't kill her no matter what you do. Are you guys seriously doubting Great God Lin's DPS? The scene cuts over to Moyu's side, where he's all by himself, channeling a skill that's got the ant queen and all her little larvae trapped. He unleashes Corpse Explosion, and back outside the notifications just keep rolling in. Killed level 28 Desert Ant Queen. Experience plus 20,000. And just like that, the news spread like wildfire. Wait, Yang Hao is dead. Damn, that was way too fast. Moyu strolled out cool as a cucumber. All right, let's move. We're heading straight for the Tyrant's Fortress. He was already calculating his next move. Gotta clear this run and fast. I can always reset and hunt for that weird fruit later. His teammate could only stammer back, right. And with that, he swiftly strode off into the distance. The rest of the team was left just staring at the scene, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, are you seeing this many mobs? This isn't just a group, it's a freaking army. One of them marveled. It's insane to even think about. If the Great God Lin was solo clearing this dungeon, he could probably go from level 20 to level 30 in less than a month. And there it is, the classic move. Corpse Explosion, a massive pile of bodies, was shrouded in a red mist up ahead, making it impossible to see. A terrifying power erupted, sending rubble flying everywhere. The peanut gallery was absolutely stunned. I can't believe he can just siege the fortress like this. With enough raw damage, you can just ignore the dungeon mechanics entirely. They all got a front row seat to the show, and wisely scrambled away from the blast zone. Is that the tyrant lion? Is that the world boss? Even from this far away, I can still feel the tremors. It's giving me the chills. We should probably back up a little more. Who knows how long it'll take God Lin to put that thing down. The colossal tyrant lion appeared, its presence grim and overwhelming. But Moyu had no time for pleasantries and got straight to the point. We meet again, sorry, but I'm kinda in a rush. Meanwhile, the group hiding in a cave peeked out, sweating bullets as they whispered amongst themselves. Dude, why does it feel like the world boss is nothing but a chew toy in front of God Lin? The way God Lin fights makes it look so easy. I feel like even I could get a few hits in. Yeah, then go on, genius. Just try not to wet yourself. They barely had time to talk before a notification popped up for the takedown of a level 30 tyrant lion, rewarding them with 50,000 experience points. The guy back in the cave who had just been cracking a joke couldn't help but be flabbergasted by this sheer power. You have got to be kidding me. The entire party was so deliriously happy they were screaming and crying tears of joy. We did it, my quest is finally complete. Moyu was all about speed and efficiency, completely skipping their little victory celebration. He used teleport and everyone in the party joyfully roared with excitement. Thank you, God Lin. God Lin is an absolute beast. I was stuck on that quest for 2 whole years and we finally cleared it. A second later, he teleported right back to Shu Han's side. Senior, thank you so much for all your hard work helping us this time. One of Li Sheng's underlings reported back from a distance. Boss Li Sheng, they're coming out now. He smirked, his voice dripping with malice. Why don't you go clear the dungeon with him? Let's just see how he manages to clear it all by himself. Moyu stared at the massive group of players, confused. Why are there so many people? Shu Han looked a little sheepish and apologetic. We've all been stuck on this quest for a really long time, she said, and when we heard you were about to run the dungeon, well, the whole gang showed up. Moyu turned to the crowd and asked, everybody knows the rules, right? The whole crowd roared with pumped-up energy. We know 'em all. Don't worry, great God, we don't need any of the drops. That one goon of Li Sheng's stood way in the back, thinking to himself, damn, trying to weasel my way into this party is gonna be tough. Following his lead, Moyu was at the front with the entire group trailing behind him. He prayed silently in his heart. Please, I hope I can find that desert fruit this time. Moyu suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up. He was staring right at that fruit. Finally, I can upgrade the rest of my skills. There's still a day and a half. Before the opening ceremony, I've got to run this a few more times. He effortlessly summoned his skeleton soldiers to annihilate the monsters, and his little fan club was going wild. Oh, good grief. Even a guy can level up. Hell yeah, this is awesome. While Moyu himself looked totally unfazed, his party members were absolutely ecstatic. Spending those 1,000 points wasn't a bad deal at all. Meanwhile, the battle over here was making an absolute racket, as massive boulders enchanted by Moyu's magic came crashing down. Every single person watching was completely blown away. Who knew a move like that even existed? That's next level stuff, you just can't copy it. The majestic tyrant lion appeared once more, striding out to confront the army of skeleton soldiers below. The guys following along were hyped to see the show. So who's gonna be the one to clear this? This is way too real. Who even knows how much time this is gonna take? It's only been 7 hours, and it turns out the record set by the master still hasn't hit its limit. That underling of Li Sheng's was so scared he was breaking out in a cold sweat. This is just too terrifying. I gotta hurry back and report this to the boss. The guys in the party were cheering and crying tears of joy, just like it was their first time ever beating a boss. My quest is finally complete too. Master Lin is a beast. The scene changes, shifting to a brightly lit room. The underling is whispering his report to Li Sheng. Boss, it's about that Moyu kid. He furrows his brow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. So he exploits an AoE skill that uses corpses. And on top of that, he's got a legion of skeletons with insanely high stats, which means if you can just restrict his summoning skills and make sure there are no corpses around, then isn't Moyu completely useless? Li Sheng analyzes, stroking his chin. Every class has its weakness. And it looks like we've just found Mo Yu's. Go. Get Ling Chen from Qianlong Academy. Just tell him I need to see him. A sinister smile plays on his lips, his mind already churning with schemes. He stole the boss accessory from Bailey Academy and even made me lose face on the spot. I am going to make you pay for that. 2. A master and servant, one standing, one sitting, talk about a dangerous situation. Meanwhile, back at the Xiajing Academy dorms, a girl was staring blankly out the window. And it's none other than Xia Xue. She was mulling over what Dong Yang had said about needing to save up her points. Shejug pouted. There was just so much cool stuff at Xiajing Academy and all of it cost points. There was no way she could afford it. She was so jealous of that idiot. He had over 30,000 points. She had no idea how many points the national top scorer was awarded, but it had to be a boatload. Then a piece of info she'd heard made her crack a smile. She remembered Principal Lu mentioning that Mo Yu had arrived at the academy a few days ago. She wondered what that guy had been up to. Speaking of Mo Yu, he was currently focusing all his energy on commanding his bone soldiers to take down the boss. Xia Xue seemed to have a lot of faith in him. Then again, with that guy's skills, he was probably doing just fine for himself, wasn't he? The next day, Yi Yuan and 2 others were having a meeting. Suddenly, Tyran yelled, "That kid you're so fond of is completely insane." A confused Yi Yuan asked his old friend Ning Tyran, who just so happens to be Ning Yi's grandfather and the principal of Xiajing Academy. "What's the matter? Mo Yu has such a level-headed personality. Why would you call him insane?" Tyran glared at the projection screen and snapped. "This brat went to the Palace Instance dungeon and started charging people for carries through the Desert Tyrant dungeon." Yi Yin just nodded. "Charging a fee for a carry. Isn't that pretty standard practice? That kind of thing happens all the time." Tyran scoffed, clearly irritated. "Yeah, but he single-handedly carried 39 people through it. All those people who've been stuck on the, Desert Tyrant quest for years, they've all finally cleared it now." Hearing this, Yi Yuan broke into a cheerful grin. "Not bad, this kid carried 39 people in one go. I can't believe he even thought of that. We can't just let him get away with it, and there's no way in hell I'm letting those people take advantage of the situation." Tyran slammed his fist on the table, completely losing his cool. "Lao Bei, are you telling me you don't know why the Academy created those quests in the first place? They were designed to weed out the weak and find the truly gifted. If students get stuck on them, that's their problem. And then Lin Moyu comes along and pulls a stunt like this." Yi Yang calmly took a sip of his tea. "Of course I know that, and the quests and the rules are all set by the Academy. And from what I can see, Mo Yu hasn't broken a single one of them." He shot Tyran a sharp, disapproving glance. "To be honest, I've had a problem with these quests for a long time. Do you have any idea how many promising young talents we've lost over the years? All because they weren't social butterflies who could find a team. If you ask me, what that kid did was brilliant." And Wen, sitting nearby, chimed in with his support. "The Academy systems are completely outdated. They were set up hundreds of years ago. It's high time for a change." That was the last straw for Tyran. He shot to his feet, slamming the table so hard it rattled. "You two are in on this together." At that, Yi Yuan let out a soft, almost threatening chuckle. "You're getting on in years, old friend, but that temper of yours never changes. So let me make this crystal clear, if you so much as lay a finger on Linum, Mo Yu, I will personally tear your precious dungeon palace down to the last brick." In the end, Tyran stormed out fuming, and Wen just sighed watching him leave. "That old geezer is never going to change, is he?" Yi Yuan chuckled softly. "A leopard can't change its spots. There's only one person in this entire world who can keep that temper of his in check." Meanwhile, back at the Desert Tyrants, Oasis Mo Yu was still doing his thing. A ding echoed through the air. Skeleton armor had reached level 21. The skill now summons skeletal armor, providing a whopping 2,100 points to both physique and defense. It lasts for 5 minutes and can even be cast on others. He stood there lost in thought. His skeleton armor had finally leveled up. And with the boost from his personal talent, which can give me 21,000 defense points, with this, I should definitely be able to withstand the tyrant's attack. A moment later, he waved his hand and cast a slow curse on the monster charging at him. His slow curse had also leveled up, making its slowing effect even more potent. Too bad Corpse Explosion needs actual exploding corpses to level up. Otherwise, I could have used this chance to max it out. With 1 hour left before the opening ceremony, Shagok was walking with Zuome to the school campus. She said cheerfully, "I didn't have a lot of points, so I just picked a two-person dorm. I never expected to end up rooming with you." Zuome nodded. "I didn't expect it either." Xia Xue continued, "You seem pretty confident. I might not have a lot of points. But don't worry, this young lady will be covering all our food expenses from now on." Suddenly, Zuome whispered, "Xia Xue, look over there." From a corner, Feng Shu had also spotted them and turned around. The girls around them began to squeal internally when they saw him. "He's so handsome. He's a swordsman. I'm going to confess my love." Feng Shu quickly made his way over to Xia Xue and Zuome. "Hey, you two." Zuomai replied, "Hey," Xia Xue teased. "Well, look at you, Mr. Popular." All of a sudden, Zuomei remembered something and asked, completely oblivious to Feng Shu's awkward expression, "Oh, that reminds me, have either of you seen Lin Moyu?" Meanwhile, over with Moyu, he was checking his stats. He had finally reached level 22. Just as he expected, skills that were synced with his level would automatically get stronger as he leveled up. With that done, he stepped into the teleportation gate to Xiajing Academy. As he walked, he continued to crunch the numbers in his head. After carrying people through dungeons so many times, he now had over 350,000 points, but it still wasn't enough. A single intermediate level skill scroll already cost 80,000 points. At most, he could only buy 4 of them right now. And when it comes to learning intermediate skills, 4 scrolls, that's barely enough to get started. Moyu glanced down and tapped the watch on his wrist. That only made his eyes burn with more determination. "I've got to find a way to rake in even more points. But right now, I have to get to the opening ceremony." About 20 minutes later, at the Xiajing Academy campus, Xia Xue and her crew were already waiting. She asked impatiently, "There's less than 10 minutes left. Where the hell is that guy?" Feng Shu suddenly shouted, "There he is!" The moment Lin Moyu arrived, the whole atmosphere became heavy with an oppressive aura. Feng Shu and the other two instinctively tensed up. "He's gotten even stronger." Shagaku nodded. "Yeah, it feels like he's on a whole other level now." Zuomei added, "He's still radiating a battle aura. He must have just gotten out of a dungeon." The crowd started whispering amongst themselves as they stared curiously at Lin Moyu. "That's the national top scorer. Lin Moyu, man, he gives off a really intense vibe. Just looking at him is enough to freak me out." Suddenly, Xia Xue's voice cut through the gloomy tension. "Hey, Lin Dummy over here." Lin Moyu cracked a slight smile. "You guys are all here already." Sheziga snorted. "Duh. If we weren't, would that mean we failed the entrance exam or something?" Beside them, Zuomei quickly asked, "Lin Moyu, what level are you now?" Lin Moyu answered softly, "Level 22. The 3 of them stared back in utter shock. "We haven't seen you in just a few days. How in the world did you level up that fast?" Lin Moyu thought to himself calmly. "If I wasn't slowed down by carrying people to farm points, I'd probably be at level 24 already." Feng Shu, having composed himself a bit, said, "I know the academy has a dungeon palace, where you can use points to reset the cooldown timers." Xia Xue grumbled dejectedly. "You're the national top scorer, so you get a boatload of points to just throw around however you want. Unlike us who have to count every single one, points are just way too hard to get." Remembering the endless cascade of point notification sounds, Lin Moyu felt a little awkward. Are points really that hard to get? A moment later, the bell chimed and the opening ceremony officially kicked off. A teacher's voice boomed over the crowd, making the introductions. "Welcome everyone to the Xiajing Academy." He was like, "I know you were all the big shots, the geniuses back in high school, but that's ancient history now. Here you're all just fresh meat, the newest students of Xiajing Academy." He went on, "Now listen up, the academy has a pecking order. You've got your regular students, then you've got your institute members, and right at the very top, the elite academy students. Each of those 3 tiers gets a different level of perks and resources. So if you want the good stuff, you better start climbing that ladder. Then, the teacher dropped another bombshell. Our Jiajing opening ceremony has let's call it a time-honored tradition. And that is, the upperclassmen get to challenge the freshmen. Then he started laying out the rules of the game. The upperclassmen have the right to challenge any of you newbies, but it'll cost them a corresponding amount of points, and you guys have every right to say no. However, if you win all those points they wagered become yours for the taking. And of course, win or lose, you freshmen don't lose a single thing. The teacher's voice boomed again. This is a golden opportunity for those of you who are a little short on points to rake some in. So for all you talented freshmen out there, don't let this chance slip by. Meanwhile, up in the nosebleed seats, Yi Yan and his two pals were looking down on the whole scene. He commented with a smirk. Ah, the classic put the newbies in their place routine. Gotta make sure they don't get too cocky. Nothing new or exciting here. Tyran chimed in. Well, these freshmen are all the top dogs from their respective hometowns. A bunch of self-important prodigies, every last one of them bursting with pride. Yi Yuan's gaze then shifted over to Moyu and he wondered aloud. I wonder if anyone will actually have the guts to challenge Lin Moyu. And Wen, just as curious, added, you'd have to be a special kind of stupid to try that right. Down below, the crowd of freshmen erupted into a buzz after hearing the rules. No penalty for losing, but a big reward for winning what's not to love. You're telling me there's a deal this good. But the level of, we're weaker than the upperclassmen, and our skills are worse. How are we supposed to win? As they muttered, they cast a wary eye toward the seniors. Then the instructor stepped in to quell their fears. Rest assured, the competition will take place on a professional dueling stage. On that stage, there's a formation that will suppress both sides' levels, setting the standard to match whoever has the lowest level. Furthermore, all skills above level 20 will be unusable. The formation will also, I protect you from any life-threatening danger. And the Academy has God-tier healers on standby to guarantee your safety. Hearing this, a few courageous souls tentatively stepped forward to issue their challenges. I want to challenge you. The student who was challenged simply nodded. I accept. The crowd below saw the faces of the two duelists and instantly recognized them. I know that freshman, he was the top scorer in his entire province. Whoa, things are getting spicy right from the start, huh? Meanwhile, over where Moyu was standing, he unexpectedly received a challenge of his own. Lin Moyu, I challenge you. Ling Zhen sneered arrogantly. I know you're the national top scorer for this year's freshman. Got the guts to accept? Or are you scared? Staring at the pest in front of him, Moyu thought with a flash of annoyance. This guy is like a lingering ghost. It's a real shame we're at the academy. With that, he nonchalantly asked, how many points are you betting? Ling Zhen replied coolly, 5,000 points. Moyu barely reacted. Pathetic. That's it? Ling Zhen was stunned. He's scoffing at 5,000 points. All right then, he pressed, how many points will it take for you to accept? Moyu coolly named his price 100,000. The other freshmen who heard Moyu's demand were absolutely floored. 100,000? I only have 5,000 points. I've only got 7,000. Ling Zhen shot back with a scornful laugh. Are you joking? Do you have any idea what 100,000 points even is? You think you have 100,000 points? We couldn't even get that much if we sold you on the black market. At that, Moyu's expression finally turned cold. Fine, he said. Then let's just have our match. The wager will be every single point I have. If I win, you have to pay me the exact same number of points I currently hold. If I lose, all my points are yours. He murmured, you brave enough to take that bet? Senior Ling Qin. Then Moyu prodded, what, you scared? Seeing him act like this, Xia Xue, who was standing nearby, was floored. Idiot Lin. Actually said so many words at once. Looks like there's some serious beef between Idiot Lin and Senior Ling Zhen. Over on the other side, when Ling Zhen heard the challenge, he felt a pang of doubt. Why is this kid so damn confident? He wondered. If I back down now, I'll completely lose face. With that, he snapped back, what's there to be afraid of? I accept. How many points can a freshman possibly have anyway? Besides, I've got an ace up my sleeve. From the stands above Yi, Yan looked down at Ling Zhen with utter contempt. He figured this kind of moron would be the first to die on a real battlefield. And Wen glanced down and asked curiously, that kid Lin has run so many people through dungeons. He's got to have at least 300,000 points by now, right? Tai Ran next to them scoffed lightly. All from taking shortcuts. Down in the arena, Moyu and his opponent were now facing off. The Ling Zhen of Bailey Academy, a level 21 warlock. Lin Moyu, the nation's top scorer, a level 22 necromancer. The students below looked up at the two of them and started buzzing. It's him, he's the one who set the new record in the palace dungeon. God, Lin, I can't believe he's a freshman. He just carried me through the Desert Tyrant dungeon. Every time God Lin does a carry run, he rakes in almost 40,000 points from that dungeon. He must have a mountain of points saved up by now. If he wins this, oh, we're in for a show. Up on the stage, Ling Zhen taunted him. So what if you're the nation's top scorer in front of me? You're just trash. Moyu calmly replied, your level's lower than mine. Enraged, Ling Zhen summoned his weapon. I've been a prodigy since I was a kid. I was scouted by the academy for special training. A genius like me isn't some commoner you can even compare yourself to. With a perfectly deadpan expression, Moyu repeated himself. Your level is lower than mine. Lang Zhen finally lost his cool and roared. So what if you have some OP class? You just got lucky, that's all. On the battlefield, it's combat sense that really matters. Moyu just repeated the same line, his voice devoid of emotion. Your level is lower than mine. Infuriated, Lang Zhen brandished his weapon and cursed. Damn it, didn't your parents ever teach you how to talk to people? The moment he heard that, an image of his family flashed through Lin Moyu's mind, and his gaze turned ice cold. Seeing that look on his face, Lang Zhen flinched in terror. It's that same look, just like in the palace dungeon. He genuinely wants to kill me. A second later, he pulled himself together and forced out the words. You just rely on your summoning and corpse explosion skills, right? Without any corpses, you can't summon squat. You're nothing but a sitting duck. At that moment, Moyu gave a casual flick of his wrist, summoning a burst of ethereal green flame, and a skeleton warrior materialized right beside him. If we weren't in the academy, you'd be a dead man. The skeleton warrior immediately lunged at Lang Zhen with its blade, but he was ready, whipping out a seal talisman and instantly crushing it in his hand. The talisman activated, and in a flash, the skeleton warrior crumbled into a pile of dust. Seeing this, Moyu's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed his skill had been sealed. He could no longer summon the skeleton warrior. Noticing the flicker of surprise on his opponent's face, Lang Zhen burst out laughing. See that? That is a summoning seal talisman, an item made specifically to screw over summoners like you. With that, Lang Zhen raised his weapon. Now you can't use your summoning skills, and there are no corpses here to play with. You're completely worthless now. He activated Sky-Scorching Fire Dance and roared, get ready to feel the fear. Even if I can't kill you today, I'm going to make you feel the agony of being burned alive. Lang Zhen glared at Moyu before him and sneered, still trying to look tough. Lin Moyu, let's see how long you can keep that act up. From the sidelines, one of the seniors commented, this Lang Zhen kid fights dirty. And what's this? He's using a summon sealing talisman that's a low blow specifically designed to counter summoners. And Wen looked on puzzled. A summon sealing talisman is an intermediate level item. How in the world did he get his hands on one? It seems someone is pulling the strings for this guy. Someone who really wants to take Lin Moyu down. Yi Yuan replied coolly, just watch, he's going to pay dearly for this little stunt. Back on the stage, Moyu quickly reacted, using his armored skeleton to shield himself from the attack. Completely unfazed, Moyu stood amidst the flames and calmly said, you're lucky you're over level 20, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to use my level 20 skills. As for Ling Zhen, he was still completely oblivious to the situation and continued his assault, boasting arrogantly, my skill, Sky-Covering Fire Dance, is on another level. How's that burning sensation treating you? Feels good, doesn't it? But he wouldn't get to gloat for long. A second later, Moyu strolled out of the inferno without a single scratch on him. Seeing him completely unharmed, Ling Zhen panicked. How is that possible? No, it can't be. Why didn't my skill do a single thing to that bastard? He flew into a rage, launching another barrage of attacks. Impossible, just die. Despite his efforts, Moyu effortlessly neutralized every single attack. That's when Moyu asked, "Are you done yet? Your skills are just pathetic." Then, he raised his hand and unleashed a different skill, Soul Flame. Ling Zhen was instantly overwhelmed by the attack and let out a scream of agony. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth as he collapsed. The staff member maintaining the arena's barrier watched in horror. If it wasn't for the protective barrier on this dueling stage, that kid would have been toast before I could even get to him. The students, watching from below, had all gone pale. It's over just like that. He didn't even break a sweat. I knew he took down an upperclassman in an instant, but damn, that was way too fast, right? That Ling Zhen guy? He couldn't even put a single scratch on Lin Moyu. On the stage, Moyu strode toward Ling Zhen, who looked up at him in pure terror. "No, stay away from me." Moyu stated calmly, "You've lost." Ling Zhen shot back, "Fine, I'll pay you the points, happy now." He thought to himself, "As long as I'm not dead, a few points are nothing." The referee raised his hand and announced, "The match is over, student Lin Moyu is the winner." He then declared, "As per the agreement between both parties, Ling Zhen is required to pay 358,000 points to Lin Moyu." The moment that number hit his ears, Ling Zhen's brain short-circuited. He just stood there stammering. What, how much? Ling Zhen shrieked in protest. "No way, that guy's only been at the academy for a few days. How in the world could he possibly have that many points? This has to be a mistake, it's wrong." The teacher heard this and his voice dropped to a dangerously low tone. "Ling Zhen, are you suggesting that I'm talking nonsense?" The kid immediately started bowing and scraping. No, sir, that's not what I meant at all." The teacher continued in an icy voice, completely unfazed. "Student Ling Zhen, you will transfer the points immediately." Ling Zhen's voice cracked. But I don't have that many points." The teacher didn't miss a beat and laid out the terms. "You have a grand total of 128,000 points. That entire amount will be transferred to Lin Moyu as a down payment. As for the remaining 230,000, you can take out a loan or start selling off your assets. You have exactly 6 months to pay it in full. Fail to do so and the academy will personally show you the door. And don't even think about running. I know all about your family. The academy will pay them a little visit to request that they settle your outstanding debt." The second the teacher finished speaking, a notification popped up. Moyu's point balance had just shot up by a whopping 120,000. Seeing him step down from the stage, Xia Xue rushed over. "How did you get so insanely strong all of a sudden? You have to carry me in the next dungeon run, promise me." Moyu just nodded. "Sure." Just then Moyu's watch buzzed with an incoming call. It was Yi Yan. "Get ready, we're heading out in 1 hour." Moyu's mind started racing. Baichen did say that after the opening ceremony, he'd take him to the primeval battlefield, but he never imagined it would be this soon. After hanging up, he didn't waste a second turning to leave immediately. As they watched his retreating figure, Xia Xue's face was etched with worry. He said Bai Chen wants to take him to the primeval battlefield. That guy really doesn't hesitate for a single second, does he? Feng Xiu just nodded grimly. The primordial battlefield. Rumor has it that's the real deal, the very front lines of the human race. Humanity. And the Abyss have been duking it out there for thousands of years. Zuomei added, "The place is crazy dangerous, but it's also packed with dungeons, hidden realms, and once-in-a-lifetime opportunities." Over at the item shop counter, Moyu pulled out a few items from his inventory and slapped them on the table. Ready to sell. After doing the math, he figured selling his gold-tier equipment could net him over 2 million gold coins. "Right now I've got 140 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages," he thought. "The rest of this gear is pretty much useless to me anyway." A little while later, Mo Yu went to find Yi Yuan. He called out to An Wen. "Old Meng, take us to the primordial battlefield." In the very next second, the two of them were teleported to the entrance of the primordial battlefield. Mo Yu's jaw dropped as he took in the surrounding landscape. Standing beside the Shengxia Tower, Yi Yan chuckled softly, "Not so fast. I know you have 2 chances to enter the tower. But you need to wait until after your second-class advancement before you go. That's how you'll squeeze out the most rewards. Then he used his teleport skill again. Let's go, we're heading to the city right before the entrance to the battlefield. The moment they arrived, Moyu was stunned all over again. This is the primordial battlefield. He paused, sensing a familiar aura that was much stronger here. After a moment, Yi Yuan started walking ahead, pointing up. See those things in the sky are demonic eyes, specifically designed to keep watch over the abyss, and to prevent any demonic creatures from launching a sneak attack. The guards stationed outside took one look at their military insignia and immediately snapped to attention, saluting in perfect unison. Seeing this, Moyu couldn't help but feel a wave of respect. So this was the power of Bai Chen's name. Noticing his expression, Yi Yuan just laughed and pointed at the insignias. You little brat, I know exactly what you're thinking. They don't salute the person, they salute this. I'll get one made for you in a little bit. At the office for military rank certification, Yi Yin strode up to the desk and barked his order. Forge an official military insignia for the kid next to me. The pencil pusher at the desk heard him and grumbled without looking up, "Are you blind or something? Stop bothering me." But the second his eyes landed on the insignia on Yi Yuan's uniform, the guy froze solid. The clerk shot up from his chair like a spring, bowing deeply. "Greetings, General." Yi Yuan didn't even bat an eye at the guy's sudden attitude adjustment. He just said, "Hurry it up, we're in a rush." The clerk scrambled to take Mo Yu's paperwork. Stammering, Yes sir, I'll get it done immediately, sir." He snuck a glance at Mo Yu, his mind racing. Wait, the guy with him, isn't that the Bai Chen, the 5-star divine general? Just what kind of background does this kid have? Getting a personal escort from a living legend. Just to get his military rank certified, this is insane. A few minutes later, Yi Yuan handed the brand new rank insignia to Mo Yu with a few words of advice. This is your rank insignia. Wear it on your person. Don't you dare stuff it into your storage space. This way, whenever you take down an abyss monster, it'll automatically log your contribution points for you. He continued the tutorial. White is the lowest rank for the grunts. Then you've got black for sergeant, silver for officers, gold for commanders, and finally purple for generals. Yi Yuan explained that the number of stars on the insignia represents the amount of military merit you've earned at that specific rank. The more merit you earn, the more stars you get. The system is simple: rack up 10 stars to get a promotion. Once you pass 10 stars, you're eligible to move up to the next tier. For example, take my insignia, a 5-star divine general. In the entire Xia Empire, the number of people who hold this rank is less than 10. With that little flex out of the way, he turned and led the way forward. Follow me, there's one more place to go. Yi Yuan had brought Mo Yu to the Hall of Heroic Spirits. This was a sacred place dedicated to honoring all the sages and heroes of the past. It was known as the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Yi Yuan's voice became grave. They died on the battlefield, heroes, for their entire lives. Even in death, they never returned to their homes. Instead, their very souls remain, continuing their watch over our Xia Empire. Yi Yuan gently clasped his hands together and bowed his head in deep reverence. Even in death, they never returned home, he murmured. Their souls forever guarding our Xia Empire. By Yi Yuan, a humble successor of Xia, I beseech the venerable ancestors of the empire, grant your blessing to this junior of mine. I, your humble descendant, Bai Yi Yuan, beseech you, the ancestors of the empire, to grant your blessing to this junior of mine. A moment later, Yi Yuan led Mo Yu to the demon-slaying tower, one of the 3 great towers of Xia. The very air here seemed to vibrate as Yi Yuan's voice rang out again. The demon-slaying tower has now recorded your spiritual signature. On his military epaulets, a single star suddenly winked out of existence. From this day forward, even if you fall on the original battlefield, we have a way to bring you back. Consider it a lifeline. Hearing this, Mo Yu was absolutely floored. General Bai had just sacrificed one of his merit stars just to give him a second chance at life. So this was the real meaning behind blessing a junior. After processing this, he said with grave sincerity, "Thank you." Yi Yuan clapped him on the shoulder, a warm smile on his face. "You're a grown man now. What's with all the thank yous? If you really want to thank me, just go to the original battlefield and kill a few more enemies for me. That'll be enough. Now allow me to officially brief you on the original battlefield. He gestured to the ground beneath Moyu's feet. The war fortress of our Shangxia Empire is called the Eternal Great Wall. It's comprised of 9 fortresses in total, all arranged in a straight line, each more than 1,000 kilometers from the next, forming the Eternal Great Wall that stretches over 10,000 li. Yu Yin explained, "We are currently standing in Fortress Number 1, which is the absolute front line. And unlike other nations that are constantly begging for reinforcements, our Shangxia Empire, ever since the Eternal Great Wall was built, has never once had its front lines breached by the abyssal monsters." He then added, "The original battlefield is filled with countless dungeons, but the monsters will do everything they can to stop humanity from entering them, often launching full-scale assaults right at the entrances. The battles that take place in front of those dungeons are the most brutal and the most dangerous. You need to be incredibly careful. So you should probably stock up on teleportation stones, to warp back to the city in one piece." With that little PSA out of the way, Yi Yuan zipped back on a teleport scroll, but not before leaving him with some parting words. "Look, I've told you everything you need to know. The rest is on you, kid." A short while later, Mo Yu strolls up to the city gates. The knights on duty take one look at him, sizing him up as a total newbie, and decide to offer some advice. Level 22. "Seriously, kid, did you wander in here with your parents or something? The monsters out there, the weakest ones are level 30. And that's not even mentioning the abyssal creatures that pop up. This place is a death trap." Mo Yu just gives a casual nod. "Appreciate the warning, I'm just gonna take a quick peek." The second he steps inside, the vibe shifts. The air is thick and heavy, reeking of the abyss, and he can barely see 5 feet in front of him. And just like that, wham, a shockwave blasts him from behind. Mo Yu spins around instantly, throwing up a bone armor defense. "Well," he mutters, "that's a friendly welcome." He scans the area suspiciously, but there's nothing there. An invisible monster, maybe. Without skipping a beat, he sends his skeleton warrior charging forward. And that's when a level 30 battlefield phantom flickers into existence. Mo Yu's eyes widen. A phantom? Seriously. He orders the skeleton to strike again just to be sure, and then comes to a conclusion. Yep, immune to physical damage, of course it is. Mo Yu furrows his brow, already cooking up a new plan. All right, if physical attacks are a no-go, let's see how you like elemental damage. A second later, a squad of fire skeleton mages bursts onto the scene ready to rumble. The battlefield phantom didn't stand a chance. It gets instantly incinerated. A familiar ding rings out from the system. Killed level 30 battlefield phantom. Experience gained 300,000. Item drop Soul's Breath. Soul's Breath. It contains the lingering will of fallen warriors and can be used to enhance weapons and armor. Moyu pockets the new item, a grin spreading across his face. Soul's Breath from a regular mob, he thinks. The drop rates in this place must be insane. He glances around the gloomy battlefield, his mind racing. If a regular grunt drops loot this good, model. If there are monsters immune to physical attacks, then there's a high chance monsters immune to elemental attacks also exist. Heck, we might even run into freaks that are immune to both physical and elemental attacks. When that day comes, my skeleton warriors and mages will be totally useless. I need to be more careful. A little over 2 hours later, Mo Yu was still plowing his way through mobs on the road. He just stood, off to the side, waiting for his skeleton soldiers and mages to wipe out all the monsters, thinking to himself, "We've been walking for 2 hours straight. The dungeon entrance has got to be around here somewhere, right?" Suddenly, from a distance, a group of people came tearing towards him in a panic. The guy in the lead screamed at Mo Yu in terror. "Run for it. There's an abyss monster behind us." Mo Yu was puzzled. An abyss monster. Before he could even finish the thought, a pack of level 31 abyssal hounds charged right at them. The group that had just bolted finally stopped to look back. When they realized Mo Yu was just standing there, they screamed a warning. "They've switched targets. Those are abyssal hounds." Oh man, that young guy is so dead. Over on Mo Yu's side, he watched the pack of monsters rushing toward him, his brow furrowing slightly. Are they eating people? His face instantly darkened with fury. You bastards! In the next second, Moyu summoned his weapon, and his troop of skeleton soldiers and mages. He growled, you all deserve to die. 2 silver-rank skeleton warriors charged forward to bait the monsters. Seeing this, the abyssal hounds leaped into the air, pouncing on them. The skeleton mages in the backline quickly unleashed a barrage of ice and fire spells to support the attack. Seeing that the hounds were temporarily under control, the skeleton soldiers immediately rushed in to deliver the finishing blows. A system notification popped up. Abyssal Hound defeated. Experience plus 310,000. Military merit plus 1. Acquired Abyssal Hound Fang. At the same time, the Scythe of Thanatos in Moyu's hand began to level up. He was secretly thrilled. Finally, this bad boy is getting an upgrade. Looks like taking out about 30 of these monsters will get it to level 2. With that thought, Moyu raised his hand to cast a skill. In that case, you can all become my military merit points. Model, Gil. Corpse explosion. He glanced down at the Junhui emblem on his clothes. He let out a little smirk as his military merits shot up, and his scythe leveled up too. Man, it'd be great if more monsters like those hellhounds popped up, he thought. Who knew leveling up the scythe would give him extra stats too? A notification pops up. Donatus's scythe level 2, spirit power plus 100. The group of people who had bailed earlier now all stopped in their tracks, staring in awe at Moyu wiping the floor with the monsters. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? Is that guy a high-level player or something? In all my days, I've never seen a class that can summon undead creatures we're saved. Meanwhile, in some dark corner of the battlefield, the blazing flame demon king could feel that his little pets had been annihilated. How did a whole pack of my puppies suddenly die? He grumbled. Did they run into some high-level player, whatever? Guess I'll just let a few more puppies out to play. And right after he said that, hundreds of fierce blood-red monster eyes lit up the darkness. Back at the level 26 Dragon Tribe Dungeon's frontline outpost, the group that had booked it earlier was now gathered together, taking a breather. They watched Moyu whispering amongst themselves. He looks so young. Probably not even 20, right? White rank insignia, not a single star on it. He's just a private. But look, a 5-pointed star emblem. He's one of us from Shenxia. One of them walks up to strike up a conversation. Hey brother, you adventuring alone? What level are you want to party up with us? We're all citizens of Shenxia. We can help you clear the dungeon. Moyu politely refuses. No need but thanks. Moyu glances over at the teleportation gate. He considers the hell difficulty option. I've only ever done nightmare difficulty. He thought, let's give this a shot. Seeing that, he was about to head into the dungeon. Another guy rushes forward. Hey buddy, our team has one spot open. It doesn't matter what level you are. We'll carry you through the dungeon. Xing An looks on a worried expression on his face. He's one of Shenxia's rising stars after all. I can't just let him die in a place like this. But before he could even finish his thought, Moyu was already gone. H to HE actually went in, HE really went in. Xing An was freaking out. Going into a dungeon all by himself. Isn't that just a suicide mission? Just then, some guy from the Piddly Yi Kingdom standing nearby let out a contemptuous smirk. Let's just take a quick look, shall we? You Shenxia people are always so full of yourselves. He tossed out a dungeon scouting talisman, and the surrounding crowd gasped when they saw what it was. That's a dungeon scouting talisman. It can actually check on the conditions inside the dungeon. The guy from the Yi Kingdom nodded smugly. That's right, this little toy can tell us the dungeon's difficulty, how many teams are inside, and whether there are any casualties. As the talisman burned away, a holographic screen materialized. Normal difficulty, 1 team, 4 survivors. Nightmare difficulty, 2 teams, 12 survivors. Hell difficulty, 1 team, 1 survivor. Everyone's eyes were glued to that last line, and the crowd erupted in disbelief. Hell difficulty, 1 team, 1 survivor. Am I reading that right? There's only 1 person surviving in a hell-level dungeon. Are you kidding me? Did he really go into a hell difficulty dungeon? All by himself just to get himself killed. That dude from the Yi Kingdom just shrugged with a sneer. The youngsters from Xia are certainly brave, I'll give them that. Bravely stupid. It's truly an eye-opening experience. He then asked with a mocking grin. So place your bets, everyone. How long do you think he's gonna last in there? Hearing that, the people from Xia instantly flew into a rage. One of them even drew his blade, warning, "You better shut your damn mouth. You looking for a fight?" The guy from the Yi Kingdom threw his hands up in mock surrender and backed away. Hey, just kidding. Can't you take a joke? He muttered under his breath. Qishengxia people and their fragile pride, Xing An, who was standing right next to this clown, leaned in with a low threat. Watch your mouth. A tiny little place like the Yi Kingdom dares to provoke us. Xia, you must have a death wish. Still, he felt a pang of regret for Moyu, murmuring to himself, to think he made it all the way here on his own. He must have some extraordinary talent. And to be so young too, the future of the gods. What a pity. Inside the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost instance, Moyu appears. He glances around at the scenery, making a quick assessment. Yep, this is a whole different beast compared to a nightmare difficulty dungeon. It feels like something's restricted. He tests a few of his skills lost in thought. His inventory space is completely unusable, which means absolutely no reinforcements or supplies. And he can't even use a teleport stone to make a run for it. So this is a hell-level instance. The words had barely left Moyu's mouth when a horde of demonic beasts materialized in the distance. Looks like the monster spawn rate and levels are going to be absolutely terrifying. The monsters seem to have sensed his presence and immediately turned toward him. A second later, Dragon Clan spearmen, level 30 elite hell monsters, all charge forward in unison. Moyu doesn't hesitate for a moment. He instantly summons his weapon and a swarm of skeletons for cover. This is hell difficulty after all. Just a single one of these foot soldiers has stats that completely blow his own skeleton warriors out of the water. They're even stronger than the elite monsters in a large-scale instance, almost on par with a boss from a nightmare-level dungeon. The Dragon Clan, spearmen and Moyu's silver-ranked skeleton warriors immediately charge and clash. One of the elite monsters rushes ahead of the pack. It uses its sweeping spear skill to attack the skeleton soldiers. In an instant, every single skeleton he summoned gets hit by the attack. Seeing this, Moyu's mind starts racing. The monster's skill has a stun effect. If they're stunned, I can't recall them to the summoning space. But before he can even cook up a solution, 3 of his skeleton warriors are utterly destroyed by the Dragon Clan spearmen. Seeing this, Moyu's brow furrows as he issues a command. Warriors surround. The spearmen, mages lay down covering fire. He unleashes even more skeleton soldiers who immediately rush into the battle. Bud. Yu carefully observes the battlefield. No matter how high your stats are, it's pretty much useless when you're facing a massive horde. Just a few seconds later, an explosion ripped through the area, taking out a few of the Dragonkin spearmen. Maw. Yu's experience points shot up, and he even snagged a level 1 dragon scale. Maw. Yu equipped his armored skeleton skill, his mind constantly racing. If they get hit by that stun skill of theirs, my skeleton warriors will be completely defenseless. Gotta be more careful. A stunned skeleton warrior can't be recalled to my space, which means I can't let the Dragonkin monsters swarm it. After thinking for a moment, a smirk played on his lips. This was getting interesting. All the dungeons I've run before, I pretty much just steamrolled through them without a hitch. But finally, a dungeon that actually makes me think. At that moment, the remaining Dragonkin spearmen, realizing things were going south, all started to back away. Seeing how cautious they were, Moyu's interest was piqued even more. Oh, so they're that perceptive, huh? In that case, I'll just use a few skeleton warriors as bait to round them up, then wipe them all out at once. He then sent his skeleton warriors to chase down the Dragonkin spearmen. About half an hour later, a sudden strong gust of wind kicked up. When Moyu went to check on his skeleton warriors, he found them tightly bound. Surprised, Moyu took a closer look, analyzing the chains of wind. This is a mage's skill. He looked towards the monster casting the spell and was a little taken aback. Who would have thought? The monsters here actually know how to use simple tactics. It seems they have some level of intelligence. By this point, 2 of his skeleton warriors had already been destroyed. Moyu carefully considered the situation. If I could only summon a few skeletons at a time, this would be a real pain to deal with. And so right after that, he summoned over a dozen more skeleton warriors. Too bad for you, I've got skeletons for days. The battle between the two sides raged on, and just like that, 5 more skeleton warriors bit the dust. At the same time, Moyu managed to take down 4 of the Dragonkin spearmen, but just then, a level 31 Dragonkin mage warped in to provide backup. Seeing this, Moyu's face scrunched up in annoyance. He quickly unleashed his Soul Flame skill. Heh, smart little monster! Targeting the skeleton mages first, but you're way too late. The creature was hit square by Moyu's attack and was instantly vaporized. Moyu kept up the assault. When suddenly his expression shifted, he'd gotten a dragon horn. This was one of the 4 materials that Bai Chen wanted. After killing all those monsters, he'd only gotten a single one. Looks like the drop rate for this thing is absolutely terrible. With that out of the way, he recalled his heavily injured skeleton warriors into his summoning space and ventured deeper into the dungeon. It was becoming pretty clear he'd have to run this dungeon a few more times to gather everything. Moyu pushed forward a little more, only to run into another mob of Dragonkin spearmen. He mumbled to himself, doing some quick calculations. Guess I'll use the same pulling method as before. But this time I'll have to use corpse explosion. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have enough skeleton warriors to get through this. Up until now, this was the first time he'd ever run into a situation where he was short on skeletons. Man, they weren't kidding when they called this hell difficulty. A moment later, right in the heat of battle, Moyu unlocked a new skill. Talk about perfect timing. Slowing curse. He quickly casted, binding the entire mob of Dragonkin spearmen in place. Then Moyu gave the command, time for a counterattack, my skeleton mages. Meanwhile, at An Wen's place, Yi Yin had just returned from the primeval battlefield. And Wen poured him a cup of tea and asked, mission accomplished? Yi Yin nodded. It's done. And Wen's eyes fell on Yi Yuan's insignia, which was now missing a star. He raised an eyebrow. It seems you're really serious about mentoring that boy, he mused, even going so far as to register his mark in the Hall of Valor. A 5-star divine general becoming a 4-star one, quite the sacrifice, isn't it? Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Think of it as a small contribution, that's all. That kid's future is incredibly bright. We can't afford any accidents. Our human race has already lost far too many geniuses. The fewer we lose from now on, the better, he continued. However, I did give him a little assignment. He needs to retrieve a few materials from the Dragon Clan. So even if he doesn't want to go poke the Dragon Clan's guard post, he has no choice. Consider it a trial by fire. And Wen took a sip of tea and remarked, even on nightmare difficulty, the materials you want have an absolutely abysmal drop rate. Yi Yuan replied with a faint smirk. That's precisely the point. I gave him a cooldown reduction talisman. Letting him run the dungeon 7 or 8 times should do the trick. Then a sudden thought made An Wen break out in a cold sweat. The Dragon Clan's frontline guard post dungeon, it has a hell difficulty setting. The realization dawned on Yi Yuan as well. He wouldn't be crazy enough to choose hell difficulty, right? He laughed nervously, scratching his head. I completely forgot about that. I really should have warned him that hell difficulty is a completely different beast from nightmare. And Wen tried to calm him down. Hey, don't sweat it. If that kid could lead 39 people through the Desert Tyrant's dungeon, is there anything he can't do? Besides, you already helped him set a respawn point so he can't permanently die. At worst, he's just in for a world of pain. Suddenly, Yi Yen's expression turned serious. Hey, old Meng, what if the kid actually manages to clear it on hell difficulty? He asked. And Wen just laughed. If he really pulls that off, wouldn't it be absolutely fantastic? Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Moyu had just wiped out the latest wave of monsters. He sat down for a moment to rest, mentally recalculating his strategy. He'd killed over 20 Dragon Clan mages and only gotten 2 horns for his trouble. His skeleton warriors were severely damaged, and he was barely a third of the way through. A small amused smile touched his lips. This is the first time a dungeon's ever made me work this hard. Whoa, these monsters are coming in hot and heavy. And they even know how to coordinate. Yep, this is hell mode, all right. Gazing at the fortress looming in the distance, Moyu's voice buzzed with a touch of pure excitement. I can't wait to see just how ridiculously overpowered the boss of hell mode really is. A few moments later, he arrived at the front gate, casually mopping the floor with a few more monsters guarding the castle exterior. That's when Moyu ran into a new face, a level 31 Dragonkin archer. He was a little taken aback. An archer with crowd control skills. Yes, the mages only drop dragon horns, which means I'll have to harvest the rest of the materials from these other guys. With that thought, he pointed a finger and commanded his skeleton warriors to advance. My warriors get 'em. Before they could even take a single step, one of his skeleton warriors was instantly obliterated. Moyu froze for a second. Wait, what? His skeleton warrior got one-shotted before it could even react. He summoned his weapon, clutching it tightly, his eyes darting around on high alert for the unseen enemy. That attack power, that speed, what in the world was that? Another skeleton warrior was wiped out. Moyu snapped his head around, observing. There it was again, every single attack was coming from behind. No matter what, I have to find this thing. I am not losing to some coward. He then unleashed another skill, Icy Fury Dance. So it's an invisible monster, is it? Fine, then I'll just use an area of effect attack. Let's do this. A storm of razor-sharp ice crystals shot forward at his command, and in the aftermath of the attack, a shimmering, shadowy figure of a monster flickered into view. Gotcha. In the next instant, a powerful kick landed squarely on the monster. One of his skeleton soldiers had launched the attack, knocking back a level 32 Dragonkin assassin. So this was the invisible pest that had been ambushing him. He took a look at the monster, sizing it up for a moment, just as he thought its stats were sky high. A stealth skill paired with a guaranteed critical strike. No wonder it could one-shot his skeleton warriors. With that mystery solved, Moyu immediately ordered his skeleton soldiers to charge. One clean hit and poof, their stealth skill is immediately broken. And once you're exposed, that little advantage of yours, yeah, that's gone. A few minutes later, Moyu had already wiped out several level 32 Dragon Clan assassins, even picking up a dragon heart. So it turns out, the dragon hearts drop from these assassins. Now all I need are the blood essence and the core. But where the heck do I find those? Just then, a storm of arrows, including some nasty binding ones, rained down from the fortress. Moyu threw up a wall of armored skeletons to block the incoming volley. Striking a battle pose. Talk about perfect timing. He swiftly tossed out a few corpses and activated a skill. Corpse explosion. The moment he did, the bodies he'd thrown went kaboom, unleashing a massive shockwave. The fortress wall in front of Moyu crumbled to dust, taking out a level 31 Dragon Clan archer in the process. 620,000 experience points, thank you very much. He even scored a Dragon Blood Essence and took out another level 31 archer for another 620,000 EXP. Moyu seized the opportunity and strolled right into the fortress. He did some quick mental math. The Blood Essence has shown up, and it drops from the archers. That just leaves the core. Inside the fortress, Moyu continued to use his skeleton mages and warriors to mop up 5 more level 32 Dragon Clan assassins. He looked up at a huge dragon statue in the city, wondering if that was the boss. Famous last words. The moment he thought it, the statue's face began to crack. Then the entire thing shattered into a million pieces. The Outpost Guardian, a hell-level boss, emerged from the rubble. Seeing the hell-level boss, Moyu's face went a little pale. Level 33. That's a whopping 11 levels higher than his skeleton warriors. Its stats were absolutely terrifying. Way stronger than that tyrant from the last big raid dungeon. And to top it all off, it had 2 crowd control skills. He immediately bent his knees and bolted in the other direction. The Outpost Guardian let out a deafening roar, and a massive shockwave blasted outwards in all directions. Moyu slapped it with a slowing curse. With an agility stat that high, he thought, I absolutely cannot let that thing run wild. The Outpost Guard was instantly snared by a curse, as chains wrapped around his neck, forcing him to roar in agony. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton soldiers and mages swarmed in for the attack. Watching the chaos unfold, Moyu wondered, can we even put a scratch on this thing? But from within the cloud of dust, a menacing glint appeared in the outpost guard's eyes. The next second, it activated a skill, a self-buff that allowed it to shatter the chains of the slow curse. Moyu's heart sank. This isn't good. The slow curse has been completely nullified. The outpost guard then unleashed an AoE knockback, instantly wiping out 4 of the skeleton soldiers. Not stopping there, it pulled out another weapon. The outpost guard slammed it into the ground, unleashing a massive AoE stun. Just like that, 12 more skeleton soldiers were obliterated. Moyu scowled in annoyance, grumbling to himself. Okay, sure, I can always summon more skeletons after they get wiped out. But my mana pool isn't infinite, and my mental energy is limited after all. That stun skill is a real pain in the neck. I can't just let this boss farm my summons for free. Time for the big guns. Emerge my heroic spirit general. The moment the heroic spirit general materialized, it unleashed its battle formation. Immediately, a stream of power washed over all the skeleton soldiers and mages on the field. Moyu was a little surprised. He thought to himself, wait, did the general's battle formation just dispel the stun effect? No, that's not quite it. It just drastically increases their recovery speed from the stun. But hey, same difference. A sly grin spread across Moyu's face. Heh, as long as your cheap stun skill is useless, what have I got to be afraid of? With that, he once again ordered his skeleton army to press the attack. Under the renewed assault, the outpost guard's health began to plummet, dropping to 8,547 out of its total 15,000. In a panic, it immediately tried its mass stun trick again, but the heroic spirit general, not missing a beat, instantly countered with its battle formation. Watching the tables turn, Moyu let out a confident laugh. It's useless. Now that your only party trick has been completely shut down, it's my turn to go on the offensive. Crap. His eyes shot wide open in shock. The outpost guard had spotted him. The brute charged forward, aiming to flatten Moyu. Damn it, our boy cursed, quickly getting into a fighting stance and summoning his soul flames. Moyu launched his attack straight at the outpost guard. He suddenly realized his armored skeletons were blocking the shockwave. Wait, why wasn't I stunned? He pumped even more power into his soul flames. Just die already. The outpost guard found himself completely engulfed in soul flames, screaming in pure agony. As if that wasn't bad enough for him, the skeleton mage and soldiers swarmed in, unleashing a relentless assault. Just a few seconds later, a series of system notifications chimed. Outpost guard has been eliminated. 3.3 million experience gained. Gold grade weapon acquired. Hell's Outpost Dagger, part of the Outpost Guard set, gold grade weapon acquired. Hell's Outpost Shield, part of the Outpost Guard set, gold grade weapon acquired. Hell's Outpost Bracelet, part of the Outpost Guard. Seeksekin 2 Dragon Cores acquired. Class Advancement Certificate acquired. Unique title Dragon Clan Battle King acquired. Dragon Clan Battle King. All attributes plus 500, 50% cost reduction for all skills. A title awarded to the one who single-handedly cleared the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost dungeon on Hell difficulty. Moyu stared at the words Dragon Clan Battle King floating above his head, and then at the loot on the ground, completely blown away. Heh, I was right. The Dragon Cores do drop from the boss. But still, to get the all-important proof for my second-class advancement, this ridiculously early, and don't even get me started on this unique title. Aren't these stats just a little too broken? By now, Moyu had already leveled up. He chuckled to himself. Level 23 already, so the cores really do come from the boss. At this rate, I'm already over 1/3 of the way through the quest Bai Chen gave me. He quickly checked his info. Just leveled up, let's see my current stats. Class Unique Necromancer, Level 23 title. Dragon Clan Battle King, all attributes plus 500. 50% reduction in cost for all skills. Strength 390 plus an extra 500. Agility 390 plus 500. Spirit 390. Plus another 500 Constitution 1900 plus an extra 600 Equipment Danatus Scythe Level 2. Spirit Power plus 100 Summoning Space. 21 out of 230 slots used. Skeleton Warriors quantity 140. Skeleton Mages quantity 70, innate talent. Tenfold comprehensive amplification. Passive skill damage transfer. Active skills, Soul Flame level 23. Summon Skeleton Warrior level 23. Corpse Explosion level 3, Slowing Curse level 23. Bone Armor level 23. Summon Skeleton Mage level 23. Summoning space 27 out of 230. Moyu wondered to himself, just how much have my skeleton's stats changed? He had to find out. He checked his silver rank skeleton warriors and his silver rank skeleton mages. Sure enough, they had both jumped to level 23 and their stats had gotten a nice boost. After looking everything over, Moyu unsummoned his scythe, thinking Manhwa difficulty is a nightmare to clear, but the EXP is just too good. And the gear drops are on a whole other level. As soon as my skeletons are back in fighting shape, I'll pop a cooldown reduction scroll and dive right back in. A little while later, outside, the gate of the Dragon Clan Sentry Line dungeon. The second Moyu stepped out, he was hit by the overwhelming stench of blood filling the air. Corpses were strewn all over the path. He scrunched up his face in disgust. The metallic smell was suffocating. Moyu instantly summoned his bone armor, his eyes darting around cautiously. What in the world happened here? From behind, a pack of demon hounds lunged at him. Their attacks slammed into his bone armor, but it held strong. Moyu looked at the massive horde of monsters behind him, completely dumbfounded. They were all abyss hounds. He immediately activated his berserk strike skill. With a grim expression, Moyu gripped his scythe and sliced through an abyss hound that was mid-lunge. The force of the blow knocked him to the ground. A second later, several more attacks flew past him, blasting away the monsters that had surrounded him. His rescuer yelled out, "Hey, you get over here quick!" Xing frantically yelled out a status report. "Get over here. This whole area has been swarmed by abyssal hellhounds." At his call, the entire group rushed over to form a protective wall around Moyu. A girl from the squad asked anxiously, "Are you hurt? We'll hold off these mutts for you. You need to use your teleport stone and get back to the city now." A confused Moyu asked from behind them, "What happened?" Xing replied, "The fiends from the abyss unleashed a massive horde of hellhounds to surround us." Hearing this, Moyu fell into a thoughtful silence. With their level of strength, they definitely could have escaped, but they stayed behind to wait for anyone still inside the instance. Were they worried we wouldn't know about the ambush waiting outside? That we'd just walk out and get pounced on by a pack of hellhounds? Just then, a player on the other side was overwhelmed by the monsters. Xing explained the dire situation. "That's the team from Country Y. I don't think they're going to make it. We've already lost plenty of our own people to these damn dogs." The girl from the squad quickly pulled out a dungeon scanning talisman to check for stragglers. Normal difficulty, no teams inside. Nightmare difficulty, empty. Hell difficulty, also empty. After finishing her scan, she shouted, "The instance is clear. No one's left inside." Xing immediately gave the command, "All right, everyone, prepare to break through the encirclement." But just then they realized Moyu was still just standing there and whipped around in shock. "Why haven't you teleported back to the city yet?" Moyu just offered a faint smile. He summoned his skeleton soldiers, and mages materialized his scythe and said, "I still want to run the instance." Instantly, all his skeleton mages, lightning, fire, ice, and wind began to channel their power. Just a few seconds later, a whole pack of abyssal hellhounds was sent flying. The skeleton soldiers immediately charged forward, engaging the remaining monsters. The rest of the team could only stare at the unfolding scene, their jaws on the floor. What the hell? What is happening? Where did all these skeletons come from? On the battlefield, Moyu's army of skeleton soldiers and mages continued their relentless assault. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the slightest. The more they looked at this battle, the other adventurers couldn't help but stare at Moyu with total awe. Those badass skeletons were his summons. The abyssal hounds couldn't even withstand a single hit from them. "Just who is this guy?" At that moment, Moyu signaled to the group, "Everyone get behind me." Not needing to be told twice, they scrambled for cover behind him, but still couldn't help but ask why. A nagging thought popped into their heads. Wait, why are we instantly obeying this guy? Moyu, already gathering power in his hand, calmly explained, I'm about to use a massive AoE skill. Don't want you guys getting caught in the friendly fire. He then thrust his hand forward, unleashing his power. Corpse explosion. Instantly, the ground where the pack of hellhounds stood erupted in a violent blast. The group behind him stared at the explosion, their jaws hitting the floor for the second time. What kind of skill is that? It's absolutely terrifying. As the smoke cleared from the explosion, another star materialized on Moyu's military insignia. He'd reached 100 military merits, earning him another star and a cool 1,000 accumulation points. Not to mention 5 contribution points. A rank up, plus I get accumulation and contribution points. No wonder Bai Chen said, if you want to farm contribution points, you have to go to a real battlefield. He glanced down at the Scythe of Danidus, now level 31, and grinned as he saw the bonus 300 spirit power. My weapon leveled up too. I didn't expect a jackpot like this. In that case, I can't let a single one of you monsters get away. Then again, it's not like I was planning to let you escape in the first place. As yet another explosion sent the remaining hellhounds flying. The adventurers started buzzing amongst themselves. Is he the top prodigy from one of the major academies or something? The adventurers exploded with questions. It was then that Xing'an's eyes widened in recognition. Wait a minute, if I'm not mistaken, that's the guy who went into the hell difficulty instance. He's still alive. At this revelation, the rest of the group froze in shock. No freaking way. Don't tell me he actually solo cleared the Dragon Clan's outpost dungeon on hell difficulty. But the monsters in there use chain crowd control moves. How in the world did he even deal with that? Never mind the peanut gallery gossiping on the sidelines. Because right then and there, another star popped up on Moyu's military insignia, with military merits hitting a clean 200. His rank officially bumped up to 2 stars. That also came with a sweet bonus of 1,000 accumulation points and 5 contribution points. His Scythe of Danidus hit level 4, juicing his spirit power by a whopping 600. Moyu clutched his scythe, a smirk creeping across his face. Now that it's leveled up, the spirit stat bonus from this Scythe of Danidus is getting ridiculously high. I've always had a gut feeling this thing is more than just a simple weapon. If I keep pumping levels into this thing, I wonder if it'll unlock some crazy new abilities. Noticing that the battlefield was completely wiped clean of hellhounds, Moyu sighed, looking a bit bummed out. Damn, what a shame. I only got to take out a little over 200 abyss hellhounds. I was just getting warmed up, wish there'd been more of them. With the hellhound horde finally annihilated, the rest of the squad finally collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Oh, thank the heavens. I think we actually survived. Why did so many hellhounds just appear out of the blue like that? Don't tell me the abyss is gearing up for a full-scale invasion. Man, the Origin battlefield is no joke. It's way too dangerous out here. Just then, Xing'an walked right up to Moyu, sticking out his hand to introduce himself. Hey there, young man. Let me introduce myself. The name's Xing'an, level 31 Holy Knight from Xiajing Academy. Moyu returned the handshake, introducing himself as Lin Moyu, level 23 Necromancer from Xiajing Academy, same as you. Xing'an's face lit up. Well, what do you know, a junior from my own academy? What year are you in? Moyu paused to think. It's impossible to tell day from night here in the Origin battlefield. But he figured it had to be early morning back in the real world. After a second, he finally replied, I just got to the academy. The opening ceremony was yesterday. Xing'an's shield slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground. His eyes went wide as he yelled, Wait, what? The guy next to Xing'an scrambled over his jaw on the floor. You mean, you're a freshman? Moyu just nodded. Yup. Technically speaking, I am in fact a first-year student. The two guys behind Xing'an shot each other a look of pure astonishment. Are all the newbies these days such absolute freaks of nature? That's what the two of them were thinking. All the newbies right now are probably just level 15 or 16, still grinding away diligently at the academy, right? Meanwhile, over with Xing'an's group, he heard Moyu's reply and cheerfully slapped him on the back. A freshman with this kind of power right out of the gate. No wonder you could waltz into a battlefield. All by yourself and actually survive that long on hell difficulty. Man, I'm seriously impressed. Moyu just replied softly, "You're too kind." But he was a little curious, so he asked Xing'an, "Your team seems pretty powerful, team leader. How come you guys aren't going in?" A member of the squad stepped forward to answer. "Wouldn't you know it, it's 'cause this guy can't get the right loot to drop. We tried a run on nightmare difficulty, and the whole party nearly got wiped out." Xing'an scrambled to defend himself. "Hey, how is that my fault? I was only level 29 back then, I wasn't even fully prepped." He went on, "Right now we're just missing a sentry shield. Too bad you can't just buy the damn thing at the exchange. Just wait till I finish farming my equipment set, then we'll go and conquer nightmare difficulty." But the male team member piped up looking worried. "Boss, if you don't get that shield to drop soon, we're about to hit level 32. We'll be over-leveled and locked out of the instance." Xing'an replied firmly, "Relax, it'll drop, I guarantee it. And if it really doesn't, I'll just go buy some random gold-grade shield to make do." The same teammate then turned to Moyu. "Oh yeah, Junior Lin, you need any gear? If we get any good drops, we'll sell them to you for cheap." Hearing this, Xing'an immediately jumped in with a sales pitch. "The sentry set is insanely powerful. It's top-of-the-line gold-grade equipment. I know you're only level 23 right now, Junior, but you can start collecting the gold-grade pieces early. You'll be able to use them once you hit level 30. In response, Moyu reached into his storage ring. He pulled out a shield and held it up, asking, "Senior, is this the sentry shield you're looking for?" The moment they saw the item, Xing'an and his teammates screamed in utter disbelief. That thing, the item in Moyu's hand, it's the actual sentry shield. One of the pieces of the sentry gear set from Hell Mode, a gold-tier defensive item. It adds 300 to all stats, and the resistance rate for control skills is increased by 50%. The duration of being controlled is also reduced by 50%. On top of that, at level 32 people can use it. Xing'an and his friend yelled at the same time, "The Hell's Sentry Shield." Xing'an rushed over to Moyu, stammering, as he asked Junior Lin, "Where in the world did you get this shield?" Moyu answered softly, "Not too long ago, the guardian of the sentry outpost dropped it." Hearing this, Xing'an gasped and shouted, "Junior Lin, are you saying the hell difficulty boss dropped it?" Moyu just nodded, "Yep." The other two members of the team chimed in. "Junior Lin, you mean you soloed the hell difficulty sentry outpost dungeon?" Moyu casually replied, "I did." Xing'an's team was in disbelief, thinking to themselves, "He really cleared it alone. How is that even possible?" But the Hell's Sentry Shield right in front of them was definitely not a fake. Just then, Moyu handed the shield to Xing'an. "Senior, try it on and see if it completes your set." The moment Xing'an took the shield, it immediately began to glow. It was the special set synchronization effect. A brilliant light from the sentry shield shot straight up into the sky, attracting the attention of tons of other players. They all started buzzing with excitement. "Oh my god, that's the sentry set. Someone actually managed to collect the whole thing. Who is that? Dude, the sentry set is even better than some platinum gear. And someone already has the complete set? That's insane." After Xing'an tried out the shield, he hurried back to Moyu and asked, "Junior Lin, can you please sell this shield to me? I'll give you 10 million gold coins for it." "How about it?" Xing'an pleaded. "Junior Lin, that's all the gold I have." Moyu thought for a moment and then said, "It's just a gold-tier item. It's not worth that much. 5 million is fine." Hearing this, Xing'an grabbed Moyu's hands overjoyed. "Thank you so much, Junior Lin." His teammates behind him cheered right along with him. "And it was all thanks to my boy Lin. Well, it looks like Lao Shi finally got his wish. Now we can finally take on the Nightmare Mode Outpost dungeon." They chattered their thanks and headed back together. "Seriously, thank you so much, Junior Lin. Let's teleport back to the stronghold first." Swoosh. Having just assembled a rather large set of equipment, Moyu thought for a moment, then decided to follow them. "Might as well. I should head back and recharge too." He crushed the teleportation stone, preparing to warp. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the primordial battlefield, the raging flame demon king slowly materialized. He was fuming, his underlings paying the price for his wrath. Go see what happened. A monstrous figure appeared and replied, as you command. Back on Moyu's side, Xing An was still chatting with him. Thanks again, Junior Lin. Now that I've finally got a full set of gear, we're getting ready to dive right into the dungeon. I've been waiting for this day for ages. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from a nearby crowd. A halo, that's a holy light knight. Drawn by the buzz, Moyu glanced over. Oh my god, that's a legendary class? A holy light knight. I think she's from Shentan Academy, one of the top-tier schools. A legendary class is just too powerful. I'm so jealous. Moyu recognized her. Well, what a coincidence, he called out. Yi turned, saw him, and a bright smile spread across her face as she ran over. Moyu, what are you doing here? Moyu nodded in response. I'm here to finish a quest. Yi chirped excitedly. No way, what a coincidence, I'm here to finish a quest too. Seeing Yi run off, Gitsuro shot a venomous glare in Moyu's direction. But Yi paid him no mind. Still focused on Moyu. Let me guess what your quest is. Is it something that requires dragon materials? Like a dragon horn or something? Then she shook her head, dismissing the idea. No, that's way too simple for you. Finally, Yi declared. I bet your quest is to get a dragon core. The kind that only drops from a boss, am I right? Moyu nodded. Heh, you guessed it. He thought to himself that his Bai Shenku just needed some monster cores anyway. Yi waved her hand cheerfully. Same here, I also need to farm some Dragon Clan cores. Zhu Yue Sheng, who was lurking in the back, finally came over to ask, yeah, who is this guy? This dude was a level 30 holy knight. Yi gestured and introduced Mo Yu, he's my friend. Looking a little salty, Zhu Yue Sheng introduced himself. Zhu Yue Sheng, level 30, holy knight, Mo Yu replied in kind. Lin Moyu, level 23, necromancer. Hearing Mo Yu's introduction, Why did a double take. You're already level 23. That's so fast, I'm only level 21. Mo Yu remained as calm as ever. I'll carry you through a dungeon. Whiteseer's face lit up and she immediately jumped at the offer. You will, for real. Just then, Zhu Yue Sheng cut in to stop them. Hold on a second. He challenged, didn't I already say I would take you? Yer just shook her head and turned him down. Sorry, but I don't need you to take me anymore. Besides, my friend is going to carry me, so I won't have to trouble you. Hearing this, Zhu Yue Sheng said with a sneer. With him, he's only level 23. He probably needs someone to carry him. How is he supposed to carry you? Yi frowned, clearly annoyed. You don't need to worry about that. I appreciate the offer really, but I don't need it. Seeing the look on her face, Zhu Yue Sheng backed off. Alright, fine. Just make sure you stay safe. If he turns out to be a total flop, you can always come find me. He grumbled to himself. This cocky punk, only level 23, and he's already looking down on me. Worried Ma Yu might be offended. Yish quickly patted his back reassuringly. Don't listen to him, I know you can do it. Then she asked him tentatively, so Mo Yu, what difficulty are you planning to run me through, normal or nightmare CA? Mo Yu answered nonchalantly, hell. Wai gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Hell mode? Did I hear you right? She thought to herself, even Zhu Yue Sheng only offered to carry me through nightmare difficulty. Mo Yu simply nodded, you did. Seeing that expression on your face, he immediately roared with delight. Perfect, absolutely perfect. I've been dying to check out hell difficulty for ages. Seeing the two of them, Mo Yu and Yi, standing there together, Yu Sheng was practically boiling with jealousy. A piddly level 23 thinks he can take a girl on a dungeon run. He scoffed. I bet by tomorrow, Yi will come running back begging me to take her instead. A few moments later, Mo Yu and Yi arrived at the teleportation gate. Yi was still buzzing with excitement, chattering away. We're finally going into hell difficulty. The two of them quickly stepped through the portal, leaving the people outside who overheard them completely dumbfounded. Hold on. Did those two just say they're going into hell difficulty? Are they insane? That's a one-way ticket to oblivion. Hey, the last team to actually clear a hell mode dungeon was from the Bright God Academy. Part of Xiajing University, I remember that. Yeah, I think they had some super powerful female player, a sword ring martial artist or something. Whatever, they're probably just going in to sightsee. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, The second they materialized, Moyu instantly cast his bone armor on Yi.